What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 540. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, we get to do the Ikoria set review today.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's kind of funny. Normally, I'll have done about 2 to 3 of the colors of my Channel Fireball set review before hopping into the Ikoria one for LR. So it's like I get a second take on some of the cards and a first take on others, but now I actually have gotten all the set reviews done. So and gotten to watch some of the Ikoria early release events. So in that sense, I think I have actually slightly different and more data-driven opinions than I did before.
Oh, that's great
for the written review. Yeah, but the set's got a lot going on. It really does.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated set, and we went over the mechanics and stuff last time, and it was like, like talking about Mutate takes a while just on its own. And of course, there's a bunch of Mutate cards in this set. So let's get into it. First things first. So this show is brought to you by channelfireball.com. And CFB made a big announcement just a couple days ago.
Yeah, I want to chat with you about CFB Pro. So what that is we now have some of our content as pro content. And in order to read the content, you've got a couple different membership options. This is something, we definitely considered for quite a while before deciding to pull the trigger. And we are doing it in a way that, I truly believe brings a lot of value to people who consume Magic content, and especially people who shop with us. So first of all the videos and podcasts will continue to be free. That's not going to change anything for any of the videos from Team CFB members or not, from the podcasts like Limited Resources, Magic FM, Ponder Podcast, all the podcasts we've got. The other is that it's only $5 a month for access to all the content, or it's $10 a month, but you get $10 of store credit back. So if you spend $10 a month on Magic and you spend it here at Channel Fireball, you're not paying anything extra to read CFB Pro content. We also have a year-long deal where you can either get a whole year of content for $50, so you're getting 2 months free, or a whole year for $100 and you get $10 store credit a month. So, you spend $100, you get $120 store credit back, $10 a month, and then access to all the content. So I understand that, this is a change. We have offered free content for more than a decade at this point. And we're still going to offer a lot of free content. I mean, we put up a ton of videos. We'll have plenty of articles that aren't CFB Pro articles, but we felt this was necessary to keep content sustainable and to keep things going. So CFB Pro, if you go to channelfireball.com/pro, you can take a look. I'm excited. It gives me an opportunity to do more content. We've got a deck vault, which is a pretty big project we've been working on, where we're going to have deck guides for basically all the top decks in all formats. We're filling it out. It's going to take us a little bit longer to get like Pauper and Legacy completely filled out, but we're working on it. I'm soloing Vintage, but for Standard, Pioneer, and Modern, we've got the whole team on there, and we've got a lot of decks in there already. So I would definitely urge you to check out CFB Pro, and I think there's a lot to be said for it, and I'm excited to push this out, and I think that it's something that a lot of people will find a lot of value in.
Yeah, I'm going to put a link in the show notes to CFB Pro, so if you want to check it out, you can do so. And I did want to reiterate in regards to the Patreon for LR that, as Luis said, nothing changes for LR listeners. You can still just get the show everywhere that you could before and all that. One little bonus that you do get, though, is if you are a patron, any perks that are LR related that CFB Pro would get, you will get. So, for example, there's one that's starting where there's a Discord for CFB Pro, and we're going to broadcast the show when we record it on there. So it's not a huge thing. Like, most people listen to podcasts at their own leisure. It's not really meant to be like a live thing. But, we're going to be doing that. And if you're a patron, we wanted to make sure that, you always got everything. So you didn't have to try to make some decision, because CFB Pro and the LR Patreon aren't linked together or anything like that. And LR's not, part of that. So if you want to keep supporting the show directly, then the Patreon is that place. But of course, as our sponsor and partner, helping out Channel Fireball in any way possible, is great as well. So
yeah, just to reiterate, we're now doing a live show every week. There might be some weeks we don't, just because I'm assuming at some point we're going to start traveling again. I don't want to get too ambitious, but every week that we do a live show, which is aiming for most weeks here, just about all the weeks, is it'll be on our CFP Pro Discord. But like Marshall said, like you said, we're going to make sure that any LR related perks can also be given to all the patrons of LR. We really do not want you to choose between these two if that is a choice that you felt like you had to make. So we're gonna make sure to take care of everyone on the LR Patreon as well, and of course keep LR the same as it is. Like that was important to us from the beginning. Yeah,
and that's something that I'll just put a stamp on as well, is that LR is free. It's freely available. We don't hold it back. We don't we don't restrict people who don't pay us to get it at different times. You will get it on time and you'll get it just like always. So this is just an addition. Okay, let's get into the set review, Luis, because we got a lot of cards to go through.
Oh, yeah.
First things first, walk us through our grading scale overview, starting with our bombs, our game winners, our good and minis.
Oh, are you going to do it or
no? I just knew you were still bringing up the.
I had it open. I just had to switch tabs. Yeah. These live. I didn't really realize the drawback of the live video, or maybe I did because I kind of pushed against this for a long time. It's a lot harder for me to get away with my shenanigans on the live recording.
It is. Yeah, everybody's watching.
So our grading scale starts with A's. These are bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and just the best cards in the set. Dream Trawler, Pelucranos, Kiora Best the Sea God. These are examples of A's. You know what? I don't think we've seen an A-based removal spell for quite a long time. Murderous Cut was kind of our go-to. Mm-hmm. They don't make them like that, which I don't think is a bad thing. It's just something I noticed.
They have to be hyper efficient, basically costing 1 or 2 mana, instant speed, and relative few conditions.
Yeah. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors or combinations of colors. Headliners for a set, go-to cards. These are things like Elspeth's Nightmare, Mire's Grasp, Dreadful Apathy. Just the best commons and good uncommons. C's are playable, the Pawns of Limited. They're fairly interchangeable, and you're always going to end up with some amount of them in your deck. Cards like Vexengull would fit into the C category. D's are sometimes playable. You'd prefer not to run them. Mediocre to junky cards, maybe situational, have a high setup cost, or just cards that aren't that powerful. So these are cards like Nyxborn Courser or Hyrule Scout, the 3-mana Tower Scout, the 3-mana 3/3. Like these are cards that are just, they're not unplayable, but when you have too many of them in your deck, you don't feel like your deck is very good. And then F's are cards that are virtually unplayable in all scenarios, and super narrow cards, super expensive cards. Cards like Fruit of Tyzeres, Omniscience is a good example of an F. And then we've got a couple subcategories where cards will get a grade within this category. We find this useful for sideboard cards that are never or rarely going to make the main deck, though less true here in Ikoria thanks to cycling. A lot of the sideboard type cards have cycling. But these are cards like Memory Drain or Underworld Fires, Plummet, Naturalize. And then Build Around. These are cards that are typically not good enough on their own, but when you have the proper support, they can be very good. Cards like Furious Rise. That card's a B in a red-green monsters deck, and usually an F outside of that.
Right. All right. Well, let's get into the cards. We're going to start off again with the gold uncommons. So our first card is Back for More. It is 4 black-green for an instant and uncommon. It says return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. When you do, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control.
Well,
it's expensive.
So it is expensive. Normally, our biggest qualm with cards that return creatures from your graveyard to play or to your hand are that these cards are sometimes dead, because sometimes you'll draw them and not have a creature to target. And for example, the classic, right, is Zombifier Rise from the Grave, the 4 or 5 mana version that just returns a creature straight up to play. We usually are not very high on that card. We usually give it around a D. Mm-hmm. And the reason is when you're going to pay 4 or 5 mana and just get a creature, who's to say that you're going to have a good target that costs that much mana or a target at all? The difference with Back for More, though, is it staples fight onto it, which makes this a 2-for-1 if the fight is successful. And that's a pretty big incentive. Plus, this being more expensive isn't even as big a drawback because you're not usually casting this right on turn 6. You're usually casting this a little later in the game. I would say that Back for More probably ends up being around a B minus. Like it's expensive, but this is a good finisher.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Also, I will note here that it is not a May ability. I was thinking that if it was a May, you could bring back your creature at instant speed and just block something, right? Like if that was more favorable than a fight for some reason. But you actually do have to fight, so it's hard to get a 3-for-1 out of it.
It's up to one target creature.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went over this with Warbriar Blessing in Theros. The new template for fights is up to one target creature, and I'm gonna go again and say why I think this is a hugely positive change. Previous cards like Cartouche of Strength say you may fight target creature. So if you put Cartouche of Strength on your 4/4 and choose to target their 3/3, and they cast a +3/+3 in response, you can then choose not to fight. And I think that that's not a good interaction. That makes the person with the combat trick get owned, and I think feels kind of bad. Cards like Back for More, Warbriar Blessing, and I assume all the other future fight cards, you can choose to target or not, so you don't have to bring back a 4/4 and fight their 5/5, pointlessly. But if you target, if you choose, you are committed to fighting, so their combat tricks work, and I think that's really good. Okay, so I mean, it's hard to imagine, but there are scenarios where you could get a 3-for-1 out of this. Oh, totally. Like you bring back a 5/5, fight their 2/2, block a 2/2. Yeah. You've killed 2 2/2s, and you end up with a 5/5 in play. Yeah, so upsides there for sure. So yeah, I like B- on Back for More. We better keep this moving. Next is Boneyard Lurker. This is 2 green-black, so another green-black gold card. It's a 4/4 Nightmare Beast, and it has Mutate. The Mutate cost is 2, and then 2 green-black hybrid. So either 2 black-black, 2 green-green, or 2 green-black. And it says, whenever this creature mutates, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's pretty good. We're going to spend a little bit of time on this card, but then maybe save some time on mutate cards later because this is our first mutate card. And we're going to kind of dive into that. So a lot of cards in the set, a ton of them, I think just about all the mutate cards, if not literally all of them, just about all of them, not every single one, but almost all of them have a when this creature mutates, do X trigger. And what that means is, first of all, when you mutate it, you get that trigger right away. So in a lot of cases, Boneyard Lurker is going to be, you're spending 4 mana, you're effectively sacrificing one of your other creatures, and you're getting a 4/4 that returns a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Not even just a creature, any permanent. So that's already pretty good. But then it's not like an ETB ability because it now says whenever this creature mutates, return a permanent, right? If you mutate again, you'll get that trigger plus the new trigger from the new mutate card. So there is a really big incentive to keep your mutate cards alive and stack lots of mutations onto them, because then, like, imagine you mutate onto a Boneyard Lurker, and then you mutate something else, and then you mutate a third thing, and you get all 3 triggers. You're just going nuts, right? Yeah. So when we evaluate mutate cards, there's basically 3 things we're going to look at. How does this do when hard cast? When hard cast, this is completely fine. Yeah. 4 mana for a 4/4. Just no complaint, not spectacular, but definitely good. When you mutate it the first time, it's pretty strong. Like if you sack a 1/1 or a 2/2 to this is a pretty good deal. You get a 4 mana 4/4 and you get to get something back. And when I say sack, I mean mutate it onto. You're kind of losing the initial creature. I guess in some cases you'll mutate this onto like a 6/6 and just keep the 6/6, in which case you just spent 4 mana for kind of a raise dead. But then the third part is, how does this do on subsequent mutates? And this leaves a really big threat into play. It's kind of annoying that you for your opponent, where you mutate, you kind of have this good enters the battlefield ability, but then they have to kill your creature or you get more and more. So when your opponent's forced into a position to kill your 4/4 creature in play because it's going to provide you a lot of value, you're talking about a pretty impressive Gravedigger. Yeah, the other thing that you outlined here, but I think we should hammer this point home, is that when mutates get you cards, like actual cards, right? Now you're talking about risk that you're very willing to take by mutating over and over again because you're actually just getting ahead. This is permanent, so it does have a slight restriction on what you can get back, but you can get back a creature that died or whatever, and that's just like drawing a spell, right? So that's with all the mutate cards that get you they get you your card back. Like imagine the situation where you like play a creature, and then you play another creature, they kill whatever your best creature is, and then you mutate this, and then they kill this. You're down you're down 2 cards. You're down the card you mutated onto plus the Boneyard Lurker. They're down 1 card, so they're up a card, but you got a card back, so you're actually at parity. And you probably got decent selection. Plus, they kind of had to use a removal spell on like whatever you mutated onto, right? Like a 2/2.
Because if they didn't, then all of a sudden you can go off. So
right. So
yeah, I like Boneyard Lurker a lot. That
I guess the very last thing to think about too is if you try to mutate onto something and then if it kills if they kill the target in response, you just get the body. This is still a pretty big body.
Yeah, yeah, totally a reasonable thing to cast in any scenario. Is Boneyard Lurker just a B?
I would say it's a B+. I think this card, the other thing, this hybrid cycle is really powerful because imagine you first pick Boneyard Lurker. It's actually the opposite of a gold card. You could be green or black. You don't have to be green-black, and you don't even have to be one of the colors. So this gives you a lot of flexibility. It's better than picking a monocolor card, actually, which gold cards usually aren't. So that I think bumps Boneyard Lurker up to a B+ for me.
All right, B+ for Boneyard Lurker. Next is Channeled Force. It's 2 blue-red for an instant. It says, and its additional cost to cast this spell, discard X cards. Target player draws X cards. Channeled Force deals X damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker.
So
all right,
you're spending 4 mana, and you're going to end up down a card. If you discard 3 cards and draw 3, you used 4 cards and you got 3, but you get the card back because presumably Channel Force killed something.
Yeah,
and this gives you a way to not only get rid of a lot of excess cards in hand, but it also triggers some of your discard. Like there's the blue-red rare cares about discard, so that is kind of nice.
Okay.
I think Channel Force is just a good card. I would give Channel Force a B. I think when you can cash in 3 dead cards to kill one of their creatures and draw 3 cards, that's a pretty powerful effect.
Yeah, and then that sounds right to me. The one big note is if you have a Channeled Force in your deck, don't play the extra lands you don't need. Keep the random 2/2 that you drew on turn 8 you weren't going to play anyway because you might want to prefer to discard it. Next is Dire Tactics. This is black-white for an instant at uncommon. Exile target creature. If you don't control a human, you lose life equal to that creature's toughness. So first things first, this is a 2-mana instant with the text exile target creature.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
that's just a great deal.
That is insanely good. Now it is a gold card and it's only 2 mana, but they're 2 different colors, so that's a little tough. If you don't control a human, so I have no idea how often that's going to happen or not in this particular color pair.
Well, black-white is the most supported human color pair. Like there's the next card we're going to get to is a black-white human that makes them more human than cares about legendary humans. So
okay,
humans.
A good hint. Yeah,
but I would always play Dire Tactics. In fact, if I was playing black-white with 0 humans, this card would make it into my deck because 2 mana to exile, not even kill, exile a creature and maybe lose 3 to 5 life. That's a good deal. That's a card you should generally play. Yeah,
especially because, they've printed cards like that, but you can often, like they're commons or whatever, and you can get a bunch of them. They tend to go down in value as as you get more of them. But this one's an uncommon. You're not going to get more than one basically ever. So great card. Wow. Unconditional. I mean, this is the warm, safe feeling card, right? You have a 2 mana instant that says exile a creature. Like, I don't care what you play, as long as it doesn't have hexproof, I got that base covered. I like B+ on Dire Tactics. I know it's gold, but that is one of the best removal spells we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Dire Tactics is a B+. All
right, what does a General's Enforcer do? Same cost.
Black-white for a 2/3 human soldier. It's uncommon. It says legendary humans you control have indestructible. Okay, that's basically throwaway text. If you have this in general, congrats. But the other line of text is very strong. It's 2 white, black. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature, create a 1/1 white human soldier token.
Wow, there's a lot to like here. Yeah, you get thrown off by that first line of rules text because it's kind of like, what? But 2 mana for a 2/3 with a affordable and relevant ability. Nice.
Yeah. No, that is quite good. And again, to kind of front load a little here so we don't have to repeat ourselves too much, one of the things that really happens in this set in particular is there's a lot of 2-drops that have good late game abilities. And the reason that it's so important, and you see us or Ben S going nuts over these cards and talking about them, is that you need some amount of 2-drops to have your deck function. Because when your opponent plays a 2 mana 3/1, you better hope you have a 2 mana 2/2 to trade with it. But when you draw that same 2-drop on turn 7 or 8, it's almost a blank piece of cardboard. So when you have something like General's Enforcer, which is a really powerful late game ability, or any of the cycling 2-drops, that we're going to get to later, these are cards that are good on turn 2 because any 2-mana 2/2 is good on turn 2. If you had a card that was a 2-mana 2/2 and it showed up in your opening hand, it would be a good card.
Yeah.
But these cards mitigate the cost of having a 2-drop later. And General's Enforcer is, in fact, above the curve on turn 2. And when you have a ton of mana later, this card's really hard to beat. It just clogs up the ground, keeps making creatures, also messes with their graveyard. So cards like Boneyard Lurker do a lot less.
Yep.
I think General's Enforcer is a B.
Me too. And I actually want to give it like an A- out of respect for Timuret, but we'll hold up and give General's Enforcer a B. Next is Lord Dracus. This is 1 blue-red for a 2/3 lizard beast. So 3 mana, 2/3. It does have mutate. You can pay either blue, red, or red. And whenever it mutates, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice.
Yeah, Lord Dracus is quite strong. It's got such a cheap mutate cost that often, it's not the biggest creature, but often you're just going to spend 2 mana to get a sorcery or instant back and be happy with that deal.
Yeah.
Because that's a good deal. Because yes, sometimes that card won't do anything because you don't have a card in your graveyard, but the fallback of a 3 mana 2/3 is definitely not unplayable, and the promise of future mutates is really strong.
Yeah, I like Lord Dracus at like a B. Especially given that we've seen Channeled Force, care about dumping stuff in the yard. Like there seems to be some,
the blue-red
about
spells deck certainly is real. And then there's also cycling cards. So when you cycle your 6 mana draw 4, there's a 6 mana draw 4 that has cycling 1. You can cycle that on turn 1. Play a 2-drop, then maybe turn 3, Lord Dracus back the card, and you ended up getting some pretty decent value.
Yeah, I keep noticing that, like, I think we'll notice this as we look at all the mutate cards, but there's like what do I get up front, but also how big of a deal is this if it stays on the battlefield and I get additional mutate triggers? Like, is this a must kill like Boneyard Lurker? Lord Dracus maybe a little less, but still quite powerful. I would give it a B.
Yeah, I like B for Lord Dracus. And again, we're also really high on these cards because of the hybrid costs, because they can fit into a lot of decks.
That's right. Necropanther is next. It's 1 black, white for a 3/3 cat nightmare. And it's got mutate for 2 black, 2 white, or 2 white. Whenever this creature mutates, return target creature card with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Jeez. They push these. Yeah. These are good cards. Really did. Yeah. I mean, this is a 3/3 for 3.
And this one especially works well with cycling. Imagine you're playing black-white, and you turn 1, you cycle Drannith Healer, the 2 mana 2/2, the cycling 1 only. Turn 2, you just play a dorky 2-drop. Turn 3, you Necropanther. Or I guess turn 4. Sorry, it mutates for 4.
It mutates for 4, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, Necropanther is quite strong. This one is a little bit, I think, narrower than certainly more than Boneyard Lurker, and even more than Lord Dracus, because it's asking for not only a creature but a specific cost, whereas Lord Dracus is just any instant or sorcery. But I still think Necropanther is quite good. I would give it a B-. I think it's a little bit less good than these other cards.
Yeah, and the real question is how often are you just going to be like, oh, well, screw that, I'm just going to play it. Like, it's a 3/3 for 3. I'll just start
3 mana 3/3 is a good fallback.
Yeah. Next is Parcel Beast. This is 2 green-blue for a 2/4 elemental beast with mutate for blue-green. And it says 1 and tap it. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield. If you don't put the card onto the battlefield, put it into your hand. Yeah,
this is the Reef Shaman's trigger, or Rising Reef's trigger, rather.
Risen Reef?
Risen Reef.
But this one doesn't have a mutate trigger.
It's like once you take a test for a class, once I haven't played M20 for 2 months, it's like, I don't know.
I feel you, dude. I clear out that hard drive space and it's gone. This does not have a mutate trigger.
No.
But it's good. I mean, it's only 2 mana, and you could turn your 1-drop into a 2/4 with this ability. This is a long-term late game value engine that you can start early and is still just as good. I like Parcel Beast a lot. That's sweet.
Oh, yeah. It's worth noting, if you put this on a creature that was already in play, you can use the ability immediately. So it's kind of like a mutate trigger in that sense.
Yeah.
Like, imagine 2 mana 2/2 on turn 2, turn 3 Parcel Beast. Also, that just puts the opponent under a clock. If they don't kill this in 2 turns, they're probably just going to lose. Because look, this isn't even like most card draw, which is great, but does, you end up with a bunch of cards in hand. This ramps you if you're hitting the lands. I think this card's absurd. I think Parcel Beast might be an A-. I'm just looking at this and thinking, if you mutate onto this and they have a kill spell, they have to let it land first, then kill it to get rid of the Parcel Beast, right?
Yep.
You get one activation. So you traded Parcel Beast for a kill spell, and then you drew a card and you lost whatever dork you mutated onto. That's not a bad exchange. It's very cheap. And if they don't kill it, you just flat out cannot lose the game unless they're just really beating you down.
Yeah, it also has 4 toughness.
Also, it's a 2/4, yeah.
Yeah. So another way to look at this, right? Because I think people get kind of confused. Right? It's like, there's a land, and if it's not a land, what am I doing? What if it just said 1 tap, draw a card?
It would still be pretty good.
It would be amazing, right? It's just draw an extra card every turn as long as it stays on the battlefield. This is better than that. So I like your grade. I like A- for Parcel Beast. That card is absurd. Next is
I would not mind getting that parcel in the mail.
Yeah, definitely. Primal Empathy, 1 green blue for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. You can, if you control a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control.
This card's fantastic.
That's awesome.
Primal Empathy reminds me a little of Force of Savagery, whatever the card was, which was 2 and a green. On the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if you control a creature with the highest power.
Yeah.
And that was a pretty solid card. Triumph of Ferocity, that's what it was. Primal Empathy does that, but when you miss, you get a +1/+1 counter, which is a great fallback. Not worth as much as a card, but still very good. And in some situations could even be better. And then it will make it so you will have the highest power very, very soon.
Yeah. The only downside to it is that you play it and it doesn't do anything immediately because it triggers on your upkeep. So it's kind of like one of those tap a bunch of mana, go scenarios. But I think it pays you back. Like, board presence is what matters in Limited, and this gives you that. Raw card economy is what matters in Limited, and this gives you that if you don't already have the board presence. So, and then, like you said, it gives you the other one later too. So I really like Primal Empathy. I would want to run it in a deck with a bunch of creatures. Like, that's the one thing. I don't want to have 11 creatures and running Primal Empathy. Right. I want to make sure that there's always something, because you'll see that you don't need much. Just a 2/2 becomes a 3/3, and then all of a sudden it's a 4/4, and then you're drawing cards, and then, the game's over. So, normally these type of cards look like build-arounds, but it's really not, right? I mean, I don't consider putting 14 creatures in your deck to be like a build-around.
No, it really
right?
isn't.
No, so I think it's just good.
I would probably give it a B-.
B-, yeah. That's the range that I'm thinking, B or B-. If the format is fast, there are decks that you would not want Primal Empathy. It's just too slow. But my God, if you're trying to do some type of creature stall out, which, let's face it, most Limited games end up being creature-based, combat-based, etc., Primal Empathy is going to give you the upper hand one way or the other, and you're going to find the win. So, yeah, B-.
My main concern really is either you have no creatures in play, which you can address by having a lot of creatures, or they have like a 6/6 in play thanks to like just mutate nonsense. Mm-hmm. And you're in a position where, like, sure, your 2/2 is becoming a 3/3 and then maybe becoming a 4/4, but you're not getting cards out of it, and you're not really competing with them on power. Plus, they can bounce or kill whatever's getting too dangerous. So there are boards where this is triggering every turn and not really paying for itself. Yeah,
it is slow. So keep that in mind. B- for Primal Empathy. Next is Regal Leosaur. This is red-white for a 2/2 dinosaur cat at uncommon. It's got mutate for 1 red-red, 1 white-white, or 1 white-red. Whenever this creature mutates, other creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Yeah,
this is the go wide beatdown deck. The 2-mana 2/2, of course, is not really what you want to do with this. Just like all the mutate creatures, you don't really want to hard cast them, but it is a 2-drop if you need it. Plus, this one's cheap enough where if you play this on turn 2 as just a 2/2, and then later it's a pretty threatening mutate trigger, because when you mutate something else onto it, it still does the thing you want it to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I like what you said about this just being like kind of the key payoff for red-white tokens or red-white go-wide deck. It just kills you.
If your opponent just plays this and just has this in play, let's say they have this and like 2 other creatures, you're feeling kind of threatened, right? Because you're like, at some point, they're just going to mutate some nonsense onto this and just attack me for 10.
Yeah, and I also could imagine if the costs line up properly, like mutating twice in a turn and being like, all my creatures are +4/+2, it's like, that's very difficult to survive or to have a board state after. So, yeah, I like this card. Also, no, the floor on it's perfectly fine at a 2/2 for 2 with even some late game relevance. So, this is the type of card you want in a red-white aggressive deck. I would probably give it a B, honestly. Like, there's just nothing not to like about Regal Leosaur, you know?
I would give Regal Leosaur a B, with the only caveat being if you're not aggressive and don't have a lot of creatures, it's not going to do that much for you. But right. in basically any red-white deck, or really any aggressive deck that's one of those two colors, it's going to pay dividends.
Next is Savai Thundermane. This is red-white for a 3/2 elemental cat. Whenever you cycle a card, you may pay 2. When you do, Savai Thundermane deals 2 damage to target creature, and you gain 2 life.
Yeah, this is
it's interesting.
A lightning rift.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the card, the artwork, if you get a chance to do that, it reminds me a little bit of Lightning Helix. It has the same mana cost, the same gold frame, and then like just sort of a vibe to it with the artwork and stuff. And it's like, it's not actually full on Lightning Helixing things, but like mini Lightning, what is it? Rift, whatever the one that does 2 and, that does it for 2 is like awesome. I mean, like, let's be clear here. This is a 3/2 for 2 mana. And if you cycle one card and get to pay, it has had a big impact on the game. Like, it's probably killed a creature, a blocker, something that could block it. And you're up 2 life on the exchange, and you have a very aggressive 2-drop here. This card's awesome.
Yeah, I really love Lightning Felix here. It's an aggressive creature that also plays really well in a control deck, and it's cheap enough. Imagine turn 5, playing this, cycling one of the 1-mana cyclers, of which there are many, and immediately triggering it. And you kill one of their X2s, gain 2 life, and then at worst, they kill this, and you're still up a card. Because whenever you cycle it and pay the thing, you end up drawing a card plus killing something, or at least dealing 2 damage. This is a build-around, but I don't want to give it a full build-around grade, because honestly, if you're playing red-white, you're going to play a 2-mana 3/2, and it's really hard to end up in a red-white deck that doesn't have a couple cyclers, because a lot of just good cards have cycling.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, it's better in an all-cycling deck, clearly. I think Savai Thundermane is like a B+ in just a red-white deck, and its stretch goal is like A- in the all-cycling deck.
I agree 100%. Savai Thundermane, wow, really good card with build-around potential. That you don't see that every day. Next is called Skull Prophet, and this is the last of the green-black gold cards. As you may have noted as we've gone through, this is our 3rd green-black gold card, and there will in fact be 3 of each of these color pairs that we're covering, but you may have also noted that there are color pairs, the friendly ones, that are missing. And those ones actually get 1 representative in this gold uncommon space, but they're actually hybrid cards, so those will come next. Kind of interesting. A different take where normally, like I mentioned before, we're used to just the 1 of each color pair. So, again, we're getting a lot of information about black, white, blue, red, green, black, and white, red, but blue, green. I mean, yeah. But anyway, so this is a 3rd of those. It's called Skull Prophet. It's green, black for a 3/1 human druid. It taps to add either green or black mana, and you can tap it to put the top 2 cards of your library in your graveyard. Whew. Boy, that has a lot going on.
Skull Prophet's awesome.
Why is it a 3/1?
Yeah, that part's weird. I actually don't think it's fantastic design, because making your mana dork that also has a good tap ability into a brawler provides, I don't think, like the best tension. It's kind of like
it's not as extreme,
weird. But Lotus Guardian is a 7-mana 4/4 flyer that taps to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool.
Yeah, that is a little extreme, but it is true though. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess, I guess the designer could say, would you rather have it been a 1/1? Like, what do you want? You don't want it. It's like, of course we want the 3 power, but like, it does feel strange, like to have to make those decisions.
This card is really profitable though. If you're playing green black, it's an auto include. It's a card that can trade up nicely. It can ramp you. And then also just milling yourself, self-mill, is consistently good. I think that people have probably come around to a little more thanks to Theros. There's a lot of cards that do that. And Skull Prophet, offers you a little bit of late game action. If you've got your Boneyard Lurkers or what have you that you're looking to fuel up, Skull Prophet does a great job of that.
This card seems very pushed to me.
Yeah, Skull Prophet's a B. I don't think it's a card that I would be unhappy to take 2nd or 3rd pick.
So Skull Prophet gets a B. Next is Sprite Dragon. This is blue-red for a 1/1 flying haste. It's a fairy dragon. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on this thing. And, the 2 things to note, because we do see these type of effects somewhat often, are that this is the best of both of those clauses. It's non-creature, where sometimes it's instant or sorcery. This one's wider than that. You can cast an artifact and trigger it or whatever. And it is a counter, not a +1/+1 until end of turn. So Sprite Dragon has to be one of the scarier cards to see on turn 2. It's like, okay, that's not good for me. But the next turn it's a 2/2 and maybe even a 3/3 the next turn, or maybe they cast 2 things in a turn and you're getting whacked in the air. And it hits hard. It's flying and haste. It gets in there. So that's powerful.
I would say the average blue-red deck is going to be happy to include this. So again, this is kind of like the Savai Thundermane. I don't quite think it's just a straight-up build-around because the condition it's asking you is not very difficult in this color pair. Mm-hmm. The haste isn't super relevant. I actually think that's more for constructed, where it can like pick off one loyalty planeswalkers, like Teferis or whatever. Mm-hmm. But in limited, yeah, the haste maybe does 1 or 2 extra damage later in the game. But still, a 2-mana 1/1 flyer that's going to grow every turn or every other turn is quite strong. I would give Sprite Dragon a B-. I think it's a solid card.
Yeah, I like B- for Sprite Dragon. I don't think you have to. I think if you get 1 counter on it, you're happy. Anything after that is fantastic. Next is Trumpeting Gnar. This is 1 green-blue for a 3/3 beast. And it's got Mutate for 3 blue-blue, 3 green-green, or 3 green-blue. And whenever this creature mutates, create a, 3/3 green beast creature token. I hadn't seen that card yet. Okay.
Yeah, Trumpeting Gnar is really strong. Wow. It's kind of like a Necropanther, but much better, because instead of asking that you have a specific card in your graveyard and it's going to be smaller than a 3/3, just gives you a 3/3 straight up.
Just says, here you go. Wow.
So I think that Trumpeting Gnar is... I was going to say, it's one of the cards you're more likely to want to cast on turn 3 and attempt to hit a mutate on turn 4.
Right, because now you have an insanely good board. The downside to it is it's already beefy on its own. So if you mutate, it might still just be the 3/3.
Yeah, you might losing a little toughness value. Yeah. But also, I mean, this is part of the reason these mutate cards are really strong is kind of like the Regal Leosaur. If your opponent has this in play, just hard cast as a 3/3, you kind of feel obliged to either use removal on it or keep up removal, because if they land a mutate onto this, it's just such a beating for you.
Yeah, I agree. And again, I kind of go back to that, to the bar that we're setting, like on Boneyard Lurker, which is how threatening is the possibility of this being mutated upon? How much pressure does it put on the game for the opponent to react to it? And anything that I would consider that's worth a card is absolutely putting sufficient pressure on the game to be a very good card and one I always want. And this one 100% meets that bar. So yeah, I like B+ for Trumpeting Gnar. I just feel like if you have enough mutate, this is an 100% must kill. Like literally you could get 3/3/3/3/3 in 3 following turns and just build out a board while also having this huge mutate card. So
yeah, I agree with B+ on Trumpeting Gnar.
What about Zenith Flare?
I like this one. This is 2 red-white for an instant at uncommon. It deals X damage to any target, and you gain X life, where X is the number of cards with cycling in your graveyard.
So we got a true build around here.
This is a build around, because this, if you cast this, it can do 0 damage. Not a good idea. I'd avoid doing that. But if you have done a little bit of work, this can easily do 4 or 6, even more damage. It's not hard to put together a red-white or even Jeskai cycling deck that has like upwards of 12 cyclers. And Zenith Flare, I think, is one of the solid payoffs for that. It's not as good as Savai Thundermane in terms of payoffs, but it is pretty good. This can take out a big creature, and it's any target. You can end the game. Like, imagine you have 2 of these, and you just build this controller cycling deck. You're just sitting around cycling, and then you just go Zenith Flare for 7, Zenith Flare for 7, and that's it.
Yeah, and those are the types of scenarios that can pop up, especially if you can get blue into the mix, right? Where you're getting through a lot of cards and cycling a bunch of stuff. What grade do you want to give Zenith Flare? Build around B+? I mean, this card is very strong.
I would say it's a build around B- because it really takes the 3rd cycling card to really make it good. If I'm casting this and dealing 3, I feel like I got a solid deal. Like okay. you would put 4 mana, deal 3, gain 3 at instant speed into all your decks.
Yes.
That's just a good card.
Yes.
If you cast it and deal 2 or 1, it's just not very good. And once you get to like 4 or 5 damage is when you really start to feel the payoff.
Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. I like B- for Zenith Flare. So that's it for the true gold cards. The next ones are the hybrid gold cards. So these ones.
Well, before we get to those, just a quick rundown on what these indicate the theme is. So green black is the kind of the usual like graveyard stuff, getting stuff back, putting stuff into your graveyard. Red white is go wide aggro and cycling. It's kind of got both those themes going on. Black white has black white humans and black white kind of graveyard stuff as mechanics. And then blue red is just obviously spells. Yep. And blue green is just cards that are above rate. That's been blue green's theme for the last 2 years. So.
Yeah, it has, and there does seem to be a mutate. It seems to be mutate centric for blue green as well. Yeah. You know, the parcel
Simic
beast
obviously
and
just is the perfect mutate.
Yeah,
deal, right?
It makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so that's going to bring us to one hybrid card each from our other 5 color pairs. So the first one is green white. It's called Alert Heat Bonder. And it is 1 and 2 Celestia hybrid. So either green, white, or white, green. It's a 2/4 human scout with vigilance. And at the beginning of your end step, you gain 1 life for each creature you control with vigilance. Wow. That's extremely compact, powerful card. A 2/4 for 3 mana that's easier to cast, right, than a card that was any other combination of these colors. And you gain 1 life automatically at the beginning of your end step from it. And it also just gets vigilance thrown in, which isn't a huge bonus, but it's fine. You'll certainly take it.
Yeah, Alert Heat Bonder and actually all 5 cards in the cycle are keyword kind of mini lords where they give you a bonus for having the keyword that these 2 colors share. And green and white share vigilance, which by itself is, I think, the weakest of the keywords. But it is okay. And of course, this card just gets there on rate alone. This doesn't give you the biggest payoff in the world, to be honest. Like having an Alert Heat Bonder, which is a card I'll always play in my deck, doesn't really make me care about putting a bunch more creatures or ways to grant vigilance. Because
that's not the point. Just think of it as gain a life a turn. Yeah, and gain a life a turn when it's tacked onto a good body is fine. Like you said, this card is really about rate. It's about what are you getting for your mana, and you're getting enough. You're getting enough to be happy with this. So, I would probably say B- for Alert Heat Bonder.
Yeah, I was between C+ and B-. I think I think I'd actually give it a C+. I think it's fine, but there's a lot of strong cards in this set, and I don't feel like this is going to be one of your higher impact ones. Okay,
yeah, that is going to be the thing, because there are some sets where this would be good, but I'll tell you what, an aggressive deck literally never wants to see this card on the other side of the battlefield. That's true. Cunning Night Bonder is next. This is 2 Dimir hybrids, so you can play blue, black, or blue-black. It's a 2/2 human rogue with flash. And it says spells with flash you cast cost 1 less to cast and can't be countered. I'm really think I care about this. Why? Like, are there a ton of flash cards?
For constructed.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I'm like, do I care about this at all? Look, and I think the answer is not really.
So in a straight Dimir deck, this card's fantastic because it's not difficult to cast. And like Alert Heat Bonder, I'd be happy with in like green blue, for example. Cunning Night Bonder less so, because it's really important you get this early, especially if you've got cards with flash to get paid off. And there's a lot of cards with flash. I think one of the better ones is the 6 mana 5/2 black creature that gives -2/2, the like Blight Leech or whatever. And Cunning Night Bonder combines really nicely with that. Outside of actual Dimir, though, which you're not going to be in as often because allied color pairs aren't quite as supported as enemy color pairs, I think that Cunning Night Bonder is not that good. I would say in general, this card's a C. Making your spells uncounterable doesn't usually matter too much, and making your spells cheaper is nice, but it only really works if you play this early, and the casting cost is such that outside of Dimir, you're not going to get to play it early quite as easily, right? Because if you're playing green-blue, you have to have 2 islands to play on turn 2, which is not something you really want to rely on.
Right. So, yeah, I'm going to do a quick search here and see how many cards have flash. Is it creatures only that it grants spells?
No, it's just spells with flash, but it really has to be enchantments because they don't make sorcerers with flash. Those are just called instants.
Yes, that is true. So creatures and enchantments and artifacts, actually, there's one. Wow, there's actually a lot. According to this, there's 16? There are 16 cards with flash in this set, although Cunning Night Bonder is one of them. So there's 15 others. Okay. Okay, well, actually, I should narrow down that list a little. 3 of them don't require any colorless mana, so you'll only get the can't be countered part, which is like marginal. At any rate, That is a lot of flash cards, way more than I would expect from a normal set. But even then, I'm still just not that excited about Cunning Nightbonder outside of just being a 2/2 for 2 with flash.
Yeah, I would give Cunning Nightbonder a C, but if you're in Dimir, this card could easily bump to like C+, you know?
Yep. Next is White Blue, so that's Azorius, and you may guess the keyword here. It is in fact flying. It's called Jubilant Skybonder. It is 1 blue, 1 white, or 1 white blue for a 2/2 flyer. It's a human wizard. Creatures you control with flying have spells your opponents cast that target this creature cost 2 more to cast. That's pretty good.
It's a pretty strong and annoying ability.
It's annoying, yeah.
I mean, imagine you followed up a 2-drop flyer with this on turn 3. If your opponent has removal spells, they might be locked out of killing them, and flying decks typically win races because even if they've got creatures to play, you're usually going to be ahead on the race because you kind of dictate the pace when all your creatures are unblockable. Yeah, I think this card's solid. It's not, I think, spectacular, but it will come in handy. This is, unfortunately, none of these cards can be mutated onto because they're humans. Because otherwise, Jubilant Skybonder would actually make a pretty good mutate target.
Oh, sure, but they're all humans on the whole cycle.
Yeah.
So what do we like here? B-, C+? I'd probably say C+.
Yeah, I would give Jubilant Skybonder a C+.
Yeah, that ability's, like you said, annoying, but not ultimately extremely powerful. Proud Wildbonder is the green-red version, and it costs 2 and 2 Gruul hybrid, so 2 GG, 2 RR, 2 RG. It is a 4/3 with trample, and creatures and it is, again, a human warrior. Creatures you control with trample you may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. So it has super trample?
End a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent, it has a bunch of blockers in play. They think they've stabilized. You play this attack with like 7 power worth of tramplers, and they just die.
Yeah.
Note that if you choose that, it's not going to kill whatever it's fighting against. So if you attack with a 5/5 into a 2/2, you might want to just let damage happen normally, deal 2 to their creature, kill it, and then deal 3 to them. But, if you attack with a 5/5 and they're at 5, you just want to just skip the creatures and go straight at the face.
Right.
I like this a lot more than the last couple. Part of it is, as we talked about, Cunning Nightbinder and Jubilant Skybonder lose a lot when you're not in exactly Dimir or Azorius because of the casting cost. Mm-hmm. But Proud Wildbonder, it costs 4, but still only has 2 colored symbols, so it's easier to stomach this in a 2-color deck that's not red-green, and its ability, I think, is even more relevant the later the game goes. So I would give Proud Wildbonder a B-.
Okay, yeah, B- for Proud Wildbonder. Last one is Sonorous Howlbonder. This one is the red-black version. So it's 1 red-red, 1 black-black, or 1 black-red for a 2/2 human warrior. It's got Menace. It says each creature you control with Menace can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. So you like Super Trample? Well, here's Super Menace.
Yeah. This card's fine. It's a 3-mana 2/2 kind of unblockable. It's really hard to block this card, which this needs a little help, right? Mm-hmm. It's funny how the range of these things where Alert Heatbonder is completely fine to cast, but doesn't make you care too much about more vigilance. This is not a card I love by itself, but can be pretty strong in the Menace supported deck. So I would give Sonorous Howlbonder a C, but it kind of moves up to C+, even B- if you've got a lot of Menace creatures.
Okay, yeah, I like C+ range for the Howlbonder. Okay, so that's it for those gold cards. Like I said, we didn't really get quite as much information about the hybrid ones. Those were more narrow. They were playing on a shtick about the shared combat ability or whatever. So we'll have to kind of figure those out as we go. But we certainly got a lot of information about the other half of the pie. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to hit the 3 colorless cards in the set before moving on to white, and then we'll go through the colors as normal. So the first colorless card is called Adaptive Shimmerer. It is 5 mana for a common. It's an insect with flash. It's a 0/0, but it enters a battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters on it.
You see the joke here. At end of their turn, you flash in the Shimmer, and then you mutate onto it. And because its base power and toughness is 0/0, and it has 3 +1/+1 counters, it just gives your mutate creature +3/+3.
Oh, that is awesome.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, the card's not great, though. It's just too expensive. I think in a flash deck where you've got ways to make it cheaper or care about the fact that it has flash, sure, it's fine. If you need more mutate targets, I guess it's okay. But I would give Adaptive Shimmer a C-.
Yeah, C-. The fact that it's colorless means, it'll show up in decks, and flash is still a thing. There's times when you can flash it in and eat it too, or whatever. Next card is Farfinder. This is 3 mana for a creature fox. It's a 1/1 at common. It's got vigilance, so this is weird. When Farfinder enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle your library. Okay, that's excellent.
It's an A. Farfinder's an A.
Yeah, maybe not an A, but that is
it's not quite an A, but the Skittering Surveyor was one of the top 3 commons or so in Dominaria.
Yep.
Pilgrim's Eye was fantastic in World Break the first time it showed up. This card is those things, plus even has the vigilance keyword, which some cards do care about.
They do. And also, when you're talking about targets for mutate, they all share the abilities of all the cards. So your random mutate thing now has vigilance. It's just tacked on, right? That's the reason that's there. Vigilance on a 1/1 doesn't really serve any purpose. But when you mutate and it becomes a 4/4, it has vigilance as well. So, I just can't imagine a deck that doesn't want Farfinder.
Oh, this is also a 3-color base set, which makes this even more valuable than something like Dominaria.
B?
I think Farfinder is a B to B+.
B+ maybe?
Okay. It sounds ridiculous, but part of the reason, though, is when you first pick this, the world's your oyster. You can go in any direction, and it's going to be good. When you first pick a card that costs 2 black, you just don't play it I think if you're drafting well, you don't play it like 20% of the time, maybe more.
Yep.
Farfinder, you always play.
Yes.
So I'm going to give Farfinder a B+. I think this card's great. I think it's just going to be one of the most prized early picks.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, if you're questioning that, if you're going, but that's not like such a great card, it will be picked at a B+ level in draft, and it will be played at a B+ level in sealed. So that's what you need to know. Next is Mysterious Egg. It is 1 mana for a 0/2 creature. It's an egg at common. Whenever this creature mutates, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. So this is a nudge, right? This is them saying, hey, why don't you try building some big mutate creature?
All of these colorless cards are good for mutating.
Exactly. So the question is then, how important? Look, the +1/+1 counter is probably mildly powerful, but not worth the card, even if you get a couple of them. The question I have is, am I going to want a 1-drop creature that is relevant for mutate? Like, are the best draws I can have Mysterious Egg go, then 2, mutate it, next one, mutate it. And all of a sudden the thing's like a 4/4 and I've gotten a couple of cards worth of value off of it and I'm smashing my opponent and I can kind of, get those hits in before they can get their removal spell under them. If that's what I want, great. I'm in for Mysterious Egg. If it turns out that you're already taking significant risk by mutating, I don't want to increase that risk by putting otherwise useless cards like Mysterious Egg in my deck. That's the question that I need to know before I can know how good this card is.
Well, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. So you might just need to be in for this. Like, look, I would much rather mutate onto my Farfinders for sure, but or tokens you get. But if you're going to spend a card on mutate, this is a good one to spend it on. It only costs 1 mana and you get a +1/+1 counter, maybe multiples, because remember it keeps this ability. So I think Mysterious Egg is at like kind of base level, like a D+. But I think once you have a bunch of mutate cards, this can move up to just a solid playable, a C.
Okay.
It's also, I'm just going to want to quit my draft if I draw this card on turn 10,
Right. And also I think it'll be a frustrating card to see on turn 1 because if somebody has gone all in on mutate, you're going to feel it.
For sure.
But I like it as a build around, C+ level type card.
That sounds about right.
Okay. Next is Blade Banish. Oh, sorry. We're moving to white now. So these are the white cards. Blade Banish, 3 and a white, instant. It's common. Exile target creature with power 4 or greater.
This effect is generally solid. Triumphant Surge in Theros, I think, landed around a C-level card that I cut about half the time, but didn't feel bad when I played. I would say Blade Banish is going to be a step above that for 2 reasons. One, it exiles, which is pretty strong. The other is there's just a lot more 4-power creatures in play thanks to mutate. There's people stacking things up and getting counters and whatnot. So I'm gonna say Blade Banish probably ends up at C+ here.
Okay, C+ for Blade Banish. Classic sort of clunky conditional removal, but when it has its home, you need it. Next is called Checkpoint Officer. It is 1 and a white for a 1/2 human soldier at common, and you can pay 1 and a white and tap it to tap a target creature. Solid tapper. I mean, this is about what we pay these days, right? There's been times when it was free. There's been times when it was white mana. Now it's 1 and a white usually.
I like tappers in general, and they scale especially well into the late game. I would say the first Checkpoint Officer is worth a lot, and the second's worth a lot. I'd say the third one's worth a decent amount less because Checkpoint Officer is pretty expensive to use as these things go. But it really does lock down these big mutate creatures. I would say Checkpoint Officer is a B-, but you have to just be aware of the diminishing returns. Once I have 2, I'm going to bump it to like a C, where sure, I'll take it, but I would probably take a lot of the other cards over it.
Is that a fight that you win? If your opponent's mutating a bunch of things onto one card, but you're using a Checkpoint Officer to keep it in check? Like, because they're getting value, right? It's not like when they put an aura and then another aura and then another aura, and you're like, screw you, I've got a Checkpoint Officer, you can't do anything, right? They're getting things each time they do it.
Yeah, it will depend on what the game looks like. So here, in an ideal world, what you do with Checkpoint Officer is do not activate it the first 5-6 turns. Like, you really don't want to start activating this until turn 7 or 8, because at that point you're activating it and making progress on your board every turn. At that point in the game, it's really valuable though, because it's going to lock down their best creature. And then when they play a new best creature, it starts locking that one instead. And if you're aggressive, which hopefully you are, these play better in aggressive decks. You go end of turn, tap your 5/5, untap, tap your 4/4, make a big attack. You take a bunch of damage. Now on their turn, they can't attack you back because they'll die to your next strike. So they just pass. And then on your next turn, maybe you just wait and do that thing again where every other turn you're getting some good attacks in because you're getting double taps.
Definitely. Yeah. The one thing I'll note as well about the big mutate creatures is that, you're not preventing the mutate triggers with this, but you are, saying, okay, well, you've got this mutate creature that ended up being a 5/4 with trample and some other ability and all this other stuff. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to tap it. So I like where you're at with Checkpoint Officer. I would go B- on it. I just think that these type of cards are so useful. And that's a cost you can pay. Next is Coordinated Charge. It's 4 and a white for an instant. It's common. It says creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn, but it also has cycling for 2.
Yeah. So here's a good time to talk about cycling, where it's again an ability. It's funny. It's one of those abilities that's not too flashy, but the really experienced players are always just so excited about it. Frequently you'll see Bennett say it's the best mechanic of all time. And the reason is, when a card is dead, it's really costly. Cycling cards are never dead. So the best cycling cards tend to be cycling on situational cards. And I actually kind of count lands there, because when you need lands, they're the best thing in the world. When you keep a 2-lander, there's nothing you'd rather have than draw the 3rd land. Once you have 7 or 8 lands in play, every land is basically blank. Most decks just do not need, lands even past 6 all that much. So cycling on lands is really powerful. And Coordinated Charge is kind of similar, because when you want the effect of giving all your creatures +2/+1, you don't care if it costs 3, 4, 5 mana all that much, because this tends to be in the later game, and they tend to die pretty quickly when you cast this. So giving this cycling is huge, because when it's good, you cast it, and when it's bad, you cycle it. And situational cards tend to be really good when their situation comes up. So without cycling, like Inspired Charge, right, we've seen in many sets, this effect for 4 mana tends to get like a D+, maybe a C- in a token heavy deck. I think Coordinated Charge is just a straight up C, and in a go wide deck might even be a C+.
Yeah, I think so too. And I just want it noted that I don't like it when they put cycling on conditional cards. Feels like cheating.
I know. Well, what about lands?
Yeah, I like it on lands. I do like it on lands. Yeah.
What about 7 mana 6/6s?
I like it there too.
So you just don't like it on the Coordinated Charges and plummets and stuff like that.
Yep. I just think it takes away the risk. It's supposed to be a risk reward thing, and it takes that element out.
So I would settle on C for Coordinated Charge, but It has room to grow.
Yep. Day Squad Marshal. Hey, it's a Marshal. Is next. It's 3 and a white for a 3/3 human soldier at common. When it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 human soldier creature token. So 4 mana for 4 power and 4 toughness over 2 bodies, a 3/3 and a 1/1, both of them humans. Very solid.
Yeah, my main problem with Marshall is that it's like overcosted and not that reliable. Like you're not really that excited to see it. Like
Come
there's just
on.
this card's fine. I erroneously in my written review were like, wow, this is it makes a great mutate target. And in fact can't mutate into humans. Don't be me.
Right.
I think that this is going to be really good in any go wide deck. I think it's going to be playable if you need to, because it's 4 mana for 4/4 worth of stats. Also, a 3/3 and a 1/1 is generally better than a 4/4 because more resilient to removal, gives you sacrifice outlets, all that stuff. So I think Day Squad Marshall is going to get probably a C, and I would bump it to a C plus if you're a deck that A cares about humans, B cares about go wide, or C cares about sacrifice fodder.
Yeah, I agree. And we've already seen 2 different cards that grants your team +2/+1. So clearly that's a theme, in red white specifically. So C for Day Squad Marshall. Next is Divine Arrow. This is 1 and a white for an instant. It's common. It says it does 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature.
Yeah, Gideon's Reproach, Divine Arrow. This is a reprint. Like, it's a fine card. In most sets, it would be better than the Blade Banish slot. But in this set, I'm actually thinking that this is going to be a C and Blade Banish is going to be a C plus. I could be wrong about that. They're pretty close. But I'm just worried about having Divine Arrow in hand, and they just have their 6/6. And that part seems a little rough. So I would give Divine Arrow a C, but I'm low confidence that this is one of the cards especially that you kind of need to play the games with to really get a good sense.
Yeah, give it a C also. There's the chance that they pre-combat like mutate their creature that you were planning to kill with Divine Arrow, but now it has 5 toughness, and you're like, oh man. Because it does have to be attacking or blocking, so pretty conditional.
Oh, also, I mean, you brought up a good point there too. If they have like a Trumpeting Gnar or whatever, the blue-green one going, where they're making 3/3s, they might just not attack, and then Divine Arrow does nothing. Whereas as Blade Banish can snipe creatures even if they're not in combat, whereas Divine Arrow, just don't put your checkpoint officer in harm's way, and it will never impact it.
Yeah, you play aroundable. So yeah, C, maybe even a C minus for Divine Arrow. Next is Dranith Healer. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human cleric at common. Whenever you cycle another card, you gain 1 life, and you can cycle it for 1. What do you think of these cards that have cycling for 1 generic mana?
Oh, I really like them. To give you a sense of things, cards that have cycling 1 are almost free to include because it's really easy to find a turn where you have a spare mana, whether that's on turn 1 or turn 3 or whatever turn. It's really easy to cycle for 1 mana. So if I'm playing a white deck, it's going to be kind of hard for me not to include Dranith Healer in my deck. And, it's just such a free roll. Cycling 2 cards, like, for example, Coordinated Charge, I'm not putting Coordinated Charge in my deck unless I feel like I have a good chance of wanting the ability or have a ton of cycling payoffs. But that's a slightly different thing.
Yeah.
Because cycling 2 is real. Like, you have to spend a legit turn. Like, turn 2 is a lot harder of a turn than turn 1. It's also harder to find 2 mana laying around than 1 mana.
Yeah, and people tend to underestimate that.
Yeah, and then there's some Cycling 3 cards in the set, and Cycling 3 is quite a bit more where I would only play those if I was pretty sure I just wanted that card, and then the Cycling 3 is every now and then I would cycle it. So, but going back to Dranith Healer, the split card of 2 mana 2/2 or 1 mana cash this in for another card with even a relevant line of text in the cycling deck, I think Dranith Healer is like a B minus. It seems crazy, but this card's really strong.
Wow, I was going to say C plus, but yeah, we'll see. Wow, you laid out a very convincing case. So we'll keep an eye on Dranith Healer.
This is going to sit on aggro decks a little bit because control decks get to free roll 2 drops. And if this is in play, you might gain 4 life over the course of the game.
Did you say sit on them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I think that's what I meant. I said sit. Like this makes it harder for aggro decks to look. You're the one who's just mono profanity off air, not me. I literally never uttered a swear word in my life. Anyways, let's move on. Fight as 1 is 1 white for an instant at uncommon. Choose 1 or both. Target human creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Or target non-human creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains indestructible. So the joke here is that if you have a human and a non-human, a couple of cards are like this in the set, you get double bonuses. You get a total of +2/+2 and indestructible twice. Also, for 1 mana, you can just save any of your creatures because all creatures fit into one of these 2 categories. If you have a creature in play, you will be able to cast this.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 mana for a trick that said 1 white, give a creature a +1/+1 indestructible this turn. That's a trick I would tend to play in my aggressive decks or creature heavy decks, because indestructible is kind of like the final word, where it can counter any non-exile or like pacifism based removal spell. And imagine you're in a fight. Your 4/4 is balling with their 5/5. You cast this, and then they cast their own +2/+2. Well, you don't lose that because your creature's indestructible, so you at least don't lose your creature. Whereas other tricks sometimes really get owned by going over the top.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, Fight as One seems like a powerful combat trick. It's efficient. Is it a C? Is it a little better than that?
I would say Fight as One is going to end up being a C+ in decks that can reliably use both.
Yeah.
And closer to a C in decks that can only use one.
Flourishing Fox is our next card. It's white mana for a 1/1 creature fox at uncommon. It has cycling for 1, and whenever you cycle another card, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Ooh.
Oh, I love Flourishing Fox. Again, all the 1 mana cycling stuff, is the same as all these cards, where it's just really good to have 1 mana cyclers. But this really pays you off. Imagine turn 1 Flourishing Fox, and you cycle for 2 turns. You have a 3/3.
That's insane. Because remember, the cycling it's just tempo that you're losing. It's not cards. So it's, wow. That is very impressive for a 1 mana card. You especially if you can build around it. You get 1 counter on it and you're fine, but my goodness sakes, like you said, it becomes a 3/3 or a 4/4. Like, that's constructed playable too, I bet, right? If there's like a full cycling deck.
I suspect Flourishing Fox will sneak its way into some constructed decks. I would give Flourishing Fox a B, but this couldn't end up being literally like an A- in the really dedicated cycling deck.
Yeah, I like B for Flourishing Fox, mainly because if at any point you draw it and it's not going to be good, 1 mana to cycle.
Also, imagine if you attack with a 3/3 Flourishing Fox. Are they going to really block with a 3/3?
No way.
They just can't,
no
right?
way. No way.
I believe Threat of Activation, is that the
yes,
is that the term?
That is no, it's very real with Flourishing Fox. Next is Garrison Cat. This is white for a 1/1 cat. It's common, and when it dies, you get a 1/1 white human soldier creature token.
I don't like Garrison Cat all that much. It is nice that it gives you a cat on the front side and a human on the back side, so it helps both mutate and human decks and the human plus non-human deck, all that stuff. It's good with sacrifice. But this is the kind of card where you need to be using those things in order to want the card. When we looked at a Day Squad Marshal, we said this card's good, and if you're using them, it's better. Garrison Cat's like a level below that, where this card's not good, but if you're using it, it can be good. So I would tend to give cards like this like a C-, but if you have 3 or 4 ways to make use of the fact that it's 2 bodies in 1 card, then it can move up to a playable, a C.
Yeah, C- for Garrison Cat. Next is Helica Glider or Helica Glider. This
is a Helica Glider.
It's a 2 and a white for a 2/2 Nightmare Squirrel. That happened. It is a common. It says the glider enters a battlefield with your choice of a flying counter or a first strike counter on it.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
It's impossible to say. The rules text is not there.
Yeah.
It means that this is a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana most of the time.
Unless you're getting attacked by, small creatures, in which case you'll often make it a first striker.
That's true.
And note, this is not a human, so giving this flying, then mutating onto it is pretty strong.
Yeah.
I think Helica Glider is good. You need kind of a reason not to play it more than anything else, because if you're missing good cards to play on 3, this card is very good.
Yeah.
3 mana 2/2 flyer is great for aggressive decks. Like we said, it's good with mutate, and 3 mana 2/2 first strike is a useful thing to have in a pinch. So I would give Helica Glider a C.
Yeah, C for Helica Glider. Next is Huntmaster Liger. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 cat at uncommon. It says it has mutate for 2 and a white, and it says whenever this creature mutates, other creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the number of times this creature has mutated. Boy, that's a new thing. You have to keep track?
Yep, and there's a couple of creatures in the set that really tick up as you mutate more and more. But the good thing is it's not that hard to keep track, because you just see how many cards are on the creature. That will tell you. This is a fine card. I mean, a 4 mana 3/4 is not that impressive, and the first time you mutate this is not that impressive either, because +1/+1 to your other creatures isn't fantastic. The second time is pretty good, though. So what you're going to want to do with Huntmaster Liger, I think, is try to make this the second mutate a lot more often. So you imagine, you play your dorky creature, you mutate something with like a minor ability onto it. It's especially good where they don't try to kill it, right? And then you mutate Huntmaster Liger onto it and like kind of swing for the fences.
Okay, because when it says this creature, it's just whatever mutate creature is.
Yeah, whatever the stack is. So
I see.
You really do want to be aggressive and have other mutate cards to make Huntmaster Liger good, which is asking multiple things of you. But when you do, the payoff is there. So I think this is like a C, but again, if you can do the things it's asking you to do, it will play closer to a C plus, maybe even B minus in a really dedicated deck.
Yeah, I think it would be a B minus if you could do enough mutating, because I mean, giving +3/+3 is pretty devastating, and coming back for more the next turn.
It's funny though that the go wide aspect is kind of in conflict with just putting mutates on the same creature.
Yeah, that's a good point. Next card is Imposing Vantasaur. This is 5 and a white for a 3/6 Vigilance Dinosaur at common, and it's got Cycling 1.
Love this card.
Yeah, love it.
C to C plus, like it's a C in a normal deck, and it's a C plus if you have really anything that cares about cycling.
Yeah, so C plus on average probably for Imposing Vantasaur. Nothing to hate there. Next is Keensight Mentor. This is 2 and a white for a 1/4 human cleric at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, put a vigilance counter on target non-human creature you control, and you can pay 1 and a white, tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with vigilance. Little sub-theme going on here with the vigilance. This is the second card that really cared about it.
Yeah, there's a cycle of mentors. We're going to see one in each color for, again, the keyword that color cares about, or one of the keywords at least. So Keensight Mentor is funny because Vigilance is the worst of all the abilities in the cycle, but it's also the most common so it's not that hard to end up with a bunch of random Vigilance creatures in your deck. And this gives you a pretty significant payoff for them. If you're getting one counter off the activated ability, it's not that bad. And if you're getting 2 or 3, it's insane. You're just getting so many stats over and over again. Also, this lets you choose what gets vigilance. So if you have creatures in your deck that really could benefit from +1/+1 counters, yeah, you can go ahead and pop them on. So I think Keensight Mentor is probably a B minus. I think this is just a pretty powerful ability. When you play this card, they're going to want to kill it, in which case you traded this for removal and ended up with vigilance on something. That's not a bad exchange.
Not that bad at all. Couple of things to note. One, it's a human itself, so you can't put the counter on itself, and make sure you have enough targets, because it does have to be a non-human creature. If you're black-white humans deck or whatever, it's like mutate. You do have to put the vigilance counter onto something that is not a human. Right. So not bad. B minus potential there for Keensight Mentor. Next is Light of Hope. It is white for an instant. It is common. It says choose one. You gain 4 life. Destroy target enchantment, or put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
Look, I appreciate what they're doing here with the 3 different modes to make this more flexible, but these all are just not that powerful. Yeah. I think Light of Hope is a D. I could see bringing it in if they have enchantments you want to kill. That's totally fine. But this isn't a card. It's still, despite its flexibility, it's still not powerful enough any of the modes to put in your main deck.
Yeah, I agree. And don't bring it in against aggro decks thinking, well, I'm going to gain 4 life. That is not how you're going to win. So D for Light of Hope. Next is Majestic Auricorn. This is 4 and a white for a 4/4 unicorn at uncommon. It's got Mutate for 3 and a white, and it says it has Vigilance. So there's another one. Whenever this creature mutates, you gain 4 life. That is a lot of life.
It is not bad, and 5 mana for a 4/4 Vigilance is not the worst deal in the world. This is, of course, exceptionally better against aggro decks than anything else. But this is going to give you a lot of cushion when you mutate. Like, this is the card you want to kick your mutating off with, and then later you mutate onto it more times, getting an extra 4 life plus triggers every time. The Majestic Auricorn looks like a C plus to me.
Yeah, C plus. Like the life gain still isn't premium, but this is a significant amount of it, and you get it, maybe a few times in a game. Next is Maned Serval. It is 1 and a white for a 1/4 creature cat. It's common, and it has Vigilance.
If you're the Vigilance deck, you'd always play this because it's a cheap way to get a pretty beefy Vigilance creature into play. If you don't have any Vigilance payoffs, I would play this in my control deck that if I needed 2 drops, but here's where you just kill to have Drannith Healer instead. And outside of that, the card's pretty bad. I would give Maned Serval probably a D plus, and every now and then you are going to want it.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a plant for mutate target. Mm-hmm. Like it's a fairly safe mutate target.
And for stuff like Keensight Mentor, right?
Yeah, and it has and it has Vigilance, so all your creature gets that. Next is Pacifism, the classic. 1 and a white, enchantment, aura, common. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature can attack or block. We call these pacifism effects. This is the OG.
Yeah, it is actually nice when it's just the actual card, so we can just say that and then not have to remember the new name. This card is good against mutate in the sense that it can shut down like their 6/6 flying vigilance first striker or whatever they've assembled. But it also doesn't solve the problem of all the like mutate creatures that have good mutate triggers because yeah, sure, they're guys sitting in play, but every time they mutate onto it, maybe they're not getting to attack. But if they're getting a 3/3 every single time, like they might find that worth it, and it just keeps stacking up, and maybe eventually they kill or bounce pacifism and hit you. But that's all a lot to say that pacifism is still just premier removal. I would give it a B.
Yeah, it's a B. Pacifism's like the early front runner for best white common. Yeah. Patagia Tiger is 4 and a white for a 3/4 flying cat. So cats can fly here. It's common. When it enters the battlefield, target human you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Jeez.
This is a pretty good payoff to being a human deck because a 5-mana 3/4 flyer, this was always a card we kind of begrudgingly played, but it did the thing you needed it to do. Giving one of your humans +2/+2 and flying till end of turn is like dealing an extra 4 or 5 damage. It's pretty nice.
It really is. Also, it is a non-human that you can mutate onto that has flying.
Yeah.
So if you can get some stats going on the thing, you can really whack them.
I think the Tiger gets a C-, but in the human deck, I probably will always want like one of these in my deck.
Yeah, it's a solid 5-drop. C- for Patagia Tiger. Next is Perimeter Sergeant. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human soldier at common. Whenever
1 second on the Patagia Tiger, just reading it again. It doesn't give the human flying. I for some reason thought it gave it flying as well.
Oh, okay.
But yes, it doesn't change the grade. Just wanted to note it.
Yeah, I figured you just meant that the opponent wouldn't have a good block anymore because +2/+2 is like a fairly
that is
so
certainly true.
Had a 3
in my head,
creature.
I thought it had flying or it gave flying, but it did not.
Okay. Next is Perimeter Sergeant, 2 and a white, 3/2 human soldier at common. Whenever it attacks other humans you control, get +1/+0 until end of turn. Pretty straightforward card here, right? It cares about humans. It cares about being in a deck with humans, and it's aggressive.
Yeah, it's not that special. No. Giving your other humans +1/+0 is just not that impressive of an effect.
No, especially considering that you will often lose your Perimeter Sergeant that turn, as it does only have 2 toughness.
Yeah. I would give Perimeter Sergeant a D. You'll play this if you need humans, basically.
D for Perimeter Sergeant. Next is Sanctuary Lockdown. This is 2 and a white for an enchantment at uncommon. Humans you control get +1/+1, and you can pay 2 and tap 2 untapped humans you control to tap target creature an opponent controls.
So the bulk of the card is in the first line of text, giving all your humans +1/+1, and that's a solid effect if you've got like 10 or more humans, especially human token cards, where you end up going kind of wide. It's pretty strong. The secondary effect's not that powerful, but imagine this situation. You have Sanctuary Lockdown out and you have 4 humans in play. And you do the tapper trick where on their turn, you tap down 2 of their creatures, and then on your turn, you just get to attack with everything. So you get to like take a turn off and use Sanctuary Lockdown to remove 2, maybe even 3 blockers. That's a pretty strong secondary effect to have on a card that already kind of rewards you for going long. Yeah.
So the issue here is that it's a build around. Like you have to have critical mass of humans in your deck, or Sanctuary Lockdown's just not a thing. Yes. At all. So
straight up build around. This is one of the more build arounds where if you have no humans, this card does nothing.
Very committal. So build around B or C or whatever for Sanctuary Lockdown, but it is very much a build around. Next is Savai Sabertooth. It's 1 and a white for a 3/1 cat. It's common.
Yeah,
there it is.
This is kind of the equivalent of the 1/4 for 2 for aggressive decks, where if you're beating down, you want this more. The funny thing about it is 3/1s are also pretty good in control decks because they can trade up for like a 3-mana 3/3 or what have you. So I still don't really like the card, but it is certainly playable. This is the kind of fail case where if you mutate onto this, you're not really getting any additional edge, and you spent a whole card on it. I'm not really like that excited about it. So I would say Savai Sabertooth gets a D.
Yeah, it looks like a D to me. A card you sometimes play. Next is Snare Tactician. This is 2 and a white for a 2/3 human soldier at common. Whenever you cycle a card, tap target creature an opponent controls.
I actually really like Snare Tactician.
That's powerful.
It's a 3-mana 2/3, which, that's a solid place to start. But tapping whenever you cycle a card with a ton of 1-mana cyclers in the set, this card seems like it's got a lot of potential to really dominate a game where you can set up turns where you're cycling 2 cards, maybe even more in the same turn. Your opponent also doesn't know how many cards you can cycle. So there's that bit of uncertainty where you're playing against someone, they're at 4 life, and they're deciding how many creatures to attack with. If they leave back 2 and you have a cycling card, maybe this is bad for them. But what if you have 2 cycling cards? They need to leave back 3, 4 blockers.
Are they dead? Yeah, exactly.
So this does require some help, right? You clearly need cyclers, but in a deck that has like more than 5 cycling cards, this card's going to be good. In a deck with more than 10, this card's going to be excellent because it plays pretty well both defensively and aggressively. So I would give Snare Tactician a C+, but I think it can move up in the rankings.
Okay, C+ for Snare Tactician. Next is Solid Footing. This is white for an enchantment aura. It's common. It has flash. It enchants a creature. The creature gets +1/+1. And as long as enchanted creature has vigilance, it assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power.
This card is not, in fact, solid. It is, in fact, very high variance. I mean, I already know I'm going to give this a build around D because it's requiring a lot of things to go right. But when it does, this card is going to deal a lot of damage. Yeah. If you put this on the 1/4 cat, you have effectively a 5/5 on turn 3, attacking on turn 3.
And they don't even know it until they're in combat.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a little better than that. Maybe it's a build around C, actually. Because if you're playing this card and you ever land it, you probably win a combat plus are left with a pretty big creature. That's not bad.
For 1 mana? Yeah. That's actually pretty good. Again, though, I think solid is not how I would describe it. What kind of grade would you give it? I
think build around C is where I'd settle on. Okay. Where if you have like more than 5 or so good vigilance cards or ways to grant vigilance to high toughness creatures, again, it's asking like multiple things, then it becomes good.
Okay. Build around C for Solid Footing. Next is Splendor Mare. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 elk unicorn. Wow, look at that guy. That's beautiful. Beautiful Elmer artwork. He's got glowing antlers now. He's really evolved. It's an uncommon. He's a 3/3 lifelinker for 3 with cycling for 1 and a white. And when you cycle him or her, put a lifelink counter on target creature you control. Wow, that is extremely strong.
Oh, Splendor Mare is, splendid. It's a 3-mana 3/3 lifelink I'd always play. And this is quite a bit more than that because you can cycle it and you even get a little bonus for cycling it. So there's really no losing out on this. It's a good thing to mutate onto. It's good to target your big mutate things with. It's just a fine card to cast and stabilize on turn 3 or 6 or 10.
Does it get to B+ for you or is it just B?
I think Splendor Mare is a B+. It's just... Right. It's flexible and all the modes are good. There's really not much more to ask, you know?
Yep. B+ for Splendor Mare. Next is Spontaneous Flight. It's 2 and a white for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Put a flying counter on it. So the flying part hangs around after the fact and the +2/+2 is temporary.
Yeah, I'm having trouble figuring out where I want this card to land because if you win a fight with it, it can be pretty good because you want to fight and are left with flying, but it's also a lot better on bigger creatures than smaller creatures because if your 2/2 beats their 3/3 and you end up with a 2/2 flying, that's not like busted or anything. Mm-hmm. And then 3-mana combat tricks are just not that good because they're expensive to leave up and then a lot easier for your opponent to play around, right? Like if you pass with Spontaneous Flight up and they kind of suss out that you have it in hand, they can just pass and not get into fights, and then maybe you've missed out on a whole 3 mana, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of mana to leave up. I really do like that it leaves the counter behind. That is a nice bonus, but this feels like the type of card that I want to play alongside green when I have a bunch of 4/4s down on the ground, and I just want to main phase it and hit you for 6 and have a 4/4 flyer left over or whatever. But even then, how many of those do I want in my deck? It's between 0 and 1. The
payoff here is really strong, and I do think you want a deck that has relatively large creatures for that to really bear fruit.
My gut is that it's a D+. I just don't have it that high, even with the extra bonus there.
Yeah, I would give Spontaneous Flight a D+ with the recognition that when it's good, it can be very good.
Yep. Next is Stormwild Caprador. This is 2 and a white for a 1/3 bird goat. It is uncommon with flying. So 1/3 flyer for 3. If non-combat damage would be dealt to Stormwild Caprador, prevent that damage. Put a +1/+1 counter on Stormwild Caprador for each 1 damage prevented this way. That second sentence doesn't seem necessary to me, as it's kind of like that's only if you can do it yourself, right? Because like if your opponent has a red removal spell, they're just simply not going to target the Stormwild Caprador. So,
well, I think that's actually what gives this a lot more potential because red has a common, right? The Rock Slide for a 3 and a red that deals damage to a creature equal to the number of lands you control. And that's the Mondo combo.
You do it to yourself? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Imagine you Rock Slide this with 7 lands out. You end up with an 8/10 flyer. And you can also, you can use Divine Arrow on it.
Okay.
So the way Stormwild Caprador is going to work is, you're right, your opponent's never going to deal non-combat damage to this unless they have a sweeper effect and have no choice. Because it turns out really badly for them. But you have a 3-mana 1/3 flyer. It's not a human. You can mutate onto it, and then you effectively have protection from damage. That's not in combat. And if you've got ways to deal damage yourself, this card gets out of control really quickly. So I kind of like the card. I actually think it's going to play out pretty strongly, especially in red-white. But even outside of that, it's got some real good potential. Plus, the floor of a 3-mana 1/3 flyer that your opponent can't target with damage stuff. Yeah, that's not the worst card in the world.
No, it's not. Do you want to give it a C? I mean, it seems very narrow to me to make this card really good.
I think I would give Stormwild Caprador a C+.
Okay.
I think in general you're going to play this card, and I think that in decks that have good ways to damage this, especially for large amounts, it can move up to a B-.
Next card, so that was for Stormwild Caprador. Next card describes how Luis and I eat dinner. It's called Swallow Whole. It is white for a sorcery and uncommon. It says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, tap an untapped creature you control. Exile target tapped creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on the creature tapped to pay this spell's additional cost.
So
1 mana.
1 mana and tap a creature to kill a tapped creature, exile a tapped creature even. That's pretty strong to start with. Giving a +1/+1 counter is a nice little bonus. One thing that makes this a little weaker than it might look is there's a lot of vigilance in the set. So you're going to end up with Swallow Whole and sometimes have no targets for it. I don't really care about the part where you have to tap your own creature, in that we're talking limited. It's not that hard to have a creature in play. This is also cheap enough that you can play a 4-drop and use this right away on turn 5, that sort of thing. But white also has multiple ways to tap opponent's creatures, both the cycling tapper, the snare soldier, or whatever, the snare tactician, and checkpoint officer. So there's a lot of ways for you to end up. I mean, I guess if you include uncommons, it also has sanctuary lockdown. White's really into that. So that actually is on the flip side where it helps mitigate that cost. On balance, I think this card's going to be a B. I think it's just going to be a really efficient removal spell.
Same, and you're leaving back a bigger creature, maybe even turning it from irrelevant on the board to relevant. It's very powerful for Swallow Whole. Next is Valiant Rescuer. This is 1 and a white for a 3/1 human soldier. It is uncommon. Whenever you cycle another card for the first time each turn, you get a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and it itself has cycling 2.
I really like Valiant Rescuer. This is a solid payoff for cycling, where every time you cycle, you get a 1/1, or first time each turn. You can't go completely nuts, but still, you can reliably get one, and because cycling is an instant, you can do it on their turn as well. And it really helps because when you cycle, you're kind of putting yourself behind on board. You're spending mana to just move cards around. This gives you chump blockers or potentially even attackers. And you know what? I think that's giving you a lot for 2 mana while it also cycles. So the cool thing about this set is a lot of the cycling payoffs have cycling, which means that if you draw a payoff after you've already drawn 2 other payoffs, sometimes you just cycle it to enable those payoffs.
Yep.
And so it kind of doesn't matter which order you draw them as much as it would normally.
Yeah. And it does feel like, since cycling tends to beget more cycling, you could potentially cycle on their turn. Hey, look, I found another cycler. My turn, cycle, and just keep pumping out 1/1s.
That's a great point. It gives you more card flow, which means cycling inherently is a mechanic that's going to continue fueling itself.
Yeah. So what do you like? B for Valiant Rescuer?
Yeah,
do you
I like
higher?
B for Valiant Rescuer.
Okay,
I wouldn't go lower than that.
Very powerful. And really good in the go wide deck, of course. Vulpikeet is next. This is 3 and a white for a 2/3 Foxbird at common. It's got mutate for 2 and a white. It also has flying, and whenever it mutates, you put a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, this card seems fine.
Yeah.
Getting a counter, like when you mutate onto a 2-drop, you're going to end up with a 3/4 flyer a lot of the time.
Yeah.
That's not so bad. And I think that a 4-mana 2/3 flyer that it offers an appealing mutate target's not so bad either. I would say Vulpikeet ends up being a C. It's just a good card to include in a creature-heavy deck most of the time.
That was my take too. C for Vulpikeet. Last white card is Will of the All Hunter. This is 1 and a white for an instant and uncommon. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's blocking, instead put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, or you can cycle it for 2.
Yeah, that's
cool trick.
That's a solid trick. I mean, when you're using this aggressively, 2 mana for +2/+2 is just fine. It's 2 mana, like 2 mana for +2/+2 with cycling is a trick I'd play in aggro decks and not feel too bad about it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you land this defensively, it's a huge beating. You killed their bigger creature and ended up with +2/+2 permanently.
Yeah.
It's just that tricks tend not to play as well defensively. They have all their mana untapped, so you're just going to run into anything. And, decks that play combat tricks want to be attacking, not blocking. Cycling carries a lot of weight here, so I would say Will the All Hunter ends up as a C.
Yeah, C for Will the All Hunter. White, the 2 things that stood out were go wide human-style aggression and cycling. So that's what I'll look out for. Let's move on to blue. First blue card is called Aegis Turtle. It is blue for a 0/5 turtle. It's common.
I don't love this card. Riptide Turtle in Theros at least triggered your flash stuff, and blue had a lot of really good defensive tools. Plus, the creatures, thanks to mutate, the creatures that you're going to face are often going to be pretty big. Mm-hmm. So this can't necessarily keep back their threats. Also not even that good against go wide. When they have 3/1/1 tokens in play, this doesn't really dissuade them from attacking. So Aegis Turtle looks like a D to me, and there's some matchups where it can maybe be okay.
Looks like a D to me as well. The only thing that I'm curious about is how much do we want 1-drops that aren't humans that we can start, on turns 2 or 3, start mutating onto. That would be the thing that could bump it up a little bit. But even then, I can't imagine that those are like super
kind of mediocre
important
use of it,
Right. So I like D for Aegis Turtle. Next is Anticipate. It's back. 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Tough one to evaluate because, if we're talking about like a blue-red deck, an Anticipate is a card that you will play basically as many as you can get. But if you're playing blue-black or something like that, Anticipate always can find a home in your deck. Always. Like it is a powerful, flexible card that allows you to find the things that you need when you need to find them. It also can be difficult to find room in your build where you're like, am I cutting this good creature or this, this build around card or this enabler, this thing that I think I need for my deck for an Anticipate? And that is a problem. That is a thing that'll pop up time and time again.
I think that one of the things that makes Anticipate less valuable as well is all the cycling in the set means that you already kind of have ways to spend your mana and cycle through cards and not affect the board. Like you don't want more of them. If you've got a bunch of 2-drops and 6-drops of cycling, they help smooth out your draw. You don't really need to Anticipate anymore. Mm-hmm. So
yep.
I like this, like you said, in the blue-red spells deck and largely dislike it out of there. This looks like a C- to me.
C- for Anticipate.
Look, end of the day,
you can always put it in your deck.
Yeah, you're never punished for playing it. Most decks are just not going to have room for it.
Yep. Next is Archipelagor. It is 5 blue for a 7/7 Leviathan. It is uncommon. It has mutate for 5 and a blue, so just 1 blue mana less than its casting cost. Whenever this creature mutates, tap up to X target creatures, where X is the number of times this creature is mutated. Those creatures don't untap during their controller's next untap step. Yikes, that's powerful.
Yeah, Archipelagor is one of the better like game-ending mutate cards where because you're almost always going to want to mutate this. You're very rarely going to want to just cast it. And when you mutate it, even if you're just tapping one creature, it's a 6 mana for a 7/7 hasted Frostlynx that sure requires you to effectively sacrifice one of your creatures, but that's already really, really good. And imagine you've had a creature that's mutated once already, and you tap down 2 things. Imagine it's 3 things. Like this card can get pretty gross. I think Archipelago is one of the better ways to close out games, and I would give it a B.
B for Archipelago, yeah. The first one's good, and if you get to do more, I think you're just going to win that game. The thing's huge. It's 7/7. Avian Oddity is next. It is a 3 and a blue for a 2/4 bird at uncommon. It's got flying. It has cycling, but it does cost 2 and a blue to cycle it. But when you do cycle it, you put a flying counter on target creature you control.
Yeah, great card.
Yep.
Not quite as good as the Lifelinker, because 4 mana 2/4 flying I think is a decent amount worse than 3 mana 3/3 Lifelinker, and likewise 3 mana to cycle instead of 2 is pretty big. But I would say Avian Oddity is still just a B. Like you're really never going to be unhappy including this card in your deck.
Always love it. One thing that to note here is that some of the counters that you put on your creatures actually affect combat, where this one doesn't unless you, and I mean at instant speed, this one doesn't unless you do it at main phase so you can get your flyer across. Just keep that in mind. So B for Avian Oddity. Next is Boon of the Wishgiver. This is 4 blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says draw 4 cards. Whew. Love hearing that. And it has cycling 1.
Yeah, I think that
this is this is like the dream, right?
No, it really is.
I've been waiting for this card my whole life.
If you have a lot of mana, a 6 mana draw 4 is very good. Opportunity was the best card in M14. Granted, there's some other stuff going on that made that format lend itself to that, but 6 mana for 4 cards is a quite powerful way to finish the game. Like, if you cast this in a stable board, you're likely going to win because you have so many cards to work with. When you don't have that luxury or that much mana, you can cycle it for just 1 mana. I love Boon of the Wishgiver. I also want to note, because we didn't really mention it, off-color cycling 1 cards are pretty cheap to include in your deck. So if you're red-white cycling, you can just play this card even if you could never cast it, because you're often looking for that. And there's just not a huge cost. Also, sometimes if you just end up short, which is kind of hard to do in formats these days, but if you do, playing a 1 mana cycler is not the end of the world.
But isn't that like a knock on the design? Imagine playing against a red-white opponent and you're the blue deck and they're like, cycle Boon of the Wishgiver. You're like, that was mine. Like, how did you end up with that? You can literally never cast it. It's just going right into your graveyard. You needed more cycling cards, so you took it. But like, right? Like, stay away from my sweet value card, you aggro player. Come on.
Yeah, sure. I can see that, and it's a little silly if it happens all the time. Yeah. But I think every now and then it just adds a cool aspect to the game. Okay.
What grade for Boon of the Wishgiver? Because I obviously want to give it quite a high grade. I don't think it's an A. I would give it a B or a B plus, but
I think the way this format's looking, it's going to be a B or a B plus. I would start at B, but it's possible if you can cast the 6 mana part like half the time, this card's a B plus.
Yeah.
If you're cycling it like 80% of the time, it's probably a B.
Yeah. And, just to come back to reality, it is a sorcery. Boon of the Wishgiver, sorcery speed. So the turn when you say, okay, I'm going to draw all my cards, like that's going to tap you out. Yes, you're going to have to untap again to be able to take advantage of the card. It is a weakness of it as well. I would guess that you end up cycling it quite often. But a BB plus for Boon of the Wishgiver, and I'm in love. Capture Sphere, 3 and a blue for an enchantment aura. This is common. It has flash. It enchants a creature. And when it enters the battlefield, you tap the creature, and the creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step.
This card's fine. It's worse than Pacifism because it just costs more. And yes, you can use it at instant speed, but all the creatures that have mutate triggers are equally unaffected by this in term, they can attack or block, but there's not that many creatures with tap abilities. I guess it shuts down Checkpoint Officer.
The Coiling Oracle repeat guy. I mean, there's a few things, but
yeah, it's a necessary evil. I would give Capture Sphere a C.
Yeah, it's a C. This is a card that you can play. It is blue removal, but it's closer to necessary evil than it is to great.
It also does work for all the red-blue payoffs because they all say just non-creature spells. So I guess that, maybe Capture Sphere is a C+. This card is pretty close to unconditional removal, I suppose.
Okay, C+ for Capture Sphere. Next is Convolute. This is 2 and a blue. Instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 4.
I hate Convolute. I've always hated Convolute. I will always hate Convolute.
Okay. It's funny. Your take on it is almost the flavor text. Almost.
Yeah. Thank you. Next.
Yeah. Well, no. Like it's the flavor text is no. thank you, right? It's a comma, but your flavor text is no, thank you.
Yeah. So
do not want it.
Here's the problem, and this is my soapbox moment, right? Where counterspells, I think in general, are somewhat situational, because the drawback generally is you leave mana up and then hope they play a card that you can counter, and then you counter the card, and then you traded 1 for 1. You both spent mana, so it's not like you got a huge advantage. But if they don't play a card, like let's say they had a card with flash, so they just passed, you're just down 3 mana, and you're never getting that back unless you have other things to do. So
yeah,
I think that counters already have that weakness. Convolute is especially bad because, yeah, on turn 3, if you counter whatever they play on turn 4, 3, or whatever, but on turn 7, sometimes Convolute's just not going to work. They cast a Pacifism with 6 lands in play, and all of a sudden your counter doesn't even work. Like that's just beyond the pale. That's too much. So
I agree.
I'm off Convolute. I would sideboard this in against people who have a lot of really expensive cards, but in general, cards like this are already starting on shaky ground, and them being conditional just doesn't work. I do want to note that 2 mana counters are a completely different ballgame, because 2 mana and 3 mana, that's just the bridge where at 2 mana it's worth leaving up and doesn't cost you as much. At 3 it does. And how we got to those numbers, I think, is just many thousands and thousands of games. But
yep,
I can tell you I like 2 mana counters. I don't like 3 mana counters.
Yeah, and we're talking about a 3 mana soft counter here. So no,
yeah.
Right? We don't even really love cancel, so yeah, I would give Convolute a D or a D minus. Like, I just don't want to play it if I can avoid
same.
it. Next is Crustacean. This is 3 and a blue for a 1/6 crab with flash. It's common. We got a Shelly and an Elmer in this set. I like it.
Yeah, look at this. This is great in the flash deck, I guess.
Yeah. So is this card even good?
I mean, if you have Slitherwisp, it's a rare. We have, we're not going to talk about it today exactly, but that's the one that says whenever you play a card with flash, you lose a life and draw a card. Mm-hmm. Or I think your opponent loses a life and you draw a card. It's good. So yes, I would play it with that. But in general, this is pretty bad. So Crustacean is a D unless you have a way to really get a little bit of extra meat out of this crab.
D for Crustacean.
It takes a lot of work to get meat out of crabs. I don't know.
It does. It's a slow process.
If you don't have the pre-cracked claws, then you're really in for a
you need a set of
slog.
tools. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next card is Dreamtail Heron. This is 4 and a blue for a 3/4 flying. It's got mutate for 3 and a blue. This is a common, by the way. It's an elemental bird. Whenever this creature mutates, draw a card. So I had mentioned that, there's a invisible bar on how good does a card need to be, for the opponent to be like, I really need to get rid of this. I can't just let it sit. And that hits it, giving the thing that you mutate on with only 4 mana flying, and then it gets you the card back that's it. That's what you want. So.
Yeah, Dreamtail Heron's fantastic. It's got a good fail case. It's got a good mutate case. When it pays you off for future mutates, it gives evasion. It really does everything you want. So I would give it a B. I don't think it quite gets to B+ level, but I think Dreamtail Heron's a B.
I do too, and that's saying a lot. That's a common. So yeah, that's the business. Next is Escape Protocol. 1 and a blue for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever you cycle a card, you may pay 1. When you do, exile target artifact or creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control.
Ooh, Astral Slide is back. You can't target your opponent's stuff, which I think takes away a lot of the annoyingness. I think
I'm just off it, though.
Really? I like this card.
I thought the whole point of Astral Slide was to mess with their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly a big part of it, but this card does pay you off if you've got good enter the battlefield abilities. It can be pretty strong. It is unfortunate for Escape Protocol that a lot of the enter the battlefield space in the set is taken up by mutate cards, and this doesn't let you re-trigger any of the mutate stuff. Though you can flicker a bunch, like something that's got a bunch of mutates to separate out all the creatures, I guess, if you really want to. But in general, I think Escape Protocol is a card worth building towards. If you've got a lot of cycling and some enter the battlefield effects, this card can do a lot of work. It makes it so you can always chump and cycle, lets you re-trigger stuff like, Frostlinks is another blue common, for example, that pays you off here and protects you from removal. So it does a decent amount of things, but I agree with you that it's weaker than it would be in actually most sets with cycling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just the fact that you can't hit your opponent's stuff that comes back right away. I don't know. This seems really clunky to me, and I wouldn't like. I hope that there's a really sweet deck that you can build this towards, but like first reading for me is like a build around C or something. Like it doesn't even look very good to me.
I think it's a build around like C-. Like
Okay.
I don't think it's great, but I think that there might be some decks that could make use of it.
Okay.
I could also see it as a sideboard card against a deck full of removal. Once you know they have 7 removal spells in their deck, I like this card quite a bit more.
Okay. But yeah, not what I want. Okay, now you mentioned 2 mana counters. Here's Essence Scatter, 1 and a blue instant common counter target creature spell.
Yeah, Essence Scatter is good. I would always play this in blue decks. It's efficient and it's close enough to unconditional because it just counters a creature flat out, and that's the majority of what people cast in limited. So I would give Essence Scatter a C+ and I'd be happy playing it.
Remind me how this interacts with Mutate.
You can counter Mutate because they're casting a creature.
Okay. So they're casting a creature for an alternate cost.
That is very critical to know. That's a good question. But yes, you could if they're setting up a Mutate thing, this also counters the creature, so they never get any of the things.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. What grade did you give it? C+? C+? Yeah, I like Essence Scatters performs really well. Next is Facet Reader. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/2 human wizard. At common, you can pay 1 to draw a card, and 1 and tap it to draw a card and then discard a card. It's a looter.
It's a looter in a set that has, again, a bunch of cycling cards. So like Anticipate, this is weaker than it would be normally because I don't need this to cycle my creatures, if they have you're kind of not paying for anything you didn't already get. That said, I think I'd probably play one of these in most of my blue decks because having one in play means you don't really get flooded, which is nice.
Yeah, and it's you got to pay the mana, you got to tap it, you can't mutate onto it, etc. But looting is extremely powerful, especially in the late game. So I like a 1 Facet Reader for sure. I would give it a C. It might be a C+. I would trend in that direction, but it doesn't hit B range.
I would give it a C. It's funny because it both has diminishing returns because you don't really want 2 in play, but also the first one lets you loot away the second, so it doesn't even really suffer that much. So
the classic.
Yes, I would give Facet Reader a C.
Next is Frost Links. It's about as close as I get to Mana War these days. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 elemental cat. It's common. When it enters the battlefield, you tap target creature an opponent controls, and that creature does not untap during its next untap step.
Yeah, how good Frostlinks is really depends on how aggressive the format / your deck is. We've seen this card get printed a bunch of times. It's always good.
It's always good.
The baseline is C, whether it's a C+ or even a B-. It really depends on what you're doing. In general, I think it's going to be a C+. It's just a really good tempo play. It buys you some breathing room. It shuts down a blocker for 2 turns. It does what you want it to do.
Yeah, I think the best we'll ever see it was the last set where elementals actually really mattered. That doesn't appear to be the case here.
You got to double dip here.
Yeah. So, but this one's just super solid C+ for Frostlinks. Sometimes it plays like a B- in the right deck. Frostveil Ambush is 3 blue for an instant, at common. And it says, tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap during their controller's next untap step. And it has cycling for 1.
Ooh, it's your favorite kind of card. The really situational,
super
expensive
conditional
card that has cycling.
And it even has like super cheap cycling that goes into any deck.
So, of course, you're going to play this in any Cycling Matters deck without really a second thought. In an aggressive deck, I like Frostveil Ambush. In a deck that's really unlikely to want to cast it and doesn't have cycling payoffs, I'm not really into it because it's just what are you hoping to accomplish by including this, right?
Yeah.
So
this is also a front runner for the Grown Test Overrun thing, right? Like this is like, okay, I'm set up, I'm good. And then they're just like, take out 2 creatures for, what ends up being the rest of the game and you can't come back.
I would give Frostveil Ambush a C-, but the cost of including in your deck is pretty low.
Next is Glimmer Bell. This is 1 and a blue for, my favorite type of card, a jellyfish. This one's an elemental jellyfish. It's common. It's a 1/3, so a 1/3 for 2. It has flying, and you can, pay 1 and a blue to untap it.
Yeah, so the trick here is you're going to want to mutate something onto it, ideally with a tap ability, a little Parcel Beast action there. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, you're going to play this as a cheap flyer that you can mutate onto, and that's really it, I guess. It's not super
Parcel Beast
great.
Pay 3 mana to Coiling Oracle?
Yeah, that's really good.
I would do that.
If I had Parcel Beast, I would always play like 1 Glimmer Bell, I think.
Like, what if you had enough mana where you did that and then it just gave you 3 lands? You're like just building.
Oh, yeah. You can just like keep going.
Yeah.
It's also good with the red mutate uncommon. We'll get to the Porcu Quill, whatever.
Yeah. But the key here is that this is a 2-drop that's reasonable, right? As a 1/3 flyer that you can mutate onto, and then main ability is the flying that you get from your new mutate creature, but then if it's relevant, it has pseudo vigilance and maybe also, even some stuff.
If you mutate onto this and they have a tapper in play, this kind of counters that.
Yeah.
If they try to swallow whole something in a Glimmerbell stack, that does not work out well for them because it'll just straight up counter the card.
Yeah. So it's good. It's like C or whatever, right?
This feels like one of those pieces of like glue cards that hold things together that tend to be underrated. So I would give Glimmerbell a C.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be a card you're going to be happy with.
Agree. C for Glimmerbell. Next is Gust of Wind, 3 and a blue for a sorcery. It's common. Target spell costs 2. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a creature with flying. Return target non-land permanent you don't control to its owner's hand, and bingo, baby, draw a card. These cards are good, man. Especially if you can get that for only 2 mana, that is incredible. Bouncing a thing and drawing a card. You're not down cards and you're not even down that much tempo is really great. If you have to pay the full 4 mana, less so, but still a card I'm willing to play.
Yeah, no, this card's good at 4 or playable at 4. If this card straight up cost 4, never had the cost reduction, I think that you would play the card more often than not. I think you'd play it a good percentage of the time. And then the fact that in most blue decks it'll be cheap a lot of the time is really, really strong. It is a sorcery. Like, balance spells do miss out a bit by being sorcery speed. And unlike what you might expect, I guess, bouncing a big mutate creature is not actually that good because they get all the mutate cards back. They get the whole stack back. Ugh. So that isn't actually that enticing. So not just be aware, because if they've mutated twice and then you bounce, they just get to do it all again, and that's pretty bad for you.
That might be worse for you than letting them just have it. Like...
Yes, in general it is. So don't think that Gust of Wind is going to be the solution to that, but it's still just a good rate card by itself. So I would give Gust of Wind a C, and if you're the all flyers deck, it probably moves up to a C+.
Yep, C+ for Gust of Wind. Next is Hampering Snare. This is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 until end of turn. And yes, it has cycling. In this case, it costs 2.
Again, a situational card. You're not often going to want this effect, but cycling makes it a lot less costly. It can kind of hose the go wide decks where they make their big alpha strike, and you're like, all right, this effectively prevented 10 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that can happen. Still, like, more sideboardy unless you're the cycling deck, right?
Yeah, I would not play this unless I had a lot of cycling paths or I was sideboarding in against someone who was trying to go wide. So that would make Hampering Snare a D for me.
D for Hampering Snare, exactly. Keep Safe is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says counter target spell that targets a permanent you control and draw a card.
Really big payoff if you can land this.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the stuff people are going to spend mana on are like mutate effects, which this does not counter, right? When they mutate and use that mutated trigger to like mess with one of your creatures, then this doesn't help. So my inclination is to, again, sideboard Keep Safe. I just don't think you can main deck this card. It's just too often you're going to play against a deck with 0 to 2 ways to cast it.
Yep. But if you're playing against red, black, or whatever, and they're just killing all your stuff, Keep Safe is a blowout. Yeah. So sideboard C+ or something like that, maybe even B- for Keep Safe. Next is Mystic Subdual. It's 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It's got flash and enchants a creature, and the creature gets -2/-0 and loses all abilities.
And they even specify that mutating onto the creature will not give it new abilities. It can gain abilities in other ways, which is kind of ominous and doesn't really explain much. But
so does that mean counters?
Giving a flying counter will give it a new ability, yes.
Okay.
But if it had a flying counter when you cast this, it would lose flying and lose that.
Layers, run. Do we like the card? I mean, this is a way to shut off a big stack of mutate, right?
Yes. It's also got flash. So imagine they're like, they spend 6 mana to mutate their like dire bat onto it to kill anything. And you're like, I will respond with Mystic Subdual and taste it. So
that's really good.
Look, I'm going to use an old LR trick here. Mm-hmm. Marshall, what rarity is Mystic Subdual?
It's uncommon.
Oh, that interesting. Does that indicate perhaps that it might be more powerful than a common?
No, you're learning. Yeah, no, I agree with you. That does stand out to me. This card, it looks like a common, right? Like, just read it. If you told me that's a common, I'd be like, okay. And the fact that it's not does mean that it's likely better. Yeah, it's anti-mutate tech. I mean, that's the thing. And this card seems strong too against the small creature decks because you can just shrink their creature down and block it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this also owns like Checkpoint Officer as well, because where you can, you Mystic Subdual. Now they have a -1/2 that can't tap anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm in for Mystic Subdual.
Yeah.
I'm going to go B.
Yeah, I think Mystic Subdual is going to be a premium removal spell, like of sorts. Look, it's not the most effective against a 5/5, but it will be effective against anything small, anything with an ability, and especially on big mutate creatures that they're trying to really get some good value out of. So I think B for Mystic Subdual is going to work out.
Neutralize is next. It's 1 blue for an instant at uncommon. It says counter target spell, cycling 2. Whew.
I like Neutralize quite a bit. It actually solves a lot of the problems I had about counters. Mm-hmm. So what you do is you leave up mana for Neutralize. They don't play into it. You just cycle it.
Is this card too good?
No, it's not too good. It's good. I mean, it is good. It's not too good though.
To me, this is like the ultimate version of that thing I was complaining about.
But the thing is, when you hardcast Neutralize, what is the net result? You spent 3 mana and counter one of their spells. That's not busted. Mm-hmm. When you cycle Neutralize, pretty hard for that to be busted either.
Yeah, that's true. Neither mode is soul crushing. I guess the thing that just occurs to me is just that like a lot of times you build a deck so that you can have a counter spell, but also have other cards in your deck that you can cast at instant speed that can help mitigate the fact that sometimes counters aren't good.
Thirst for meeting, deny the divine combo.
Right. And now they're just like, well, why don't you just have it all in one card? Like, don't worry about building around it. We'll just give it to you here,
Yeah.
Anyway, it seems strong to me. Like I would just put this in my blue decks. Like,
yeah, it's a good way to have like a backup plan. Because look, you have these games in limited where it's late game. You're in like a winning position, but they have a ridiculous card in their deck. Neutralize is going to be the best card in the world in that spot because you're like, I've got this in my hand. I feel like I can't lose. Yep. And you're not paying a huge cost to include it because you can always cycle it. So that's really nice to have. It's a good stopgap, but either effect of this is rarely going to be too good. So I would give Neutralize a C+. I wouldn't go nuts over it.
Okay. C+ for Neutralize. It is one of the better counters we've seen, but it is uncommon. Of One Mind. This is 2 and a blue for a sorcery at common. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a human creature and a non-human creature. So you need both, but it only costs 1 if that's the case. But oh boy, draw 2 cards. There's a divination for you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I always like divination to begin with. 3 mana to draw 2 cards is just a good way to have more consistent draws and not run out of gas unlimited. Mm-hmm. And then sometimes you cast this for 1 mana. That's sweet.
Yeah, I like it. C+ for of One Mind?
Yeah, I like C+. Like, look, you're not breaking things, but if you can set up a turn where you just like have both of these things in play, then you cast 2 of these on like turn 5, that's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty cool. Next is Ominous Seas. This is 1 and a blue for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever you draw a card, put a foreshadow counter on Ominous Seas. Remove 8 foreshadow counters from Ominous Seas to get an 8/8 blue Kraken creature token. It also has cycling for 2. So this is a design that I do like a little more because this is such the type of card that if you do have it on turn 2, you want to try to get the Kraken and draw some cards and get it a little earlier. But if you do draw it late, it's just absolutely dead, right? Like there's just no way you're going to go 8 more turns, as a brick. So,
fun fact, which I did not realize till watching folks play in the Ikoria release. You don't sack this to make the Kraken.
What? Oh, yeah. I did not realize that.
I watched Gabby Sparks play a game where she made 2 8/8s off of this.
Oh, that is sweet. Also, she drew a lot of cards.
Well, just had this in like a Jeskai cycling deck, played it on turn 2, you draw 1 card a turn, and then you cycle maybe 1 card a turn. The game goes long, and then you get a second octopus, and that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, this is a cool card, and this is clearly a cycling deck payoff.
This is one of the better payoffs for cycling. And again, putting cycling on this means it helps your other payoffs and isn't dead late, which would be a lot of the risk of this kind of card. I think this card's very good. I would give Ominous Seas a B+.
Ooh, B+, like a build around B+, right? Like you don't want to wait literal 8 turns to get your.
I find it implausible that you can construct a blue deck without a couple ways to draw extra cards.
Yeah.
So like Of One Mind works, perfectly well with this card. Cycling, of course, it works. The 6 mana draw for is really nice here.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
So yes, I think this card's just a B+, but just be aware you do need ways to draw extra cards. You can't just completely play this by itself. But I think in general, this card is gonna perform in most blue decks, and certainly in most cycling decks. Like this is part of the reason to be Jeskai instead of red white. Is you play Ominous Seas, and if you draw your blue mana plus this early, you play it. In the mid game, you probably play it. In the late game, you cycle it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to go B on Ominous Seas. I figure that in the dedicated cycling decks, it gets up into that B+ range, and regular one that you might have to wait a while for your 8/8.
Oh, that's fair.
Phase Dolphin is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 1/4 elemental whale. It's common. Whenever it attacks, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn.
So 3 mana for a 1/4 is probably going to survive combat in the middle of the game, and probably not in the late game. And making another creature unblockable is pretty good. It's obviously a combo with the Otter. We're going to get to that. The Mischievous Otter or whatever, a Thieving Otter. That's the 3 mana 2/2 whenever it hits draw a card.
Yep.
I just don't know what kind of deck wants this. What blue deck really cares about making things unblockable unless you're running the Otter? And this card itself gets into combat and potentially dies. So I don't really like Phase Dolphin, but it can probably assemble to some nice combos here.
Yeah, Phase Dolphin looks like a D to me.
Yeah,
just not the type of card you'd want in every deck. Next is Polywog Symbiote. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 frog. It's uncommon. Each creature spell you cast costs 1 less to cast if it has Mutate. So this is a Mutate enabler. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if it has Mutate, draw a card, then discard a card. That's strong.
So,
yeah.
I mean, draw and discard is not nearly as good as draw a card, obviously. You're not feeling like this is an insane payoff, but making all your mutate cards cheaper is nice. This is obviously a fine target to mutate itself. I would play this always if I had like 4 mutate cards, and every one below that makes me less and less likely to play it. And I wouldn't play it with 2, of course, with 0, of course.
So I would say like this gets into like a B- C+ range if you're playing enough mutate stuff.
Yeah, I would start Polywog Symbiote at C+. It makes your mutate cards cheaper whether you're casting them or mutating them. It just makes them cheaper. One thing I do like about the, of course, heinously complicated mutate mechanic in general is they did consolidate that where they're always creatures and things that affect a side affect both sides. There's none of this, like Bestow and the gods and Theros had like slightly different things going on. So.
Right. Next one has possibly the silliest artwork in the set. It's called Pouncing Shore Shark.
It's a shark with arms jumping out in instant speed.
And it's, of course, what is it, jumping at some rocks?
This is your mana war.
I know. I do love this card. It's 4 and a blue for a shark beast. It's uncommon. It's a 4/3 with flash, and it has mutate for 3 and a blue. Whenever this creature mutates, you may return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So this is easily the front runner for my favorite card in this set, and it looks very powerful too.
Okay, the part I find unrealistic is if this thing pounced at you, how are you not just dead? If like a semi-anthropomorphic shark jumped out at me, grabbed me in its arms, and presumably chomped on me, I figure I'd be dead. But no, I guess this just makes them run away.
Yeah,
so I guess I would run away from this too. To be fair,
it pounces at you, and sharks aren't scary enough with just a very large mouth. They also have big buff arms to grab you with now. Yeah, this is a rough place to live. There's no doubt about it. But Pouncing Shore Shark. I'm definitely at a B for it. Yeah, I think I'm just at a B for it.
I actually might bump this to B+, and here's the reason why. Because of Flash, means that I think you're going to be able to set up some time where you're like, end of turn, Shore Shark, bounce your thing, untap, mutate again, bounce another thing.
Oh, yeah, that's nasty.
The second bounce is worth, I think, quite a bit.
Yeah, especially instant speed is really relevant. Yeah, you're right. you have somehow talked me into the Mana War of the set being a B+.
Yeah, shocker.
Yeah.
Well, look at it this way. When you bounce a creature and they have to recast the creature, that's annoying. But when you bounce 2 creatures, next turn they're going to recast one of the 2. It's like one of them is dead for multiple turns.
Right. And also, I mean, it just interacts, right? They're like, pump my creature up, and you're like, Shore Shark, bounce it. Like, you got a card out of it, you know?
And unlike most Mana Wars, one of the features is once you play them, the body in play is kind of irrelevant. It's just a 2/2 or whatever, and they don't care about it. If you have a pouncing Shore Shark in play, all of your mutate cards are Mana Wars now. So they are under some amount of pressure to deal with this.
All right. B+ for pouncing Shore Shark, the best. Reconnaissance Mission is 2 blue for another uncommon. This one's an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card, but it also has cycling. That's cool.
Cycling too.
See, that's an interesting use of cycling to me. I
like it. You're right. It's really interesting on this like situational but potentially powerful card that you can cycle away when it's not good.
Yeah, this one for some reason doesn't hit me as hard, but it does fit the description. Your call out is correct. But I do like the fact that this card gives you an out when you don't have this, because these cards are very they're all in, right? You need flyers,
these cards
you need
are feast or famine, where when they're working, you're crushing the opponent, and when they're not, they're just beyond dead.
Yeah.
One thing to note about this is for each creature. Some of these cards are templated such that if you hit with 5 creatures, you draw 1 card. This you draw a card per creature, which means that you can play this card when you've got like 2 flyers out, immediately draw 2, and that puts them in a really, really difficult spot to win, because once you've drawn cards, you'll have more creatures. It really taxes their removal, and any creature that gets through continues the cycle. Also, this has cycling, so it's really hard for it to be dead. I think Reconnaissance Mission is great.
Yeah, I do too. And I think the thing that I'm zeroing in on that I like, even though it has the same characteristics of the cards that I don't, is that this is interesting to me. Like, Reconnaissance Mission, these type of cards are cool and interesting. They're not destroy target artifact. Cycle it.
I think I've narrowed it down. You like the 6 mana draw 4, and then you also like the 4 mana one that draws you cards. Okay. So I think we've started to get a sense of which cards are acceptable.
Yeah. What grade do you like?
I would give Reconnaissance Mission a B.
Would you? Yeah.
I think in an all flyers deck, this card actually might even be better than that. It's possible that this card is like a B+.
All right, B for Reconnaissance Mission. I begrudgingly accept it. Startling Development is next. 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power and toughness 4/4, and it has cycling for 1.
Yeah, this one is a card you're going to cycle almost all the time. It's obviously a fine inclusion if you have cycling payoffs, and as a combat trick, it's kind of mediocre. It makes your 2/2 into a 4/4. That's it. I guess you could use this to make it so you could mutate onto a human, but that's like kind of expensive, and then you wouldn't be able to mutate further.
Yeah, and it would add up. Yeah, I agree. I think that Startling Development's a D, and I think that when you play it, it's because you want to cycle it.
Yeah, it's a D, but just to be clear, the floor on any cycling 1 card is like a C.
Yes. Yes.
And I wouldn't play this if I had no reason to play it, but if I had even 1 cycling payoff, I'm probably going to play this.
Right. Next is Thieving Otter, the card that you talked about. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 otter. It is common, and whenever it deals combat damage to an opponent, you draw a card.
I always like this card when it shows up. We get a 1/3 with the same ability. Sometimes you get a 2/2. And I think that Thieving Otter is going to offer you a pretty big incentive to like mutate, on some flying or use bounce spells or any of those cards. Because when you're hitting them and drawing a card with this, you're putting yourself pretty far ahead. Yeah, so.
And I love the tension that these cards bring to the game, because there's sometimes when you play them late and it's never getting through, and it's just like, well, sorry. And then there's other times where they play it on 3, you play your blocker, they bounce your blocker, hit you with it, and you're like, here we go. I got to try to get this thing going.
I mean, it's like Curious Obsession in Standard, where every hit fuels more ways to get more hits, and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
Where, you play an otter, they play a blocker. You're like, bounce it, attack, draw. You probably draw off the bounce too. Why not? And then they play another blocker, and then by now you found more solutions. And
I love games like that. That's the kind of Magic I like to play, honestly. Like my favorite style.
I would give Thieving Otter a C+. I don't think it's quite at B level, but it's a very threatening card.
Yeah, the question that could bring it up higher is, since it is a non-human, if it gets mutated on and then that enables further attacks, then it gets powerful. Yeah. But I like C+ for Thieving Otter. Next is Wingfold Terron. It is 5 and a blue for a 3/6 creature dinosaur. Wingfold Terron enters a battlefield with your choice of a flying counter or a hexproof counter on it.
So I appreciate that they made hexproof pretty expensive, because mutate hexproof would be really annoying otherwise. Mm-hmm. This is a way to get that, but investing 6 mana and then starting to mutate seems like a stretch. I don't think Wingfold Terron is great. It's not unplayable. 6 mana for a 3/6 flyer will kind of do the job when you need to defend yourself. But for the most part, I think that this card's a little bit too expensive. I would give it a D+.
Yeah, D+ for Wingfold Terron. Agreed. Last blue card is called Wingspan Mentor. It is 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human wizard at uncommon. When Wingspan Mentor enters the battlefield, put a flying counter on target non-human creature you control. You can also pay 2 and a blue and tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature with flying.
Yeah. I mean, wow. Wingspan Mentor's great.
That's insane.
It's insane with Thieving Otter, that's for sure.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Yes. Wow. That's insane.
And it's also just great in the Flyers deck, because flying is definitely a keyword. Like, it's not like Vigilance, where you're like, yeah, I'll take Vigilance. Flying is a keyword you actively want and you'll stack up a lot of. So Mentor, even if you're even not giving something flying right away, like you don't have anything that doesn't have it, it still is just sitting there being like a lord for all of your flyers and will force your opponent to deal with it.
Yeah, I like Wingspan Mentor a lot. I would give it a B. It might even be a B+. The thing I don't have a good feel for is like what color pairs are good at putting non-humans out there.
Right.
But I would guess B+ for Wingspan Mentor.
Yeah, we can do B+ on Wingspan Mentor. I think this card's going to provide a really good enter the battlefield effect while also providing a good permanent effect, and that's a good combination.
Definitely. All right, moving on to black. First card is Bastion of Remembrance. This is 2 and a black for an enchantment at uncommon. When Bastion of Remembrance enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 human white human soldier creature token. 3 mana for a 1/1, not great. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
I think this card is obscenely good. This effect is always really, really difficult to beat if it stays in play for a long time. Mm-hmm. And it almost always shows up on creatures, Blood Artist or Falconwrath Noble, whatever. And those creatures, just your opponent has to kill them. This is really, really hard to kill. It's not a creature. It's an enchantment. And it even gives you a creature to kick things off.
Oh, that's an interesting way to frame it. Yeah, when you put it that way, it seems very strong.
Oh, I think this card's really, really good. I think Bastion of Remembrance, it's gonna elicit the same groans as a lot of the really really strong cards. You have to do some work. It's not a free roll. You have to have a lot of ways to make creatures. So either that means an aggressive deck that's full of creatures or just ways to make tokens. But in an aggressive deck, I think Bastion of Remembrance is going to really put a ton of pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, because, the game sometimes gets to that point where, like, you're at 6. Your opponent's at 6 and you've got 6 creatures and you're like, attack with these. Like, it doesn't matter whether you block or not, as long as some die and some get through,
So the ways to make this really pop are generate a lot of creatures and put pressure on your opponent so you care about the life drain. But once you do that in a black-white humans deck, of course, is going to be the most obvious place. But really any aggressive deck, like if you end up with a bunch of menace creatures in a red-black deck, I think Bastion of Remembrance will do some good. It's not hard to do 4 damage off this and gain 4 over the course of a game. It's pretty easy to do more than that. Mm-hmm. So I think this card's going to be underrated because it doesn't look that impressive on first read, but I believe this is going to be a strong card. I would give Bastion of Remembrance a B. Okay,
B for Bastion of Remembrance. Look at that guy. Next is Blitz Leech. This is 5 and a black for a 5/2 creature leech at common. It's got flash, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Remove all counters from that creature.
So
nice.
Yeah, it's expensive. 6 mana is a lot. It is convenient that the -2/-2 kills one of the creatures that would trade for it. So if they have a 5/5 and a 2/2 out, this is still a pretty good play, right? You kill their 2/2, and then they have to either trade their 5/5 or start taking lots of damage.
And if they're attacking with both, they don't get the choice. Like you get to just kill and block. So yeah, of course the awkward thing is that the -2/-2 isn't really relevant to blocks that it might make in very many scenarios, like only in the case that the thing had 3 power, you know. If it's 4, it still dies to it. If it was less than that, it was going to do it anyway, and probably kill the creature either way.
Yeah. The difference between dealing 5 and dealing 7 is not that big. Removing the counters is also worth something. It can take away, one of those flying or lifelink counters, what have you. Mm-hmm. It also takes away +1/+1 counters. So this card's high variance because sometimes they'll be forced to trade a 4/4 or 5/5 for it, and it's going to look great. Sometimes you're going to play this and they have like 2 3/3s in play, and you're just not going to feel like you got 6 mana worth of value because it is expensive. It does have flash, so this is the exact kind of card you want with the flash payoffs in the set. Mm-hmm. It's a powerful flash card, and the Dimir uncommon gives it -1 cost as well.
Yep.
On balance, I think this is going to end up being worse than Loathsome Catoblepus was because it's capped out at -2/-2, and it costs 6 mana. And it's kind of got a gross picture. I would give Blitzleech probably a C. Like when you put this card in your deck, it's going to be okay. It's going to be a little too clunky sometimes, but it will also perform other times. So yeah, I actually kind of talking myself into a C-, I think.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards C+. Like a card that has the ability to get a 2-for-1 is enticing, but your point about it not happening that often or it needing kind of special circumstances is very true. This is not just an auto 2-for-1 where you get to like flash this in, kill a small creature, block a medium or big creature. That will happen occasionally, but it's just not every time that happens. So I don't know. I would lean towards C+ though. I mean, it's still instant speed. It still messes with the board. It messes with combat. It does trade off. It does hit hard if the way is clear.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can buy a C on Blitzleech, but if you want to go C+, that's fine too.
Okay, I'll go C on Blitzleech. We'll meet right in the middle. Bloodcurdle is the preview card that we got. It's 3 and a black for an instant. It's common. Destroy target creature. Put a menace counter on target creature you control. Boom. That card is sweet. That, we predicted, and it seems to be the premium common removal for black in the set, and perhaps just the premium common removal in the set, full stop. The one interesting thing about it to me, because it's a fairly straightforward card as far as power level goes, it's very powerful, is that it is splashable. I wonder how many people are going to be stealing these from the players drafting black.
Especially with all the fixing in the set. There's all the, the cycle of tap lands that gain 1, the random tri-lands that you'll play.
Yeah.
I think that Bloodcurdle's weakest part for black is that it doesn't cost 2 black.
Yep, exactly. But as far as power level goes, I mean, it's a BB plus level card, right?
I think it's B+ A-, but I would give it a B+.
Yeah.
Because look, if you're defensive, 4-man at instant speed to destroy any creature is fantastic. Mm-hmm. If you're aggressive, the menace counter is a pretty big value add. And, like I mentioned when we kind of first saw this card, they have to have 3 blockers back to block your creature if you've got a creature in play.
It's incredible the way it turns it. And keep that in mind as well, that there will be times where it's correct to main face Bloodcurdle to get the menace counter and enable a better attack. So worth remembering. So B+, B++ for Bloodcurdle. Next is Boot Nipper. This is 1 and a black for a 2/1 beast. It is common. Boot Nipper enters a battlefield with your choice of Death Touch counter or a lifelink counter on it. I like that. That's 2 relevant abilities. One of 2. You get one of 2 relevant abilities for much different scenarios. Basically, one of them is if you're able to attack with your Boot Nipper, then you're going to want lifelink, and if you're not, you're going to want Death Touch. And those are, I like that. That covers a lot of ground for different board states.
There's actually a third scenario, which is great too. Mm-hmm. You're planning on mutating, so you choose lifelink and then mutate this into like a 4/4. So that's pretty sweet too. I think Boot Nipper is going to do work. It's really hard for this card not to at least trade for a card. If they have a 5/5, you choose Death Touch. If they've got a bunch of 2/2s, you choose lifelink, you trade, you get 2 life. And if you've got some mutate going on, I mean, again, the Porcupine Parrot that we'll get to in red is a pinger, and Boot Nipper is a really good card to mutate onto that as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's insane. I like C+ for Boot Nipper. I'm not like blown away, but I do think this card's going to see extensive play, and it'll be good when you play it.
Yeah, I mean, I might even just give it a C. I think it's just a good card, but okay. I think Yeah, C plus is close enough for Boot Nipper here.
What about Bushmeat Poacher?
This is a 3 to black for a 2/4 human soldier at common. You pay 1 and tap it, and you sack another creature to gain life equal to that creature's toughness and draw a card. So if you untap with Bushmeat Poacher in play, first of all, you're eating good. You know that. Second, it means you can cash in tokens for a card. It means you can cash in random 1/4 dorks for 4 life in a card. It makes removal worse on their side, though. Yes, they can target this first, but it's a 2/4, kind of hard to kill, and it is just a pretty good threat going long. I like Bushmeat Poacher. I would give it a C plus.
Yeah, I like C plus on Bushmeat Poacher, and I like you have Bastion of Remembrance and stuff like that to kind of make it over.
Also, the name is funny, but bushmeat's an actual thing. It just means like meat from wild animals, like found in the jungle, found in the bush.
Oh, okay.
Like it's like an actual real term.
Did not know that. What about Call of the Death Dweller?
So this is 2 and a black. It's a sorcery at uncommon. Return up to 2 target creature cards with total converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a death touch counter on either of them, then put a menace counter on either of them. So what you will most often do is return a 3-drop or a 2-drop, but nothing else, because it's really hard to get a 1 plus a 2 in the graveyard. Mm-hmm. But you'll most often bring back a creature and give it death touch and menace. Again, this is fine. The same situational stuff that we talked about, kicking this whole review off with return from the graveyard stuff, is you might just not have targets, in which case it's a dead card. But when you get back a creature and give it death touch and menace, it means Death Touch is a good defensive ability. Menace is a good aggressive one, and they combine pretty nicely. When you make a 3/3 Menace Death Touch, they have to double block, and you kill both creatures. So I like this card if you're aggressive and you plan on trading off a lot, but in general, I don't think it's going to be that fantastic of an inclusion.
Okay. Where do you have it graded, though? Like C range? Just C?
I would say it's C to C minus, probably C minus for Call of the Death Dweller. Look, if you end up with a bunch of 1 and 2 drops and can reliably get back 2, this gets a little stronger. If you've got cards this is pretty good on Thieving Otter, right? You make a 2/2 Menace Death Touch that if they have to double block or you get a card, and if they double block, you kill 2 things. So this is one of the ones that the grade's not going to help that much with, because you're really going to want to look at what combos you can assemble. You look at what synergies and ways to get your creatures in the graveyard, which creatures really benefit from Menace and Death Touch more than anything else.
Well, I'm in for the Otter combo. That sounds amazing.
You ought to try it.
Especially because they had to kill my Otter already, right? So, but I agree. The grade, I give it a C or something, but it's
I think Call of the Death
very
Dweller is a C minus, but yeah.
Okay, Call of the Death Dweller, C minus. Next is Cavern Whisperer. This is 4 and a black for a 4/4 creature nightmare. It's common. It's got menace, and whenever this creature mutates, its mutate cost, by the way, is 3 and a black. Each opponent discards a card.
I don't really like Cavern Whisperer. This is kind of the poster child for me for like expensive mutate mediocre card where 5 mana 4/4 menace is fine. I don't feel bad about playing that, but I don't feel great about playing it either. And then mutating and making them discard and making something smaller into a 4/4. Like, imagine if this was an enchantment for 4 mana that gives a creature +2/+2 menace and they discard a card. Like, you think it's okay, but you don't think it's fantastic or anything.
No.
And sure, multiple mutates on this is fine. It gives you a little bit of more of a payoff. I just don't think this card is fantastic unless you're mutating for cheap, because you have ways to generate small creatures that want to be mutated onto. Yeah. So I would give Cavern Whisperer a D+, and if you play it, it's not the end of the world, but I'm not really excited by the card. Yeah,
D+ for Cavern Whisperer. This is a low-end mutate card. Next is Chittering Harvester. This one's an uncommon. It's 5 and a black for a 4/6 nightmare also. It has mutate for 4 and a black, and whenever it mutates, each opponent sacrifices a creature. So now we can start chipping away at our opponent's board state with, repeatability to start really kind of going at it.
I like this card quite a bit more than most edict effects. When we say edict effects, we mean each opponent sacrifices something, because the first one gets their worst creature, but this one offers the way to repeatedly do it, like you said, and their creatures get successively better. So you're going to end up, look, when they have a 5/5 and a 2/2 out, and you use this and they sack the 2/2, it's like, okay. But then when you do it again, maybe they have to sack the 5/5. And that gets a lot more punishing the more you do it. Having this in play implies you're going to get to do it more often. And it's a 4-6. It's kind of hard to deal with this thing
big.
in general.
Yeah, it's just big. Yeah, I like it. I like the Chittering Harvester for sure. This strikes me as a B minus.
I think I'd give it a B because you're paying 5 mana, mutating this, ending up with a 4-6. They're down a creature, and they're going to be scared about this and try to find a way to deal with it because it threatens future values. So I like B for Chittering Harvester.
And a well-timed Chittering Harvester can be devastating too. So yeah,
for sure.
B for Chittering Harvester. Next is Corpse Churn. This is 1 and a black for an instant. It is common. It says put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
This is solid because the mill 3 really does help with selection where, ideally you're not in a spot where you just fire this off with nothing in your graveyard, though you could do that if you wanted to. But what'll happen is you'll cast Corpse Churn when you have a decent target, like a Boot Nipper. Mm-hmm. And if you mill something better, then cool, a bonus. But if you don't, you still got what you signed up for initially. So I like Corpse Churn. It's kind of like Anticipate, where I'm not as jazzed about little like card selection type effects when I've got cycling to spend my mana on. Mm-hmm. But it does help you assemble the same combos over and over again. And in green black that has self mill, you'll have a lot of selection off of this. So I would give Corpse Churn, I would give it a C.
Yeah, I think the comparison to Anticipate was apt because we were saying we wouldn't play Anticipate unless we had other reasons to want to put, cast spells or put them in the yard or whatever. And I think it's the same with Corpse Churn. It would not end up making the cut just on its face value. You do need to actually be doing at least something else with it. Next is called Dark Bargain. It's 3 and a black for an instant. It is, it says Dark Bargain. It's common. It says, look at the top 3 cards in your library.
You went Dark Bargain. Oh, Dark Bargain.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 2 of them in your hand and the other into your graveyard, and it does 2 damage to you.
Yeah. To recap, it's 4 mana to draw 2 of your best 3 top cards and then take 2 damage, which is, this was in Dominaria. This is what we meant when you recognized it. And, it's a powerful card. It's a good effect. It's card selection plus card advantage, plus it fills your graveyard. Yep. And it's at instant speed, so you get to have a little more info when you cast it. Sure, you take 2 damage, but the first Dark Bargain is almost always great. Control or aggro. Yep. It is actually, funnily enough, better in aggro because you don't care about the damage and you want to refill your hand on the top end. Mm-hmm. But it's good in either way, and a lot of decks will even want the second. So I'm a fan of Dark Bargain. I would give Dark Bargain probably a C+. It's just a really good card to win any game that goes on long. C+
for Dark Bargain. Welcome back. And also welcome back to this next card. Boy, oh boy, Dead Weight. This is black for an enchantment. Aura, it's common. It enchants a creature. The creature gets -2/-2. And I have to say, in the sets that Dead Weight has been printed in, it originally came out in Innistrad, and it's been printed multiple times since then in between. It is awesome. Like this card is one of the better black removal spells ever. Like at common, it is really, really, really good. It looks like, oh, cool, I can kill a small creature, and it tends to outperform that by a lot.
Yeah, and it does that for a couple of reasons. One is that it's immune to combat tricks, whereas something like Shock, if you cast Shock on their creature and they give it +2/+2 in response, they counter your spell. Since Deadweight's an aura, that doesn't work. It just end of turn, it'll still die. The other is that you could whittle a 3/3 or 4/4 down to a 2/2 or a 1/1, which means you're making some progress there. Mm-hmm. And it's only 1 mana, like one mana. Plus, it's a permanent too. So Deadweight's one of the cards that combines really well with something like Boneyard Lurker because it gives you cheap permanent to get back with that effect, and that you can continue to reuse. I think that Mire's Grasp is displaced Deadweight in terms of the aura, because paying an extra mana for -1/-1 is a little better, but it kind of doesn't matter because Mire's Grasp isn't in this set. It's going to be hard to not have Deadweight be the second best black common. Bloodcurl, I think, is clearly better, but Deadweight is still a B. I mean, it's just that efficient. Yes. It's hard to overstate how much efficiency matters.
It is, and it doesn't have diminishing returns. Like you'll play as many Deadweights as you can get.
Yeah,
I mean, it technically does, but not like Shock, right?
No.
Third Shock is like whatever. Third Deadweight's like, get in here, buddy. No. Next is called Durable Coil Bug. It's 1 and a black for an insect. It's common, and it's a 2/2. It has an activated ability, 4 and a black, and you can return it from your graveyard to your hand. That's cool. I like the very straightforward name as well.
Yeah, it's certainly durable.
Yeah, super slow, right? And you're only getting a 2/2. This is not like a great card.
Remember the Gravedigger's Familiar or whatever that card was? 1 and a black for a 2/2. You pay 3 and a black and exile it from your graveyard to make another 2/2.
Yeah. Yep.
I remember when I first saw that card, I'm like,
Ghoul something.
Yeah,
Ghoul Colors
that's
guy.
what it was.
Yeah.
So I remember thinking like, oh, it's a 2-mana 2/2 on turn 2, and later in the game it does something. It turned out that card really never did anything later in the game. No. Cycling makes it do something later in the game. Paying 4 mana for a 2/2 is not good. And here you're offered the deal to pay 7 mana to get a 2/2.
Yeah, I am not interested in durable coil bug. There has to be some silly stuff you can do with it, but it's so slow that it's not going to be like ever in the efficiency range.
Basically, I mean, durable coil bug is a D.
Yes.
And you'll play it if you need exactly 1 and a black for a 2/2. You're not really going to play it because the other ability, even if you'll activate it every now and then.
Yep. What does the black mentor do? It's called Duskfang Mentor.
It's a 2 and a black for a 1/3 human cleric at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, put a lifelink counter on a non-human creature you control, and you pay 1 and a black and tap it and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with lifelink.
Okay.
I really like Duskfang Mentor because lifelink is just one of the stronger abilities you can grant. And certainly giving +1/+1 counters to lifelink creatures is very strong as well. The mentors are all just really good. This one's slightly worse than the blue one, but I think better than most of the other ones. I would give Duskfang Mentor a B.
Yeah, looks like a B to me. These are strong cards.
Yeah.
What about Easy Prey?
This is a good one. This is 1 and a black for an instant uncommon. Destroy target creature with converted mana cost 2 or less, and it has cycling too. So again, early in the game, this kills whatever they play on turn 2 and could even kill decently sized stuff later or annoying things like Checkpoint Officer. And then when it's not good, you just cycle it. So there's a reason this is uncommon. Well, partially so black doesn't have 3 great removal spells at common, but also it's just a good card. I think like this card's going to see some constructed play. I think it's just a solid one. It's really hard for it to be bad, and it's early interaction that you can cycle later. So I would give Easy Prey a B.
B. Very clean design too, arguments aside. Gloom Pangolin is next. It's 2 and a black for a 1/5.
Yep.
It is a common nightmare pangolin.
Yeah, I'm not into this. This is kind of like the turtle. So I'm going to pass on Gloom Pangolin. This looks like a D.
Yeah. Next is Grim Dancer. This is 1 black for a 3/3. Nice. It's a nightmare at uncommon when it enters a battlefield with a choice of 2 different counters on it from among Death Touch, Lifelink, and Menace. So you can pick 2 of those 3 things and you get a 3/3 with any 2 of those. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Like Lifelink Menace is just a pain if you can get it in a bunch of times. Death Touch Lifelink means it trades for anything and gains you life.
Wouldn't be significantly worse if it randomized which 2 you got.
No, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the interesting thing is that generally speaking, Lifelink and Menace are, offensive minded things. You do get Lifelink if you block, but Death Touch is more of a defensive thing, but whatever. You'll know which ones you want. And this card's awesome. Grim Dancer's sweet.
I mean, my ideal choice is Menace Lifelink just to make it so you can just keep cracking into gain 3 a turn. But if they've got bigger creatures, you might need the Death Touch, at which point you'll just swap out Menace if you're attacking, Lifelink if you're planning on blocking. So.
Yeah, but they're all relevant combos because Menace and Death Touch is also a pain because your opponent's compelled to block with 2 creatures and they'll lose both.
For sure.
Yeah. So
and this plays with 2 different mentors, which is pretty nice. The black and the red mentor both get this one.
Okay. Well, I really like Grim Dancer. I would give it is it a B plus?
I think it's a B plus. It's going to be annoying. It's also really good to mutate onto. Once you give it like Menace and Lifelink, and then you mutate onto it, give it like flying or some stat boosts or what have you.
Yeah, super super strong. Yeah, so B plus for Grim Dancer. Then next is Heartless Act. This is 1 and a black for an instant. It's uncommon. It says choose 1, destroy target creature with no counters on it, or remove up to 3 counters from target creature.
Well, this is very very good removal because a lot of creatures are just not going to have counters on it, even if they've mutated a bunch or what have you. And in the absolute worst case scenario, you can just strip off some abilities off a creature. I'm thinking this card's probably like an A-. There are some counters running around for sure, but in general, this is just going to be 2 mana instant kill a creature.
Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, that's probably the best removal spell in the set, right? I mean, maybe there's a rare that I don't know, but.
Yeah, I would imagine so. This does get owned pretty hard by instant speedways to get a counter.
Oh, like the cycling cards that put a counter?
Right, yeah. But
ooh, that's true. I didn't think about that.
This is going to be pretty good in constructed, just because there's even fewer counters running around there. So
okay, so maybe it's down a little bit, but I would still have it in the B or B plus range because of the extreme efficiency.
I think B plus A- is fine. I mean, yeah, it's very, very efficient.
Okay, B plus A- for Heartless Act. Next is Insatiable Hemophage. It is 3 and a black for a 3/3 nightmare. It's uncommon. It has Death Touch and Mutate for only 2 and a black. So 3 and a black to cast, 2 and a black to mutate. Whenever this creature mutates, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of times this creature has mutated.
Yeah, so
drains them.
So the first drain is not too impressive. Nug them for 1. But, this is like a pretty strong card to play as the third mutate card if you get to that point. Mm-hmm. And then also giving Death Touch to something can be pretty good.
Yeah.
Outside of a dedicated mutate deck, this card loses some luster, but also a 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch is really just a completely fine place to be.
Yeah, so, it is.
Yeah, I'm in for Insatiable Hemophage. I mean, this card's not fantastic, but I think it's like a C+. I think it's just a good card.
Yeah, I think it's trendy. Like if you're in the mutate deck, it's definitely in the B range.
Yeah, for sure.
So good card, Insatiable Hemophage. Next is Lurking Deadeye. This is 3 and a black for a 4/2 human assassin with flash. It's common. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn.
So I have some qualms with this card, but I'll get to that after. As how this is going to play out, it's going to be pretty strong, because when we've seen cards like this, like the Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, it was pretty good when you're attacking, but obviously not that great if you're on defense because you don't get to use the ability. This giving flash means you can attack a 2/2 into their 4/4. They're like, not falling for your tricks, and then they pass and they don't block. And then on their turn, if they attack that same 4/4 into a 2/2, you just get to do it the other way. And if they don't attack, you can just play this end of their turn and you didn't really lose out on too much. So I think that is all fine. The part I actually really don't like about this card, and didn't notice till Court of Calls, who always is one of the trophy leaders on Magic Online, pointed out, it can kill your own creatures and it's not optional. So,
oh no.
So there's going to be a lot of people who play this like at the end of their opponent's turn and then watch it just nug their 5/5 that blocked a 2/2.
Oof.
I don't like that.
That's a feel bad. There's going to be a trigger on the stack that you're not anticipating, and that is going to hurt.
Cards are templated these days to not do that stuff. Like Ravenous Chupacabra destroys an opponent's creature. All of these cards, or Reclamation Sages of May, like these, there's not that many gotchas. This is just randomly a gotcha in the middle of a set, and I just have to imagine that was an oversight. There's no reason. There's no reason to have that otherways. Because it just destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn.
Right. I mean, that's weird, because that's just what you would expect. Like not even the gotcha proof. It's just what you would think.
Yeah.
Do you like the card?
Yeah, the card's good. I mean, you need a lot of other creatures because you need some combat to happen in order to make this work. And it's especially better with tokens because, a 1/1 blocking a 5/5 is perfect for this. It's good with First Strike if that comes up. And yeah, in general, I think Lurking Deadeye is gonna be a card you'll play in any creature heavy deck, especially ones with tokens. But it does bother me that part of it.
So this is also the type of card that is very easy to see through once you're used to the set. So let's just get our listeners ahead of it now. You've got a 4/4 that you just cast. Your opponent's jamming their 2/2 into it, and it makes no sense to you whatsoever, and they're playing black. Pretty sure they have a Lurking Deadeye. So if you block and you don't mind making that trade, fine. But if you need that 4/4, don't block. Like, don't expose your card,
And a follow-up is if they then pass,
don't attack into it. Yeah.
You either don't attack into it or be prepared when they do have it.
It's all about information, right? That's what this whole game's about. So if you're okay with making those trades, no problem. But know it's coming, or at least expect it. So C plus, C plus for Lurking Deadeye. I mean, it's not a B, is it?
No, I would give it a C. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's fantastic.
All right. Next one is Memory Leak. This is 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from that player's graveyard or hand and exile it, and you can cycle it for 1.
This is a card where cycling is very good on it because discard is always the biggest drawback to discard is always, what if I draw this on turn 7 and they don't have no cards in their hand? Memory Leak is never dead. And if you don't have a turn 3 play, casting Memory Leak and taking their turn 3 or 4 play sounds great, or just looking at their hand and taking their 6 drop. So I think Memory Leak is going to be a card you have to have a reason not to play it. And if you have a really low curve aggro deck, sure, maybe you don't need this card. But it's really, I'm struggling to why I wouldn't play this card. It costs 1 mana to cycle, and the effect is powerful when it's good.
Yes, it is. It exactly solves that problem. I like C for Memory Leak, and I agree. I think it'll see extensive play. Next is Mutual Destruction. This is black for a sorcery. It's common. This spell has flash as long as you control a permanent with flash. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature.
Yeah, it's Bone Splinters.
Yeah.
But it has flash if you've got a permanent with flash, which is kind of cool. So I think Mutual Destruction, if you've got enablers like ways to make tokens or sacrifice effects, then it's going to be a card you're going to want to play.
Definitely.
If you can mitigate the cost, the card is good. The flash part is a nice bonus, but I don't think blue-black flash is even going to want this very often because what are they sacrificing?
Yeah, they don't have enough fodder. Yeah. Also worth noting that your first copy of Mutual Destruction, yeah, sure. The second one is already starting to get like, and it's rare that you'll want 3 in one deck.
Yeah, you have to be going really hard on tokens or threatens to have 3.
Exactly. C for Mutual Destruction.
Yeah, it's a C, but like in the right deck, it's a B, and in the wrong deck, it's an F.
Yeah, exactly. So what's next? Night Squad Commando. That's 2 and a black for a 2/3 human soldier at common. When Night Squad Commando enters the battlefield, if you attacked this turn, you get a 1/1 white human soldier creature token.
Mardu Horde Chief has gone to the dark side.
Yeah. Good
that
card.
was a fantastic card in cons, and I expect Night Squad Commander to be very good too. All you need is a deck that has creatures that can attack. You don't even need a specific way to do something with the tokens, because 3 mana for a 2/3 plus a 1/1 is a really good deal.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's like you play a 2/2 for 2, you pass to your opponent, they play a 2/2, and you just go attack with my 2/2. They go, cool, trade, and then you go Night Squad Commando, go. Yeah, that's fine. Then, the 2/2's not there.
Then you use Mutual Destruction or ways to pump your humans, and you get a lot of value out of this. Or you just continue on with your life curving out, and you got an extra 1/1. So I would give Night Squad Commando a C+.
C+ for Night Squad Commando. Good card. Serrated Scorpion. This is black for a 1/2 creature Scorpion at common. When Serrated Scorpion dies, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. Goes out stinging.
Yeah, this is the presumably a sacrifice fodder type card, but I don't really like it very much. I think Serrated Scorpion is just too low impact. I would give it a D.
D. It doesn't have Death Touch. Just remember that. Next is Suffocating Fumes. 2 and a black instant common. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn, and it has cycling for 2.
A strong card.
It's probably still a sideboard card, right?
One of the anti-martial cards that is. It is a fairly high impact in the right situation, and you can cycle it otherwise dead a lot of the time. I would lean towards sideboarding this card because it really only shines in the humans matchup. It seems like, but
that's what I think too.
With cycling too, it's really not that bad to just play.
Yeah, you could just, and it is an instant. So, you can attack with your 2/2/2s, and they're like, sure, I'll trade off with both. And then, oops, gotcha. Because it only affects their creatures. So that has some nice upside. Suffocating Fumes is probably like a C. I mean,
I would give it a C. C for cycling, basically. I think that cycling really, I wouldn't say we understated because we've hit the note pretty hard, but cycling means you're not really losing out by including a lot of these cards, and when they're good, they're really good.
Yep, exactly. Unbreakable Bond is 4 and a black for a sorcery. It is uncommon. It says return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a lifelink counter on it.
Yeah, see, this is exactly the kind of card I don't like, where you're spending 5 mana for a creature. Granted, it's getting a slight bonus, but you're spending 5 mana for a creature, but only if there's a creature worth 5 mana in your graveyard, which is not always going to be the case. So I would start with a D for Unbreakable Bond, but if I had a lot of self-mill, Corpse Churns, or the green-black skull guy who mills herself for 2, that sort of thing, this card does go up, especially if you've got some bangers to bring back. Like, I guess cycling the green 11/11 is pretty nice with this. I guess if I had that card, I'd always play this card because that's awesome. So that changes my grade a little bit, but I would say just in a straight-up normal deck, this isn't a very good card.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a D in a normal deck, and if you have a combo, go for it.
Yeah.
So D for Unbreakable Bond. Next is Unexpected Fangs. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. Put a +1/+1 counter and a lifelink counter on target creature.
I'm not in love with this card.
I'm not either.
+1/+1 is just not enough to swing too many fights. Like, yes, in the range of fights that it wins, it's great. But when you have a 3/3 and they have a 5/5, this card does nothing. Even when they have a 4/4, it's not very good.
No.
So yeah, the lifelink is cute, and sometimes you'll make it so your 5/5 beats their 5/5. You'll gain 6, and you'll really just run away with the game. But I would say Unexpected Fangs is a D, and I would look to sideboard it in against aggro decks if I was like a green deck.
Yeah. Yeah. I like D for Unexpected Fangs. That is too low impact. Next is Unlikely Aid. It's 1 and a black for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains Indestructible until end of turn. This is a reprint, right?
Yeah. This was a card.
Not that long ago. Mm-hmm.
This doesn't have the same problem as Fangs, where this means your 3/3 beats their 5/5, so that's great.
Yep.
The problem is you don't leave anything behind, and it's a 2-mana combat trick, so still not super high on this. I would give it a D. If you want a combat trick, this is playable, but it's not very good. And
black just so rarely wants those type of things. They're just trying to do a whole bunch of other stuff. Next is Void Beckoner. It's 6 black for an 8/8 Nightmare Horror. It's uncommon. It's got Death Touch. It has cycling. And when you cycle Void Beckoner, put a Death Touch counter on target creature you control.
This is the money.
That is awesome.
Yeah, this is the more extreme version, though we haven't gotten to the green one yet either, but the more extreme version of if you've got 8 mana, cast your huge monster, but like 85% of the time, 90% of the time, you're just going to cycle it.
Yep, totally. And I mean, you mentioned it just a minute ago, Unbreakable Bond, that thing back. It's like, it's a Death Touch lifelink 8/8 that you got for 5 mana and didn't have to spend the card in the first place. Like, and you threw a Death Touch counter on something else. Like, that's just absurd.
What you're going to mostly use this for is making it so your 2/2 trades up for their like 4/4 by cycling. You're not down a card because you drew a card off cycling. Totally fine.
Yep.
I would give Void Beckoner probably a B-. Like, it's not going to have the hugest impact in your deck. It does get quite a bit better with Raise Dead type effects, though, or rather Return to Play type effects like Unbreakable Bond. So keep that in mind.
And by the way, I have to say, let's go back to our scenario. We've got a 4/4. Our opponents attack you with my 1/1. Now you have to worry about Lurking Deadeye if they have a 4th mana, or Void Beckoner just throwing a Death Touch counter at instant speed on their 1/1 and taking out your 4/4. I don't think I'm going to block.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get punished. In fact,
maybe
if you look at the next card here,
bluffing. Yeah, what's the next one? Or what do we want to give Void Beckoner? B+? B?
I like B- for Void Beckoner. I think it's just it goes up if you've got ways to make use of it, but it would start at B- for Void Beckoner.
Okay.
Next up, we've got Whisper Squad. This is a 1-mana, 1/1 human soldier. I always hate seeing human on your 1/1 dorks because that means you can't mutate, but 1 mana for a 1/1. And you can pay 1 and a black and search your library for a card named Whisper Squad and put it on the battlefield tapped. So it's a little Squadron Hawk where you cast the first one for 1 mana, and then it can just keep casting more for 2 mana, assuming you have more copies in your deck.
Well,
so
that's kind of actually awesome.
So
are these useful? There's cards that we've seen where they would be, right? Mutual Destruction and
Mutual Destruction, Human, Go Wide, sacrifice, other sacrifice effects. I would not play this at 1 copy. I would not play this at 2 copies. I would consider playing it at 3 copies if I could use the 1/1s, and the same for 4. I don't think I'd even really want to play 5. Like, once you get too many, then you're just drawing 2 of them too often.
Yeah.
And it's quite a bit worse than, we've seen parallels to this in most recently Legion Conquistador, which ended up being good. 3 mana, 2/2, cast as many as you want. And Squadron Hawk, which was fantastic. That was a 2 mana, 1/1 flyer. But one thing they both had is if you play Whisper Squad, you have to keep this one alive to get the second one, which means you can't immediately sack or chump. It doesn't just draw you them. And if you don't spend time doing that, you increase the odds that you're drawing one of them as time goes on.
Right. Also, it's interesting because it seems like it would be better to put it on the battlefield. But I wonder, a lot of times with those other cards, you don't actually use the card to cast. You discard them or loot them or whatever. Like, it's not just about getting the creatures, because these are basically they're 1/1s for one. They don't do anything.
Yeah. I don't really think Whisper Squad is very good. I would give Whisper Squad a D, and every now and then you'll have a deck that really cares about having a bunch of fodder, but for the most part, it's not very good.
Yeah, D for Whisper Squad. Next is Zagoth Mamba. It's a black mamba. It's black for a 1/1 nightmare snake. It's uncommon. Whenever this creature mutates, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. There you go. So this does not have mutate itself. This is a mutate build around card, but it is a very good one. Wow, that's strong.
Yeah. It nugs a creature for -2/-2 every time you mutate, while of course being very cheap. Clearly you need mutate with this, but I would play this with probably three mutate cards is where I'd really start feeling comfortable. And then at like 5+ mutate cards, this card's going to be very, very good. So it's kind of like a build around B+ where you really do get paid off for playing it, and it's a pretty cheap inclusion, but you do need some work. You can't just play this by itself.
Right. Yeah, but I like it as build around B+. That's very, very powerful. Okay, that moves us to red. First card is called Blazing Volley. It's red for a sorcery. Blazing Volley deals 1 damage to each creature your opponent controls. Well, it's common. It does not have cycling. So this seems to very much be a strictly sideboard card. It's very strange that it's in red, as you would assume that the red deck is what it's also good against. So it feels a little weird. And it is so much worse than the black one that we just looked at. Like, what is going on? This card is
very clearly just like a sideboard D. It's not a card you're ever going to main deck, and it's a card you're rarely going to sideboard.
Yeah, so sideboard D- for Blazing Volley. Next is Blister Spit Gremlin. It's red for a 1/1 Gremlin at common. You can pay 1 and tap it to have it do 1 damage to each opponent, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you untap it. Nope.
I don't like the combination of having to spend 1 and then untapping, because Agreed. In order for this to provide value, you have to have an extra 2 mana on the turn you're playing a spell. That does not work out very well. I think Blister Spit Shaman is not a card worth building around, even in blue-red spells. I would give it probably just an F.
Yeah, I think Blister Spit Gremlin is going to be not a card that you want. It also means that working them in multiples isn't as good as it normally would be, etc. Next is Blitz of the Thunder Raptor. That's a heck of a name.
That's a metal name.
That is a very metal name. 1 and a red for an instant. It is uncommon. Blitz of the Thunder Raptor deals damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. There you go.
Yeah, this is a payoff. It's actually kind of nice. It's funny that cards like this are really valuable, because when you're in blue-red spells and nobody else is, you just get these 7th pick because no one else can play them very easily. Mm-hmm. And if you're able to make this deal 3 damage reliably, it's of course great, and you can pretty clearly make this deal more. So I would look to play this mainly in blue-red spells. I could see black-red removal using it. I could see some weird like Jundish self-mill deck maybe using it. But it's a build around, but it's a build around B. It just is a build around that really does pay you off.
Yeah, premium removal at the build around level. So build around B for Blitz of the Thunder Raptor. Next is Cathartic Reunion, another reprint. 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard 2 cards, but then you draw 3. This is a classic enabler for the type of deck that you were just describing. I mean, the fact that these are right next to each other in alphabetical order is like, hey, how about you play both of these cards in your deck?
Right.
The downside to cards like Cathartic Reunion, right, are that there are times when you don't have the 2 cards to pitch, or sometimes you have spells that you would rather cast, so you have to kind of wait until you have expendable stuff. It feels bad if you discard 2 spells and draw, 2 lands in a spell or whatever, and you're like, did I really get ahead here? But if you can get the enabler thing going, it is one of the better enablers.
And it works well in the cycling deck, because yes, your cycling cards have cycling, but this is an efficient way to get multiple cycling cards into the graveyard if you're trying to curve out, right? And it's a way to exchange a bunch of lands for new cards. It's a way to get additional spells. It does a lot of things you want. I think the baseline is I would play this in most decks that had 0 combos with it, which makes it a C.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it works especially well in certain decks makes it a C+. So I would give Cathartic Reunion a C+.
Okay, I'm going to stick with C. I don't always put it in the decks if it's not doing anything.
You can cut it, but it's playable.
It's playable for sure. Next is called Clash of Titans. It's a little bit weird. It's 3 red for an instant. It's uncommon. Target creature fights another target creature. And the key here, right, is that, normally when we read this, it's my creature fighting yours. This allows you to have 2 creatures that aren't yours fight each other. And if their power is greater than their toughness and on both sides, and they're both gone. So this is a card at instant speed for 5 mana that you could get a 2-for-1 by killing 2 of your opponent's creatures. There are many scenarios where that does not happen, and you get to kill 1. There are some scenarios where you don't even get to kill 1. They have 2 3/5s or whatever, and you're like, well, I guess I can't do anything. But usually you can combine that with combat or some other thing as well. The upside, though, is very high. I mean, if you get to just snap off 2 of their creatures for 1 card, especially if they're 2 of their better creatures, that's really good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is not just a 2-for-1. It's 2 creatures in play, which is pretty big. So the payoff is huge. It's very effective against people who have Death Touch tokens and Death Touch creatures. When you make their like Boot Nibbler fight their 5/5, and it's just a rout.
Yep.
In worst case scenario, you could also have your 5/5 fight their 4/4 if you needed to.
Yeah, you can do your creature in theirs, absolutely, and just get a 1-for-1. The fact that it's an instant does open up doors where, for example, you can have combat happen and then finish off 2 creatures. Like, well, that one already took 3 and that one already took 2, and now they kill each other. These type of things can come together too. Clash of Titans is a complicated card to actually play. Like, you'll have to really think through, like, well, what's going to actually happen, or should I wait, and that kind of thing. But it's really powerful. Like, it's a B at least.
Oh, I would say it's a B+. You can do stuff like chump their 5/5 with a 2/2, then have their 3/3 fight their 5/5 and kill them both. Yeah. And there's a lot you can end up doing, and it's a hard card to play against too. If let's say your opponent's got a Clash of Titans in their deck, you have a 4/4, you're like, wow, I guess I should just play a 3/3 instead of playing a 4/4, because if I play another 4/4, that's going to be a beating. It being an instant is huge too, just in terms of making it tricky and the timing of all that. So I would say Clash of Titan gets a B+. There's some matchups where it's not going to shine, but when it's good, it's going to be really good.
Yep. B+ for Clash of Titans. Next is Cloud Piercer. This is 4 and a red for a 5/4 reach with mutate for 3 and a red. And it says whenever this creature mutates, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
This is just like kind of your corner kit, your average mutate card, where it's the first one we saw actually. Mm-hmm. I'm not that impressed with it. Like, it's fine. You're going to mute. This is kind of a mutate enabler where I want to cast this on turn 5, just cast it, and then mutate something onto it that has something cool to do. Especially, a card that's smaller than a 5/4 ideally.
Right, and this is a very tame card, right? It has reach, right? When you think of mutate, it's easier to think of abilities that matter for combat, right? You're like, well, I want to combine Lifelink and Death Touch or Menace and whatever. This is like reach, like it doesn't really combine with other effects particularly well. That said, I'm assuming Cloud Piercer is a C. Like it has mutate. It's reasonably costed. It's a fine body. I think it will make the cut. It might end up being a C- or whatever, but it just looks like a fine card to me. Just a dead middle of the ground mutate card.
Yeah, I would give it a C-. I don't like it that much.
Okay. Dranith Stinger is 1 and a red for a 2/2 common. It's human wizard. Whenever you cycle another card, it does 1 damage to each opponent, and it has cycling itself for 1. Hey, these cards are so good. Yeah,
just like the healer, I love this card. I would say Dranith Stinger is a B. It just never dead and can have a pretty high impact and cycles for 1 mana. It just does all the things you want.
Yeah, all of the floors of this card are good. It's 2/2 for 2, fine. It cycles for 1, fine. B for Dranith Stinger, and of course, a big part of the probably Jeskai cycling deck. Next is Ferocious Tigerilla. What the heck? This is 3 and a red for a cat ape. Aha, you don't have your soundboard this time. It is a 4/3 at common. Ferocious Tigerilla enters the battlefield with your choice of a trample counter or a menace counter on it.
Yeah, either option is fine. Neither option's exciting. It's kind of a bridge card where if you're like the red green trample deck, you can choose trample, and if you're the red black menace deck, you can choose menace. Whew. Depends which mentor you want. So I would say that Ferocious Tigerilla is a C. It's not a huge upside card, but it's never going to be terrible.
Yeah, looks like a C for Ferocious Tigerilla. Next is Fire Prophecy. This is 1 and a red for an instant common. Fire Prophecy deals 3 damage to target creature. You may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. If you do, draw a card.
It's so funny to me that they printed this card in this set where all these cards have cycling because it also effectively lets you cycle.
Yes. But it just doesn't put it in the yard. That's the only difference.
I'm not going to complain. Fire Prophecy is incredible. 2 mana for instant deal 3 would just be a B. Giving you the option to cash in your worst card for a new card. This is easily a B plus for me. I think Fire Prophecy is very strong.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah, B plus for Fire Prophecy. It must have been too good to put it in the yard. Because that's an awkward wording. Next is Flame Spill, 2 and a red for an instant. This one's uncommon. It does 4 damage to target creature. Excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. The spell has trample.
It has trample, but Magic rules are like weird and I think a little too pedantic, so you can't give it trample for reasons. But
yeah,
I really don't want to argue with rules manager types, so I'll leave it at that. Yes, the card's obviously fine. I mean, well, not even fine. It's good.
It's excellent.
Yeah, 4 damage for 3 mana at instant speed's a fine deal. And when you end up dealing excess damage to them, it's going to be nice. But most of the time, you're just going to kill a creature and move on. Plus, you can also just save this up and target their 1/1 to get the last 3 points in.
Totally you can. Yeah, Flame Spell's excellent. 4 damage kills most creatures, and it's 3 mana instant speed with an upside. Yeah, I would say at least a B for Flame Spell. It might even be a B plus.
I would say Flame Spell is a B plus. I think I would take Fire Prophecy over Flame Spell. Just getting to cash in the extra card is so big. Yeah. But they're both very, very good.
Next is Footfall Crater. This is red for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It says enchant land. Enchanted land has tap. Target creature gains trample and haste until end of turn, or you can cycle it. I think I would just skip. Yeah, for 1 mana. Right. I think I'd only want this in my cycling deck, and I would just cycle it.
Yeah, every now and then you're gonna have Ominous Seas out, and you're like, "Ooh, I'm getting there." So you're gonna Footfall Crater to give your Octopus haste. But,
that's true.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that's like 90-10 cycle versus cast, maybe 95-5, honestly. But as a 1 mana cycler, still a fine card to include in decks that care about that sort of thing.
Okay, but it's like I don't know how to grade these ones because I just wouldn't put it in my deck. C.
It's a C to C minus depending on where you're at with cycling.
Next is Forbidden Friendship. This is 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. It says create a 1/1 red dinosaur creature token with haste and a 1/1 human soldier creature token.
So this makes it so your like human plus non-human Super Friends deck gets to work, right? This does it right away. This gives you a dinosaur with haste to mutate onto and a human soldier to do whatever it is you want to do with human soldiers. So I think the card is not good enough on its own. Like Dragon Fodder, right, is the comparison. 2 mana to make 2/1 on goblins. You didn't play Dragon Fodder in your red decks unless you had things that cared about having those 2 tokens. Mm-hmm. There's a lot in this set that does care about it, so I think Forbidden Friendship's a C. But just be aware that if you're not getting value out of the tokens it's making, it's not quite there. 2 mana for 2 1/1s is just not that great of a deal on its own.
Is this guy from like the Starship Enterprise petting this dinosaur, or what's the...
Yeah, it looks pretty dorky, to be honest.
Next is Frenzied Raptor. 2 and a red for a 4/2 creature dinosaur. It is common. That is all I have to say.
I didn't like this last time we saw it in Ixalan. I don't like it here. 4/2 is just not a good stat line. It just trades down too easily. So I'd give Frenzied Raptor a D.
Yeah, D. It's just nothing going on there. Frill Scare Mentor is 2 and a red for a 3/2 human warrior. It's uncommon. When Frill Scare Mentor enters the battlefield, put a menace counter on target non-human creature you control, and you can pay 2 and a red, tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with menace. Yeah, these are all just great.
This is fine. Yeah, it's pretty nice that, like, again, this is good with the Otter too. Turn 3 Otter, turn 4 Mentor, get past their blocker. Whew. Like, there's a lot you can do with Frill Scare Mentor, and when it sits in play, it really does threaten the opponent. So I would give it a B. It's not the top end Mentor, but the bottom on the Mentors is still pretty high.
Agreed. Yeah, B for Frill Scale Mentor. Next is Go for Blood. This is 1 and a red For a sorcery, it's common. It says target creature you control fights target creature you don't control, and you can cycle it for 1.
Without cycling, this would be a C, probably to C minus, just because sorcery speed fight for 2 mana is just okay. Especially red doesn't typically have the biggest creatures, though. I suppose it's got some chonkers in this set. But cycling 1, of course, really goes a long way here, because this is exactly the kind of effect that you really want to have cycling, which when it's good, it's great. Your 4/4 kills their 3/3. You spent 2 mana on a good removal spell. And when it's bad, you cycle it. So Go for Blood is going to end up at a C+ as a result.
Yeah, C+ for Go for Blood. Have your cake and eat it too, I guess. Heightened Reflexes. Red for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Put a first strike counter on it.
This is a good combat trick. I mean, Kindled Fury was always fine, and this is actually better than that because the first strike is permanent. But I'm also not in a hurry to play these combat tricks outside of some pretty aggressive decks. So I would give Heightened Reflexes a D+.
Yeah, D+ for Heightened Reflexes. Next is Lava Serpent. 5 and a red for a 5/5 creature, Elemental Serpent. It is common. It has haste and cycling for 2.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
I think Lava Serpent, I think it's a C. I'm still not bumping it to C+ range, but having this as a nice finisher that doesn't really cost you when you draw it early is pretty sweet. I actually think the cycling deck specifically wants this card because they spend a lot of their time cycling, and Lava Serpent is a fine cycler if you need to enable those things, but having a bunch of just big things to top deck in the late game is really nice.
It is, because as you cycle further, your land to spell count starts going away from you. There's more lands than spells the further you go into your deck. So having a place to spend those lands that you end up with is nice. I mean, to me, it's like a C, like, maybe it's a C+, whatever.
No, I would give Lava Serpent a C, but I do want to point out that the cycling decks really like this card.
So next is Momentum Rumbler. This is 3 and a red for a 3/3 dinosaur. It's uncommon. Whenever Momentum Rumbler attacks, if it doesn't have first strike, put a first strike counter on it. Nice. Whenever Momentum Rumbler attacks, if it has first strike, it gains double strike until end of turn. Cool.
Yeah, this card's sweet. 4 mana for a 3/3 that attacks with first strike is good. And then once you attack once, it actually just has first strike permanently, so you could leave it back to block if you really want.
Yeah.
And then spending 4 mana to attack them with a 6/3 or 3/3 double striker, effectively a 6/3, that's strong as well. So I would give Momentum Rumbler a C+. It's just a really good card.
Yeah, I would too. C+ for Momentum Rumbler, and of course, a really nice place to mutate. Like that.
Yes,
that hits super hard.
There's a chance this is actually a B-. It does take 2 turns to really get paid off.
Yeah.
But you're not really overpaying for that. Maybe Momentum Rumbler is just a B-. It's a pretty significant threat.
It might be, yeah. Next is Porcuparrot. It is 3 and a red for a 3/4 creature bird beast. It's uncommon. It has mutate for just 2 and a red. And it has the ability tap. This creature deals X damage to any target where X is the number of times this creature has mutated.
So
dang.
I think that the best combos here involve granting abilities to Porcuparrot, like specifically Death Touch, but also combining it with like the 4/2 that kills things that have been dealt damage, that sort of thing. Because wanting to like double or triple mutate to make this into a real machine gun doesn't seem that feasible, whereas giving it a Death Touch token and then just bam, immediately getting it to work is really good. Yeah,
and there are ways to get those Death Touch tokens. We've already seen multiples. So, boy, and look, if a Pinger is already a good card, like they don't even print them anymore, generally speaking, especially not cheap ones. If this does get to 2, I mean, it's tossing around it's tossing around shocks, like. The game's not going to go very long at that point. So, and then you add on what you said about adding Death Touch or comboing and stuff. Porcuparrot seems fantastic to me. Only 3 to mutate also. Like you can cast a 2-drop and then just mutate and ping their 1 toughness things straight away. Like that's awesome.
It is a combo with Thieving Otter because that doesn't specify combat damage. It's a combo with the Jellyfish too. So I think Porcuparrot really is going to want to live in red, black, or blue, red to get the most value. Black for Death Touch, blue for those 2 combos.
I'm high on the card. I like B+ for Porcuparrot.
Yeah, I like Porcuparrot at B+ as well.
You can be a real prickly marmoset sometimes, which is our next card.
Which means I cost 2 and a red. I'm a 2/3 first striker. I'm a monkey with Porcupine Quills. And whenever you cycle a card, Prickly Marmoset gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So 3 mana for a 2/3 first strike. Yeah, that's solid. That's a good defensive play, not the best aggressive play. But look at this. When you attack with this, are they blocking with a 3/3 ever? Like, there's just no way they can do that. And if you have this untapped and have all your mana untapped, are they attacking you with that 3/3 or 4/4? Without a trick, it's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah.
Plus, sometimes you're just going to attack. They're not going to block, and you're going to be like, all right, cycle 2 cards, take 6.
Yes, that adds up really quickly. And these especially the blue-red decks, have the ability to get in for big chunks of damage and end the game in like a few swings. And this could be one of those swings.
Yeah, I like Prickly Marmoset quite a bit. In the cycling deck, it's like C plus B minus range. In a deck that has just a couple cycling cards, it's still a C. So I would give Prickly Marmoset a C plus and just be aware of the range. It moves up a little bit.
Yeah, C plus for that one. Next is Pyroceratops. Cool name. 3 and a red for a 2/3 Trampler. It's an elemental dinosaur at common. So vanilla test, not so much. 4 mana, 2/3 Trampler, no way. But whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. That's good.
It's funny seeing the Marmoset and the Ceratops next to each other. It's like, here's your 2/3 with a keyword that gets a bonus when you do the
You're right. That's funny.
Cool. I mean,
and they're
it's
two
fine to
different
have both
things.
these cards, but it's a little. I think it's like it would have been better to move them apart a little bit, just because it's like it's the same joke told twice. But sure, this card's good. In the blue-red spells deck, this is going to be a decent threat. Your opponent's going to eventually have to deal with it. It's going to grow to become a 4/5 or a 5/6 as spells keep getting cast, and trample means it can't be chumped. So I like it a little less than the Marmoset. I think it's just the rate is lower, but Pyroceratops still is a C, and in the blue-red spells deck, you'll be happy to play it.
Yeah, exactly. Next is Raking Claws. This is 1 and a red. For an instant, it is common. It says, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Or cycle it for 2.
The thing about this is a very situational card where you're going to cycle it a lot, because when you cast it, it can do a lot. This has a really high ceiling where your 5/5 does 10 damage. It's quite a bit of extra, but it's really bad on low strength creatures. When you're going to have like a 2/2 or a 3/3 in play, it's not that impressive. So yeah. I would give Raking Claws probably a D, but in the cycling deck, you can move it up if you're missing cyclers.
Yeah, I think a D is correct, because we've seen a lot of random cyclers that you can have. I don't think you're going to be short on those if you want them.
No.
Reptilian Reflection is next. It's 2 and a red for an enchantment and uncommon. Whenever you cycle a card, you may have Reptilian Reflection become a 5/4 dinosaur creature with trample and haste in addition to its other types until end of turn.
I have liked this as a cycling payoff. I think it's easy enough to cycle. Make this big. This is, again, kind of like the Marmoset, where if you have this in play and mana up, your opponent's not going to attack you with a 3/3 unless they have a trick, because if you just cycle a card, it's a blowout. And it's a 3 mana 5 power creature for cycling every turn. That's a really substantial payoff. So I would give a Reptilian Reflection a B. You just know you have to enable this with cyclers. I'm going to want like 8 or more cyclers in my deck to really get this to work. And outside of that, it's not very good. So it's a build around B.
Build around B for Reptilian Reflection. Next is Rooting Moloch. It is 4 and a red for a 4/4 creature lizard at uncommon. When Rooting Moloch enters the battlefield, exile target card with a cycling ability from your graveyard. Until end of the next turn, you may play that card. It also has cycling.
I really like Rooting Moloch. It cycles for 2. It's a B plus. It's a 5 mana 4/4 that draws you a good card of your choice from your graveyard. I mean,
and
again,
it's till the end of your next turn, so you get your mana. Okay,
right. So like, imagine you cycled the Lava Snake, whatever it is, Lava Serpent early. Turn 5, you're Rooting Moloch. Turn 6, play a land, play the snake, and that's just really good.
Yeah.
So
B plus.
Yeah, I think that's quite strong. And it has cycling itself, so, does that thing. It's not hard to find cards with cycling. This is a very well-supported mechanic. So Rooting Moloch is frequently just going to be a very strong card.
Just a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I give Rooting Moloch a B plus here.
Okay, B plus for Rooting Moloch. You do have to stack up with cycling cards, of course. Rumbling Rockslide is 3 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. It says Rumbling Rockslide deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control.
So 4 mana sorcery, kill target creature is pretty close to that. On turn 4, it deals 4. Later, it deals more. This is, I would say this is going to be the premier red removal, but of course, Fire Prophecy is better. This is likely the second best red common.
Yep.
I would give Rumbling Rockslide a B. It's just a really good common removal spell.
And it scales. Late game, it's going to kill whatever's there. Next is Sanctuary Smasher, 4 red for a 6/4 Rhino Beast. It's uncommon. It's got first strike, and it has cycling for 2 and a red. And when you cycle it, you can put a first strike counter on target creature you control. That's great.
This is one of the most castable of the bigger end of the cycle.
Yeah.
You know, the green and the black are huge. The white and the blue are small. Sanctuary Smasher's right in the middle. 6 mana for a 6/4 first strike is really beefy.
It's very good.
And, you know, cycling to give first strike and win a combat and draw a card is also pretty nice. I would give Sanctuary Smasher a B.
It's a B, right? If your creatures are going to trade and you're like, draw a card, kill your creature, that's pretty good. Next is Shredded Sails. This is the one 1 and a red for an instant common. Just choose one, destroy target artifact, or Shredded Sails deals 4 damage to target creature with flying, and it also has cycling for 2.
So it's a bunch of sideboard cards all in one with cycling. Woohoo!
Yeah. I guess that this really highlights my complaint. It's just the more narrow the effect, the more I dislike it, I guess. Especially cards like this, which are really meant to be sideboard cards. I mean, this is a sideboard. This isn't a conditional card. This is a sideboard card, you know?
Yeah, this is a sideboard card that you now get to play in your main deck. I would tend not to play it in my main deck unless I cared about the cycling, because it's not looking like the effect's going to come up all that often. So I would say this is like a sideboard D. And if you want to play it in your deck because you've got cycling payoffs, that's all, of course, fine.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then it doesn't hurt as bad. Next is Spell Eater Wolverine. It's 2 and a red for a creature Wolverine at common. It's a 3/2. And it has double strike as long as there are 3 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard.
I think that the Wolverine is a worse payoff than the Pyre Ceratops and certainly than the Blue-Red Fairy at uncommon. But
and the monkey's better too, right?
Yeah, you have to have cycling for that, right? So that's like a little bit different, but
yeah. Because I see you're comparing them within the same archetype. I get it.
Right. In the blue-red spells archetype, this is the last enabler I want, or the last payoff I want, rather. But you will play it if you're lacking other payoffs.
Yeah.
So, like you want like 12 or more spells in your deck to really have this reliably be on. And even then, if this is a 3/2 double striker on turn like 6, that's just not that impressive. So I would give Spell Eater Wolverine a D, but it's something you can go to if you need to.
Yeah, D for Spell Eater Wolverine. Tentative Connection is next. It is 3 and a red. It's a sorcery. It's common. It says this spell costs 3 less to cast if you control a creature with menace. And gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. So it's a threatened effect that you could get for 1 mana if you control a creature with menace.
1 mana is really cheap. That can set up some really nice plays. But even at 4 mana, if you have a Bushmeat Poacher or the Bone Splinters card, the 1 mana sack a creature
to
kill target creature,
Mm-hmm.
that's not that hard of a play to set up with Tentative Connection. And there's a decent amount of menace going on. So this is a build-around card. You can't just put threatens in your deck and expect to have good results. But I believe that it's very strong once you have like 2 to 3 or more sack outlets. So I would give Tentative Connection. I would give it a build-around B because the payoff is really strong. If you can steal their creature, sack it to kill their other creature after getting an attack in, like you traded 2 for 2, but you spent almost assuredly less mana and got some damage in. That's a good exchange.
Yeah, and outside of build around, it's like a D. Like you just probably wouldn't play it most
Basically,
of the time.
F outside of build around. It's also not the worst with the red fight card for 6 mana or 3 mana. If you've got a menace creature, you can steal their 4/4, make their 4/4 fight their 4/4. That's a little harder to set up, but the red does have that common cycling fight card that also does the trick. So
sure. All right. So build around B for Tentative Connection. Last red card is Weaponize the Monsters. This is red for an enchantment at uncommon. You can pay 2 mana, sacrifice a creature, and Weaponize the Monsters deals 2 damage to any target.
Ironically, you're going to be weaponizing the humans more than the monsters because human tokens is the best place to put this. Also, a 2 mana sack outlet is pretty different than a 1 mana one, where it's harder to use Tentative Connection in this than it is any of the other cards we talked about. Mm-hmm. But I think Weaponize the Monster. So you need to have played this and probably sack 3 creatures to really feel ahead, and those creatures need to be pretty low cost. Otherwise, you're still down on cards. So I would give Weaponize the Monsters probably a D. It doesn't look very good to me.
I don't know, man. That 2 damage getting tossed around is pretty good if you have a lot of expendable stuff, and maybe if you could combine it, with like Bastion of Remembrance or something, you could just kill your opponent so quickly.
I could see in like some sort of Mardu-ish humans deck, whether it's red-white or red-white-black or whatever.
Yeah.
Being a build around like C.
I could see it being a build around B. Like, turning your creatures into shocks is okay, but turning them into shocks if you're getting paid for sacking stuff is better. It works with tentative connection.
I still think this is a little worse. I think it's a build around C, but this can perform. When this is good, it'll be good. But I believe you'll play this maybe 1 out of every 5 times you end up drafting it, something like that.
All right, our last color is green. Adventurous Impulse is first up. It's green for a sorcery. It's common. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest of on the bottom of your library in any order. This has been printed before and saw a little bit of play in Limited, but not much.
It's fine.
Yeah.
If you have a deck that has a lot of forests and a lot of creatures, then Adventurous Impulse is worth playing because it smooths out your draws. It can find your, 3rd or 4th land or a creature in the late game. Again, I've said this for other cards, but cycling makes me care about this less because I already have this built into a lot of my cards where there's only so much mana you can spend not affecting the board. I've learned the hard way. So you don't go nuts on this. But in the average 14 creature deck that has something like 9 or 10 forests, then I think Adventurous Impulse is good. It's weak if you don't have enough forests because you don't want to you don't want one of your land finders to not be castable early. So I think it's a totally fine card, and I would give Adventurous Impulse a C-. It's not a card you'll always play, but it's not horrible if you play
I'll give it a D+. It just doesn't make the cut that often. Next is called Almighty Brushwag. It is green for a 1/1 creature Brushwag at common. It's a trampler. Yes, we do have a 1/1 trample for 1, but you can pay 3 and a green to give it +3/+3 until end of turn. There's your threat of activation, buddy.
Oh, yeah, and you know what the biggest combo with this is
What's
Mutate.
That?
Because this is the perfect mutate target because the stack has trample and keeps the 4-mana pump ability. So the problem with 1/1s is if your opponent attacks you with this on turn 4, you're just going to not block, and they're either going to spend their whole turn to deal 4 to you, which you'll take, or it'll deal 1 and won't do anything.
Mm-hmm. And you're just getting that little.
But imagine if you mutate onto this, now you have a 4/4 attacking them. Now it's still very hard to block, but if they don't block, they take 4, and that's a pretty good chunk. So I don't think this card's good, and I would definitely not play it without Mutate. But in a deck that has a lot of Mutate, this card seems fine.
Okay. Yeah, this goes once again back to that thing of how much do we want a 1-mana mutatable creature? How big of a deal is that in the format? This is one of the better ones if we have it. Otherwise, it's like a D.
Yeah, and I think this is a little better than the Mysterious Egg in some ways because the activated ability plus the trample is pretty threatening in the late game.
Yeah, it could end the game. Next is Auspicious Starix, which is 4 and a green for a 6/6 with Mutate for 5 and a green. This is an Elk Beast at uncommon, so yet another Elmer, and he's looking ripped. Whenever this creature mutates, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile X permanent cards, where X is the number of times this creature is mutated. Put those permanent cards on the battlefield.
Auspicious Starix is quite strong. It's a 5-mana 6/6, which baseline is totally fine.
Yes.
And then the first time you mutate, you get a 6/6 and you get a permanent. Note you can't hit lands though, which is unfortunate because you generally won't want to. But then the second time you mutate, you get 2 permanents. This is the one that scales up so well.
So you go through until you hit 2 of the things that you're allowed to hit. Like you can't miss.
Yeah, you can miss by hitting lands because again, those are generally not going to be a good thing.
But you do get them, right?
You do get them, yes.
Okay.
You put them into play, and when you go like turn 6, mutate Starix, hit like a 3-drop, and then next turn mutate again and hit a land and like a 4-drop, you're gonna feel like you got really far ahead.
Yeah, worth noting that this is one of the few ones where the mutate cost is actually more than the casting cost. Oftentimes it's cheaper. This one's 6 to mutate and 5 to cast. And I also am interested in when it's just better to cast a 5-mana 6/6 and start turning the dang thing sideways.
Well, also, you cast this on turn 5, and then turn 6, you can just mutate something else onto it and still get that benefit.
And still get that, yeah.
This card's really, really strong. It's also fairly easy to splash. Has a pretty powerful effect. Also, if you can, have some low-impact mutates a few times and then play this as your 3rd mutate, you can just fill a whole board full of crap.
Right, you're just getting tons of stuff, yeah.
I would give Auspicious Star X a B+. I think the card's quite strong.
Huge stats and an upside. Next is Barrier Breach. This is 2 and a green for an instant. It's uncommon. Exile up to 3 target enchantments, and it has cycling for 2.
I like this more than some of the other sideboard cards because there's when blue and white both have a common enchantment removal card, then this card does get a decent amount stronger. So I would give Barrier Breach a C. I wouldn't feel bad about main decking this.
C for Barrier Breach, yeah.
Plus, if you play against literally like blue-white and they have 2 enchantments in play and you hit 2, that's just obscene.
That is disgusting. Next is Bristling Boar. It's 3 and a green for a 4/3 boar that can't be blocked by more than 1 creature, and it is a common. Mutate onto it, right?
Yeah, but I don't really want to mutate onto 4 mana 4/3s because then we're really paying pretty big costs,
right? Because if they kill, because you're just putting too much in one basket. Yeah, because I like the ability, like can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. But you're right. Like even if you got the Auspicious Star X on it, you're only getting 2 more power out of the deal. It's just fine. So then it's just whatever, right? It's a D or something.
Yeah, I would give Bristling Boar a D. If you have to play it, it's fine. But I've literally, this card has been reprinted in a few sets. I don't think I've ever felt like I really got it paid off by playing this card. It's never been great.
Okay. So D for Bristling Boar. What about Charge of the Forever Beast?
It's a 2 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast the spell, reveal a creature card from your hand. Charge of the Forever Beast deals damage to target creature equal or planeswalker equal to the revealed card's power. So you're gonna basically fight from your hand, or I guess Rabid Bite from your hand because your creature doesn't take damage back. So I think that this card's good. You have the risk for sure of drawing this card off the top of your deck when you have no creatures in your hand, or just having it and not having a creature to use. In which case it does literally nothing. But it's not that expensive. Let's say you do draw this on turn 7 or 8 and you have no creatures. The next time you draw a creature, you'll be able to use this, then play that creature, and that wasn't the worst. And then when this is in your opening hand, it's going to be pretty close to 3 mana removal because you just reveal a 4/4 or a 5/5 and just nug one of their creatures for a bunch. So I think that Charge of the Forever Beast is going to end up being just solid playable removal, probably at like C+ range.
Yeah, C+. It's still conditional sorcery speed. Next is Essence Symbiote. It is 1 and a green for a 2/2 beast. It's common. Whenever a creature you control mutates, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature and you gain 2 life.
This is obviously great in a mutate deck because it's a good mutate target itself because it's a cheap little thing and you get all the bonuses. And then it also looks at other creatures that are mutating and gives you those things as well. So you're probably going to want 4 more mutate cards, but when you do, this is a bear that has relevance later, which is pretty much all we've ever asked for.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So what, C+?
I would give Essence Symbiote a C+, yeah.
Next is Excavation Mole. It's 2 and a green for a mole. It's common. It's 3/3 with trample, and when Excavation Mole enters the battlefield, put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard.
I'm a fan of Excavation Mole. The key here is caring about the self-mill, which a lot of decks will.
Yeah.
Because then think for Venomous Hierophant from Theros, right?
Yeah.
This set doesn't pay you off as much for milling as Theros did. Escape's a pretty big incentive, but still, in like a black-green deck where you've got various graveyard effects, you're happy to pay for a 3/3 trample for 3 that also mills you. And when you're not caring about the mill aspect, a 3/3 trample for 3 that can be mutated onto and is just decent stats, like all of that adds up to a playable card. Not an exciting one. I think it's a C, but certainly a decent one.
Yeah, we don't usually see 3/3 for 3 with trample. I mean, that's just good, and this has extra benefit on it too. So C for Excavation Mole. Next is Exuberant Wolf Bear. It is 3 and a green for a 4/4 Wolf Bear at uncommon. Whenever Exuberant Wolf Bear attacks, you may change the base power and toughness of target human you control with to Exuberant Wolf Bear's power and toughness until end of turn. Huh?
So 4 mana 4/4, and when it attacks, it gives one of your human tokens +3/+3 effectively.
Oh, if it's a 1/1, okay.
Yeah, because it makes it into a 4/4. Also, you kind of get double value on pump spells. Imagine if you like gave this +3/+3 and then attacked and made your human, you have 2 7/7s attacking them.
Okay.
And also, it's a 4 mana 4/4, which is a pretty good place to start.
Does the pump spell change the base power and toughness? Oh, it changes it with Exuberant Wolf Bear's actual power and toughness. So whatever that is.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yep.
So I think that the starting point of 4 mana 4/4 is good. And then it's a beating. Like imagine if you just made a human token, like you're playing like black green or something, and you played the 3 mana 2/3 that makes a 1/1, and then you played this on turn 4. Turn 5, you're attacking them with 2 4/4s and a 2/3. And that's pretty solid. And then it doubles up on pump spells, or if you like mutate this into something bigger or what have you. It's not a bomb, but I think this card's a C+. I would give Exuberant Wolf Bear a C+ in a deck that had a decent amount of other humans, and probably closer to a C if you don't, because a 4 mana 4/4 is still certainly playable.
Yeah, I like that. That's exactly because they often do this with these creatures that benefit you to attack with multiples, but it's good on its own, so it's fine. Fertilid is back. Wow, that goes back to the first set that I drafted, Morningtide. I think one of those. Anyway, it's two and a green for a 0/0, but it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. It's an elemental that's common, and you can pay 1 and a green to remove a +1/+1 counter from it. Target player searches their library for a basic land card, puts a card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffles their library.
So first of all, I'd recommend targeting yourself. Anyway,
this is a throwback, right? Like,
yeah.
This is when they used to just let you make all these different decisions, and now it's just you, but this is a reprint. So yeah, you can actually choose whatever.
So there's a couple things going on. One is if you mutate onto this, again, +1/+1 counters kind of go on top. So it's a good mutate target. The other is as a value card, this isn't the worst. If you play this on turn 3, you can turn 4 double ramp, or turn 4 play a 2-drop and ramp once, what have you. And then if you add additional +1/+1 counters to it, which I guess is not super easy. There's a couple ways you get extra ramps. Mm-hmm. It supports you casting 6 or 7 mana spells. And overall, I think it's a fine card. I would give Fertilid a C, and I would lean towards wanting to do some combination of mutating, playing expensive cards, playing 3 colors, all that sort of stuff to get max value here. But it's an okay drop in pretty much any deck.
Yeah, I like C+ for Fertilid. The value is definitely there. And, you could just block and remove the counters. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Yeah, there's stuff to do.
Next is Flycatcher Giraffid. This is 4 and a green for a 3/5 Antelope Lizard at common. Flycatcher Giraffid enters the battlefield with your choice of a Vigilance counter or a Reach counter on it. Sure.
Look, Mammoth Spider, which is exactly this cost for a 3/5 Reach, has always overperformed.
Yeah.
And a Mammoth Spider that could have Vigilance, which isn't intrinsically that good, but could be good if you got the Vigilance payoffs going on, like the Mentor especially. That's pretty solid. You want to be on the defensive side to play this card, but in a defensive deck, I'm happy enough playing the Flycatcher. I would still give it a C. I wouldn't go higher, but yeah. It's a
very solid C. Next is Fully Grown, which is 2 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Put a trample counter on it.
3 mana combat tricks. This kind of has the same problems as Spontaneous Flight, the white one, but if this is at least a good finisher. So what I like Fully Grown for is you got your opponent down to low life and you just attack with everything, and no matter how they block, they die because you're attacking them with enough big creatures that they can't stack up enough creatures on any of them to play around Fully Grown, which is nice. Yeah,
but the 3 mana really is kind of a deal breaker in many ways for most combat tricks, and I think that's true here. These type of cards see fringe play. I would give Fully Grown a D. That to me seems to be where these cards end up playing. Occasionally you'll see them, but they're not in every deck that plays green.
I like D+ for Fully Grown, but it's pretty close.
Okay, next is Glowstone Recluse. This is 2 and a green for a 2/3 spider it's uncommon with mutate for 3 and a green, and it has reach. Whenever this creature mutates, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it.
I like Glowstone Recluse. The power level here is fairly high because 3 mana 2/3 reach is mediocre but playable. But getting an additional +2/+2 every time you mutate means this is a really good base for mutate, where you cast this on 3, mutate on something else to it on 4, get that trigger. You can also play this later as effectively a +2/+2 in reach and aura that triggers the, however many times this card is mutated thing. So this card's good in a heavy mutate deck and just good in a normal deck, which just makes it good. I would give Glowstone Recluse. I'd probably give it a C+. I'm not over the moon, but the card does a good amount of work here.
Yeah, C+ for Glowstone Recluse. Next is Love this card. Greater Sandworm, 5 green for a creature worm. It's common. It's a 7/7 that can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, which is very, very relevant when you get to this stage of the game. Don't overlook that. And this is awesome. You can cycle it for 2.
Yeah, it's the kind of card where you cycle early and you cast it late and you're satisfied with both outcomes. Yeah, you like you said, the can't be blocked by power 2 or less means this can't be chump blocked, and it's really hard to like triple block.
Right.
Because a lot of times the way they deal with a 7/7 is block with like a 5/5 and a 2/2 or a 4/4 and 2/2/2s, and that just does not work out anymore. So Greater Sandworm is one of the cards I really always like including. I would give it a C+.
Same. I think this, and don't overlook it. This card's very powerful because of the cycling.
Well, 7 mana 7/7 with a good ability is a card you love to top deck later.
Yeah.
The drawback is drawing it early. It does not have that drawback.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It has some cool mid-game play too, where you have to decide, am I really going to get there? You know?
Yeah.
Next is Honey Mammoth, which is 4 green for a 6/6 elephant at common. When Honey Mammoth enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. 6 mana 6/6 with an ETB of gaining 4 life.
So this suffers a little because of exactly cards like Greater Sandworm, where you can kind of cover your high end without risk.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, I'll play Lava Serpents and Greater Sandworms and never end up being screwed. But the one thing I do like about Honey Mammoth is it actually gets around a different drawback expensive cards have, which is when you pay 6 mana for a card and get it bounced or killed, you're often fairly behind. Mm-hmm. That's not true when you've gained 4 life, because that usually buys you about a turn of attacks. Yep. So you can play Honey Mammoth, they passivism it, and then next turn you survive and play another play and you're not in the worst shape in the world. That said, I'd rather just have the cyclers. I would give Honey Mammoth probably a D+. Yeah,
it's not a bad card, but it's just in a set with Greater Sandworm, you're going to want the Greater Sandworm.
Exactly.
Next is Hornbash Mentor. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 human warrior. It's uncommon. When Hornbash Mentor enters a battlefield, put a trample counter on target non-human creature you control, and as you might imagine, you can pay 2 and a green, tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with trample.
Unsurprisingly, the green Mentor is the biggest on stats. Yep. 3 mana for a 3/3. A lot of just giving those away these days.
Yeah.
And giving trample is also one of the, like, trample and vigilance are both just not that valuable, because trample is good on big creatures. You don't usually need too much help if you've got a big creature, But what this is nice is it's 3 mana 3/3. Just put the counter on your 2-drop, and then you've got a persistent threat, some extra mana sinks. Just a good creature overall. So like the other mentors, I would give this a B. The only, basically the blue mentor kind of flies above the rest, but this is still pretty good, and I would give it a B.
Yeah, B. Next is Humble Naturalist. This is 1 and a green for a 1/3 human druid at common. Taps to add 1 mana of any color, and you can spend that mana only to cast a creature spell.
To head off the first question, you can pay for mutate with this.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I like Humble Naturalist. 2 mana for a 1/3 means it can block a lot of 2-drops and live. It can, stack up for a double block in the late game at a little lower cost. And, curving out with this is easy. Yes, it can't cast your 6-drop sorcery or whatever, but it will cast most of the things you want to cast, especially in green. So Humble Naturalist gets a C+.
Yeah, C+. Solid 2-drop, especially if these end up being really 3-color decks often. Next is Ivy Elemental. Green X for a 0/0 uncommon elemental. And this is really flashy. It enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. This is the vanilla test machine. It's like, do you want a 1/1 for 2? No. Do you want a 2/2 for 3? No. Do you want a 3/3 for 4? Not really a vanilla one. It's like, so at what point are you happy with it? Right? Kind of none. But, you do see that what you talked about earlier with Mutate applies to Ivy Elemental as well, and that these counters will count in addition to whatever power toughness it ends up being. And that's kind of the joke here, right?
Yeah, for sure. The plan with Ivy Elemental is to play this as on turn 3 or turn 4, mutate onto it and get a pretty big creature. It is also nice having an X spell in your deck. Sometimes you just do have 9 lands in play. You draw this and you're like, ooh, an 8/8. And sometimes you're like, I have nothing else to play on turn 4. I guess I'll make a 3/3. So I would not play this without mutate. I think it's too weak at every point in the curve without mutate. Once I have like at least 3 mutate cards, I'm pretty much in for Ivy Elemental, especially if they're mutate cards that care about stats, which a lot of them do. So I would give Heavy Elemental a C. In the right deck, it's like a C+.
Yeah, we're still not talking about anything super exciting.
No.
Next is Lead the Stampede, 2 and a green for a sorcery. It's uncommon. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of creature cards from among them and put the reveal cards into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom of your library in any order.
You need to have a lot of creatures. We're talking like 16 creatures or something to start feeling like this is a payoff, because you want to draw 2 cards off this.
Yes.
If you don't draw 2 cards off this, it's not a good card. And the fact that you'll miss a lot of the time means I don't like Lead the Stampede. Every now and then you'll end up with this like mega creature dense deck where it's good enough, but for the most part, Lead the Stampede's a D.
Yeah, it's usually a D. Next is Migration Path, which is 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library, and you can also cycle this for 2.
I love Migration Path.
Man, that's good.
A turn 4 double ramp spell is really powerful in a deck with good 6s and 7s, and then you can just cycle it. It's effectively like a land with cycling, and lands with cycling are among the best cyclers because it's just so clear when you want them and when you don't want them.
Exactly. So, you just know if you top deck this late and you've already got 7 lands, who cares, right? You just cycle it. Really powerful effect too.
Yeah, it's not like 4 mana 3/3 with cycling is like, well, I can always make use of this. I guess I'll cycle it and hope for something better. Lands, it's like, I don't need a land, or I really need lands. There's no other way. So,
what kind of grade do you like for Path? Do you like B minus? Do you like C+?
I would give Migration Path a B.
A B.
I think it's going to be. It's a 2 for 1 also, and it ramps
and fixes you twice.
Yeah. It's a very powerful card, and the fact that it has cycling really helps mitigate any costs associated with it. So I would give Migration Path a B.
All right, B for Migration Path. Next is
also helps you play 3 colors, by the way. So.
That's what I mean. It fixes twice. Yeah. Like you can fix both your colors. Migratory Greathorn is 3 and a green for a creature beast. It's a 3/4 at common. It has mutate for 2 and a green, and whenever it mutates, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and shuffle your library. So now you've got mutate rampant growth.
Yeah, you have to have done some setup to make this work, but I would mutate this onto any 3-drop. It's basically you're spending 3 mana to give a creature, or 2-drop rather. Let's say you play a 2 mana 2/2. You spend 3 mana to give your creature +1/+2 and go get a land, and then now this is a pretty solid mutate target for other future mutates. A 4 mana 3/4 is just okay, but also playing this on turn 4 and mutating like the chittering guy that makes them sacrifice and then getting a land out of the deal, that's pretty good. So
that is, yeah.
I like Migratory Greathorn. I would give it a C+.
Yeah, I like it too. And I like the fact that you could use the land that you get from it to enable the mutate on like a splashed one or something like that. So Migratory Greathorn, C+. Next is Monstrous Step. It's 4 and a green for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says target creature gets +7/+7 until end of turn. Up to 1 other target creature blocks it this turn if able. But if none of that's your cup of tea, you can cycle it for 2.
Yeah. I don't love Monstrous Step. I get that when you target a trampler with this, you kill their creature and deal like 6 damage or 5 damage to them, and that's fine. But this needs a lot of things to go right. You have to have a creature. They have to have an untapped creature. Note that if their creature is not untapped, you can't kill their thing. And they have to have no bounce or removal spell to make it work. Tricks probably aren't going to be good enough. This is big enough that it'll steamroll any combat trick. Look, cycling definitely helps. Without cycling, this card would be horrendous. I think even with cycling, it's not the kind of card I expect to cast very often. I would give Monstrous Step a D.
Yeah, basically you need to have things like Trample or some other lifelink or something, because otherwise it's a weird fight card.
Well, lifelink's good. I guess if you're really hard up for removal, it could work, but it's still just kind of situational.
Yeah, at face value, it's a bad fight card, but in its best case scenario, it's the best. It really gets them. But I agree. I think that, with cycling, it probably ends up being a C or something, but, a little too conditional. Mosscoat Goriak is next. It's 2 and a green for a 2/4 Vigilance Beast. It's common.
This is certainly a lot of stats for 3 mana. It's not exciting. And the Vigilance payoffs honestly aren't that good. So I would say Mosscoat Goriak is a D, but if you need a 3-drop, it's fine.
Yeah. And this is, whatever. It's a D. Next is Plume. It's Plummet. 1 and a green for an instant. It's common. Destroy target creature with flying. Doesn't have
Finally,
cycling.
let sideboard cards be sideboard cards. Plummet's just a straight up sideboard C. It's fine if they've got flyers, but never like extremely exciting.
Next is Ram Through, which is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So that is a bite, not a fight. If the creature you control has trample, excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. That's cool.
Yeah.
And it's instant speed.
Yeah, instant speed and, again, one-sided fight. So your 4/4 kills their 4/4 without losing yours.
Yeah.
And a little payoff for tramplers. There's a couple of cards in this set that really punish your opponent for playing a 1/1. Like they're at 3 life, they play a 1/1, you're like, ooh, kill you. You know?
Yeah.
Like this and the flame spell both do that.
Yeah,
so,
that's funny.
I think Ram Through gets a C+. It's just a really decent room. Probably a B-, honestly. It's instant speed.
It's instant speed.
Instant speed is really strong. So
with upside. And this is you're looking at your green removal spell for the set at common. Next is Sudden Spinnerets. This is green for an instant. It is common. It says target creature gets +1/+3 until end of turn. Put a reach counter on it. Untap it.
I actually like Sudden Spinnerets quite a bit more than almost all the other combat tricks because it does 2 different ways to ambush the opponent. First of all, it untaps your creature. So you attack your 3/3 into their 4/4. They don't block, and then they attack back, and you can use this. It also gives it reach, so you can ambush a flyer. And +1/+3 for 1 mana is a really substantial deal. It makes a 3/3 beat a 4/4. It makes a 5/5 rumble against a 5/5 or a 6/6. It does all those things. It also saves your creatures from any of the red burn spells pretty easily. So I think, and the reach counter is permanent. I think all of that puts together brings Sudden Spinnerets to a C, where we're giving most of the removals in the D range.
Most of the combat tricks.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Combat tricks, yeah.
All right. So C-ish for Sudden Spinnerets. Next is Survivor's Bond. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. Choose one or both. Return target human creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and or return target non-human from your graveyard to your hand.
So if you've got a human and a non-human, 2 mana, draw 2 from your graveyard, which is nice. At worst, it's a raised dead of any creature. I like Survivor's Bond. This is a good way for green to get some card advantage. You got to do a little bit of work to balance your types, but not super hard to kind of end up there, because this is kind of a late game card. It's not a card you need to have both types in play by turn 4 to work. Like when you top deck this on 7 or 8, most decks are going to draw 2 cards, and that's pretty good. So
yeah, and since it's only 2 mana, it often is that like you get 2 cards back, you play the cheaper one that turn, then the next turn you play the more expensive one. It's a good play pattern when these things only cost 1 or 2 mana. That said, I mean, there's room for 1 or 0 in your deck. It is not a priority. But yeah, I would give it a C. I
would give Survivor's Bond a C. I think this is a solid way to get a little action in the late game.
Next is Thwart the Enemy. This is 2 and a green for an instant. It's common. It says prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn by creatures your opponents control.
I get that in like a big combat, this can be a pretty big swing, but it's hard to really get a card out of this. And at 3 mana and it not increasing the stats of your creatures, it's really only good when you have like equivalent sized creatures where yours are going to die and theirs are going to die and you save yours. So that's a bit too much. This looks like an F to me.
It does to me too. People always get like, this is the fog that you want. Right? Yeah. It prevents their stuff. But they always overestimate the amount of times that your opponent is like, I am going to attack all of my creatures into yours that would trade. Like, that is very rare because, again, as we discussed on the podcast many times, Magic combat system benefits the blocker and makes it so that it dissuades attacks if there's a full board. So that just almost never happens. You might get 1 card out of it, but that's tough.
So I do think Thwart the Enemy is an F. It has a sideboard application, which is if they've got a lot of ways to give their whole team plus like a bonus, like a bunch of charges and stuff like that. Yeah. Then sure, you can use this as a way to kind of counter those, but I would not recommend main decking the card.
Next one, big boy, Titanoth Rex. Titanoth Rex is a 9 mana, 7 GG for an 11/11 trample beast. It's a dinosaur beast actually, and it's uncommon. And you can cycle it for 1 and a green, which is actually cheaper. And when you do, you put a trample counter on target creature you control.
I really like the idea of drafting Reanimator with this card and Unbreakable Bond. So I'm excited to try to do that. But for the most part, I would play this in a deck that cared about giving trample or cared about cyclers. 9 mana is a bit outside the range.
Yeah, this is really just the cycling card for the most part.
It's it gets progressively more and more difficult every mana you go up. The difference between a 3-drop and a 4-drop, like if you look at it in terms of at what turn are you going to hit this land drop?
Yeah.
It's about, you're going to hit your first 5 land drops most of the time in most games, like, your first 4 for sure. Once you get above that, it's about 2 additional turns per land. So
and the gap gets wider.
Yes, not narrower. So you're going to end up with Titanoth Rex. You're going to cast this on turn like 11, which most limited games are over in the turn 7 to 8 range in most formats. So games, this is not going to be castable.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the average if you just like take the basics, right? It's 9 lands. That is roughly half
or more than half the lands in your deck.
So that's the 20th card in your library. That's turn 13.
Which is about turn 13, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. And it's often longer. Now, I will say if you've got Migratory Greathorn and Migration Path as part of your plan, this does go up a little bit, but I think you're just going to play it anyway because it's just good. Putting trample counters and having this, if you do flood out or whatever, ability is good too. Like you said, though, unless you're doing something tricky with it, it's not a priority. So I don't know how to grade it. I would just say it's a C+. The 9 mana really is pretty unattainable, game in and game out.
Yeah, I would say Titanoth Rex ends up probably being in the C to C+ range, and I'm just itching to draft Mana.
You want to do it, yeah. Last green card is called Wilt. It is a one named English card. 1 in a green, instant, common, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Come on, cycling 2.
This is kind of like the Wilt Chamberlain of Disenchants.
It is. It's the goat.
No, I don't know if it's. Ikoria probably hasn't been out long enough for it to destroy 20,000 artifacts or enchantments. But,
oh my god! Wow.
This is a best of 1 main deck card.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'd always be fine main decking Wilt. I don't think that the cost is that big, and destroying an enchantment's pretty nice.
Yeah, there's enough enchantments around, probably make it worth it. But whatever, this is a C, or you could sideboard it if you want, if you're doing fine. Okay, a few artifacts and a few lands, and we're done here. Our first artifact is actually a cycle of them. So I'll read the first one. It's called Indatha Crystal. These are all called something crystal. 3 mana, and for an artifact, they're all uncommon. And they tap to add 1 of 3 colors of mana. In this case, these are the Abzan colors. So white, black, or green. But these cards also have cycling for 2, which is kind of cool. So these are triple mana rocks, basically. They don't enter the battlefield tapped, so you can use them the turn that you play them. And if you don't need the mana, you can cycle them away. These are powerful. And there's one for Temur, and there's one for Jeskai, there's one for Sultai, and there's one for Mardu as well.
I like these. They're certainly better than the obelisks in original Alara, which were these but no cycling.
Right.
I think they're better than the banners as well, which are the Fate Reforged cons ones where you could cast them, sack them from in play to draw a card. The reason I think that they're better is cycling 2 is just a much cheaper cost. So as a top deck later, they're a lot more efficient. And these are a pretty solid way to mana fix. It's not that efficient to cast. You don't really want to cast these on turn 3.
Right.
But they do fix your colors. They do give you a little bit of boost of acceleration. And then, like cycling lands, when you don't need the mana, then you can cycle them away. I would give these a C. I would say you want to have either a 3-color deck or a deck with a high curve to want to play them, or a deck that cares about cycling. And that's a lot of different things put together, and you'll often be multiple of those things at the same time. In a normal 2-color deck, I would generally not play these.
Okay. So yeah, there's 5 of those. The next card is Sleeper Dart. It is 2 mana for an artifact. It is common. It says when Sleeper Dart enters the battlefield, draw a card. All right. And you can tap it and sacrifice it to have target creature not untapped during its controller's next untap step.
I mean, clearly, again, like a cycler, a 2-mana draw card, you're never going to feel too down if you have to play this, but the effect here is fairly minor. I would give Sleeper Dart a D, and you'll play it if you just need to fill out your slots.
Yeah, and it's a little brutal because it cycles in the sense that you pay the 2 mana, you get the card back, but it doesn't count as cycling. So, if you have the cycling deck, it doesn't even fill that role. It's not a payoff for those things. Yeah. Next is Springjaw Trap, which is 1 mana for an artifact. It's common. It has flash. You can pay 4 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to do 3 damage to any target. So 5 mana total investment, but you can space it out as you see fit, and you get to do 3 damage to anything. Not particularly efficient, but it is 3 damage.
But yeah, it's not very good. I would give Spring Draw Trap a D, and I would look to like side it in if they've got kind of utility creatures that you need to kill.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It does mean when I revise my top 10 traps episode for LR, we've got some new contenders.
We do. Lava Ball Trap's going to be hard to knock off the list.
That is the biggest trap. It still is. No one can argue with that.
In fact, this might be the smallest trap. All right. Next is actually a block of 10 cards. It's a full cycle of what we call the gain lands. These are dual lands that enter the battlefield tapped. And when they do, you gain a life, and then they add one of two colors. And there's one for each color pair in the set. So Bloodfell Caves, Blossoming Sands, Dismal Backwater, etc. They're all here. So you can... It looks like the fixing's excellent. These are common. You've got those mana rocks at uncommon. You've got the green fixing. And then, not to step on the gain lands, but there's also Evolving Wilds in the set as well, which is a land that you tap it and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle your library.
So we're gonna grade all 10 plus the wilds, kind of because they all get the same grade. To be clear, that I believe that grade's actually C+ in this set.
Ooh, okay.
In a 2-color deck, they're closer to a C. But if you're splashing, they certainly help splash. And the 1 life is not trivial. It does add up to getting an extra couple life per game. There was a 5-color deck in Cons that just forced all of these lands and just played the best spells of all colors. I don't know that we're going to do that here, but that deck really benefited from getting 3 or 4 life extra over the course of the game. And Evolving Wilds is better early because it doesn't lock you into any colors, right? You end up not being blue-black or splashing a blue card, and Evolving Wilds still works, whereas Dismal Backwater might end up not making the cut. But in general, I like all of these cards. And even in a 2-color deck, you should be in the habit of taking like a black-white land over a mid-range playable, because a 9/8 mana base is what we have to do in Limited. But a mana base of like 8, 7, and 2 of these is going to lose fewer games on Mana Screw, because sometimes it'll just get to cast its spells better.
Yeah, and we're never short playables in these type of formats.
No, you really aren't. So I want two duels, maybe 3 duels in some decks in a 2-color deck, and as many duels as I can get pretty much in a 3-color deck. Also worth noting that the gain life lands do replace the basics sometimes in this as far as a slot. So
okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the fixing looks really good, and this set looks very complicated, which is a good thing. Like, I love seeing cycling be so pervasive here, because it does lead to more decisions in game, and they're really important decisions. You know, cycling one of your really good cards early because you know you need to hit your land drops, versus drawing one of those cards in the middle part of the game and having to make the judgment call on, do I cycle it because I need to do something now, or do I hold out and try to hit my lands to cast it? These are all like really intense decisions that are awesome. Mutate looks weird but cool as well. So yeah, good stuff. The set looks interesting, and I'm definitely stoked to try it out. That is going to do it for this Ikoria whatever this show's called. What are these called? Set review. That's right. The commons and uncommon set review. I think I'm fried. That is going to do it for this one, though. Thank you so much for listening. As always, this show is brought to you by Channel Fireball. They are the sponsor of the show, and you should check out Channel Fireball Pro. We talked about it at the onset of the show, and there will be a link in the show notes. You know, the sweet spot is the $9.99 because you get the $10 in store credit back. So as long as, you know, you were planning on spending about $10 a month anyway, you know, on Magic, then you just spend it at CFB and you get access to the pro stuff, you know, already. And then, as we mentioned before, that's separate from the Patreon for limited resources. And I'd like for you to check that out as well. Patreon.com/limited resources. You get some cool benefits. And it's a way for you to support the show directly. You know, it keeps us going and keeps this show going. And we really appreciate everybody who's helped us out, especially given the current situation. So thank you very much for that. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. You can find everything related to the podcast at lrcast.com, including all the set reviews, all the shows, everything we've ever done is up at lrcast.com. So once again, have fun exploring the Ikoria world of behemoths or whatever, and let us know how you did on Twitter or wherever. Send us your deck, send us your picks and all that kind of stuff. We love to see it, and we'll see you next week.
As usual, for the set reviews, I'll try to keep the sign off short since we've been here quite a while. But One thing I wanted to touch on, because I've seen the sentiment expressed a few times on social media, is like, if you don't come out of quarantine with a new skill, you're proving that you just lack discipline, not time. And I think that's just complete horse crap. Like, we're in the midst of a pretty tough situation on a lot of different axes, whether we're talking employment, whether we're talking living situation, what we do for fun, who we get to see, who we get to talk to. Honestly, I think it's an accomplishment just to get through this. I do not like trying to hold people to a standard that you should learn to do something new. You should do something. You should pick up a new skill. You should work out and, come out with a quarantine bud or, like, this is hard. This is really hard. You get to just deal with that. And if you're listening to LR because it relaxes you and it makes this a little easier, then that's awesome. You don't need more than that. The bar is not come out of this having accomplished a lot. The bar is come out of this. And I think that that's something that we all really should kind of hold on to, because this is a really hard situation. Some have it harder than others, and I don't want to kind of speak for anyone, but I know this is really difficult. It's this big psychological thing that's just going to be weighing on everyone. And like, sure, it's awesome. Some people are learning how to bake bread. Other people are really taking this time to work out more at a home gym or whatever, learn a new skill. That's awesome for those people. I think that they should give themselves a high five. But there's a lot of people who this is going to be hard enough to get through without that added pressure. And I just really hate to see that, because I don't know, I'm finding this difficult. You're finding this difficult. Like, this is not normal life, You don't get to go, like, if you're feeling down, you don't get to blow off steam and go meet your friend for drinks at a bar. Can you imagine that? You can't do any of that stuff. Like, and video conferencing is awesome. And I appreciate, that we get to talk when we do the show and we get to hang out for a bit before that and all that stuff. It's not the same as doing that. And, for those of us in Magic, you don't get to see the same people you've gotten pretty used to seeing once or twice a month for the last 5 years. Yeah. Like, you do coverage and you see Maria, you see, Rich when he's at the Pro Tours, you see Cheon, like, you see me, you see all these people that you're used to seeing us, even though we live in different states or even different countries, pretty on 6 to 12 times a year, if not more. And now you're just like, I just don't know if that's going to happen next year. So I think that it's a tough spot to be in for everyone. And I really just want people to kind of give themselves a little bit of mercy, cut themselves some slack, because this is a tough time. So that's all I really wanted to say, because I know that, some people on social media, especially, you're seeing the best side of the best parts of someone's life, very curated, not even necessarily accurate. So when you see people talk about all the cool stuff they're accomplishing, great for them. Don't feel like you have to do that.